And welcome back, man. I need to be shorter. This is day 2 for the Northern League of Legends Championship on Summer Split. We're going to look into Group B today. It's going to be a lovely one. Yesterday we had Group A with some surprises, some games that were amazing, others questionable. But today we're going to hit the second half of the team joining the NLC for Summer. It's the most important split of the year as well. So let's bring in the desk. It's Aragon and Salari.
Hello.
Man, this is a good sight. How are we doing?
Yeah, it's nice to be back. I mean, yesterday was absolutely mental, so I hope it lives up to that. That'd be great, wouldn't it?
I want some more mental stuff today. I want some more bloodbath. Some games yesterday did absolutely deliver, so I have really high expectations for today as well.
Might as well look at them and understand what happened yesterday. Aragon, you were casting this one.
Look, I'm going to be real. I couldn't stop laughing for the entire cast. This game was just complete nonsense. Me and Hitbrain, I don't think we made one analytical point for 15 minutes because stuff like this just kept happening. With the Velia Flash, I think this was my favorite moment.
That was an awesome debate, by the way. That was planned. That was planned. No?
Wasn't it also the fastest game that we've had throughout the history of NLC ever?
Yeah, it's the fastest, not the history, this year. 19 minutes
yes.
and 3 seconds. Which is ridiculous considering all the changes they made to the league. But yeah, I mean, this game was just full of such funny highlights and Hitbrain and me screaming and laughing. And then this game was the closest game. So the last couple of clips were from the fastest game that we had, the biggest stomp, and then this was the closest between Bulldog and Verdant, which ended up with a Alistair Smite steal. I thought was pretty cool.
I don't think anybody expected that, but I gotta say, Bulldog was so interesting to watch throughout the day yesterday because they brought in a very new roster, and to me, being a very big fan of his shadow and seeing him pull out his signature Gwen in the first game, my expectations were very high for them to perform, but unfortunately it just turned out that they could not be on par with the other teams, even though in this game versus Verdant, there were so many moments where you thought, definitely Bulldogs are going to win this, but no.
Yeah, I mean, it's also in the first game, I believe it was versus LR. They looked there too, right? I really thought that maybe, they were in control for the entire early game until there were a couple of throws in the mid game, and that's where things really fell apart. But Bulldog, signs of life in the early game, not the worst.
Yeah, I think it's a rough schedule to begin, especially with the new team. But if they clean a few parts, I do believe this team is going some places. It's like the feeling we had on Bulldogs from Winter. Remember, Salari? Where nobody expected anything, and then... oh boy.
I expected a lot, okay?
Hey, can you remind me, what was this game? They came 4th, right? From memory?
I think they got 3rd because they went to Nottingham.
Wow.
3rd.
Oh, yeah, I met them there. Came in that. Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
There you go. That was a good trip. Let's see if they can do it yet again. But for today, for Group B, let's see the teams that are going to be playing on the schedule. There you go. We're going to start with Rich Gang versus Ruddy. A lot to talk about this one. Venom Crest versus Chaos. Ruddy with Fight versus the improved or new North. As just John highlighted, Chaos will then face off Rich Gang. And to wrap up the day, it's going to be the North, the Phoenix versus the Snake. This is going to be an interesting one. I mean, what is the one right now, for both of you, that you look and you're like, I want to see this?
It has to be the first one, no. It has to be. Okay, the first and the third one, to me, almost equally important, but the first one is just so many question marks in the air that need to be unraveled in the game.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing the Nord roster play. Yeah. I've got a lot of favorites on that team in terms of players like Treats. I'm quite good friends with him. I really want to see him do well, and Hito coming back as well. So I think any game with Nord in it, that's what I'm looking forward to the most.
No, I'm really happy to see Treats once again joining the NLC. Nord, I think it's looking extremely scary. For those of you who haven't been able to see, they're playing on NNO Cup as well. That's another part for Nord. So let's see what happens today. But what about predictions? What have you brought in? What have you cooked?
Initialize.
Wait, everybody almost went for the same.
Yeah, initialize with the spicy pick of the Ruddy over Rush Rich Gang. I think the next closest then is the Venom Crest versus Chaos vote, which me and Jamada voted separately. Why'd you guys vote Venom?
Okay, so
next question.
You want to start? Let's I saw Chaos previous split.
Okay.
I didn't know what to think. So I'm still expecting something weird to pop off of Chaos, although I'm looking into the roster and I'm thinking this team has what it takes. They surprised us as well on the previous one. Even with all the substitutes they brought in, they were able to do a good run on the lower brackets. But I don't know. Venom Crest most of the time show up with a new roster that nobody expects, just like Bulldogs. And it's a new snake. It's a new snake. I want to see the new snake.
They always do pretty well, right? Surprisingly. I remember like reading a bunch of, because I haven't been here for the past 2 splits, but I remember reading they always do surprisingly decent. I wonder where that comes from. But am I right in that sentiment that they always
There's always
randomly?
something.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. They're spicy.
Something in the mix.
Spicy.
Yes.
Okay.
Just like initialized prediction. I want to know. What is the play I play? We always know that. So yeah.
we
With
just
that in
disregard.
mind. Tell me. How'd it go?
Yeah. I was about to say, Archeron, you were 5 for 5 predictions yesterday, right? And so was I.
Yeah.
So we've kind of chosen different predictions today, and that decides who maintains 10 for 10.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay,
Without
let's
duckling here, it's just me
revisit
versus
this.
you.
Let me type this in. Revisit predictions. Oh, because you talked about the predictions, and we'll go down the line to talk about that further. But you have a plan for predictions that never failed you before, and we'll
never
discuss
failed me
that
before.
as we go. Now, for those of you who went to Copenhagen, who went to Nottingham, this is your opportunity to fly and have another trip once again. Leagues Disrupt is going to Sweden! Hovet Arena, I hope I'm saying this correctly, in Stockholm. And when you look into the legends that you can visit and also meet, so far I've met all of them. Janka's was amazing to meet, by the way. Treats went to dinner with us. I had a photo with Baus. I still need a photo with Reckless. I'm a big fan. But yeah. I'm just saying. Baus stayed with us in Nottingham on the same hotel, by the way, and he was the nicest individual.
He was
with
when
us.
we were in the lobby, yeah.
Yeah,
He was
remember?
super kind.
Like-
He was just sitting there saying, "I love your casting" to everyone. So, he's just so wholesome, isn't he? It's great. I hope I get to
You
see
know
him
what?
again.
I have to expose this, okay? I have to expose
Yeah, go on.
this. Baus went to Trouble, and he said, like, you're my favorite caster. Like, I really like your casting.
Oh.
And Trouble was so nervous. She was like, oh, shut up! She was so offensive. But it was like,
She shouted and told him to shut up. Yeah, I remember this.
but that was like out of innocence, and we still love
Yeah.
it. Trouble, we love you very much. And so keep in mind that you can visit and meet all these legends, and even go with us. We can go to dinner. We can just have fun on Leagues Disrupt. It's more than just the finals. It's an entire venue just for you. We have a lot of surprises. I'm building a surprise as we go. I hope it's a good one. If I fail, we complain it about Duckling. With that in mind, okay, Eragon, we were talking about predictions. And we were talking about you having a trick. What is your trick? 'Cause
Yeah.
I know you're cooking something, right?
Now, this is important. And I don't normally share the secrets of my craft and how I do things like make perfect predictions every time I'm on the NLC. But I thought today I might leak some of those strats. I thought today I might make some of you mad. Now, some of you might get mad, especially you players, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. The reality is that solo queue matters. For our region to get better, I want to highlight and applaud those players grinding, whilst giving you viewers back home a relatable reason to cheer for players. And because there's so many roster swaps, you might have a hard time keeping track of all these players and their useful attributes to judge whether or not a team will win or not. So the way that I make predictions is I look at the average elo of each team. And I compare the average elos of each team and say, oh, this team has a higher average elo than this team. When I don't know the players, this team on average is going to win more, which sounds very obvious, but it works 90% of the time. And that's what I did to get 5 out of 5 predictions last time. And last year I was doing this the entire year and got most predictions correct. So I've applied that today as well, which is why I was surprised, Archeron, considering I've told you the strategy and you voted Venom Crest over Chaos.
Now that I'm watching your graphic, I'm concerned.
Yeah?
But I was also not aware that Chachi is the highest rated player
Actually,
in the league.
I'd love to talk about it. Could we bring that back a little bit, please? I'd love to
please.
talk about some specific highlights right here. Chachi, I mean, he's just the GOAT. What you're seeing in terms of numbers aren't the names, the elo of the names, but rather you're seeing the average elo of the teams and then the names of the highest elo player on each team, the elo leader. You have Hyper for Ruddy at 197. It's the average. That actually wouldn't be so bad. Unfortunately, Don Jake's elo is off the scale, and that drags them down. Don't be fooled by Ruddy's average elo. It is about 450, excluding Don Jake. But the rest of them are average around 600, and you could see the names that are there in Nemesis and Chance that you saw yesterday all popped off. It's a really good metric to use. Names here are the ones to watch.
I like this because when you look into LR, you know Baus is there and his elo is like, it's a big thing people talk about because he has a different playstyle. So he's working like Don Jake in a way of like lowering the LR elo. So LR would have a higher elo if Bausy was not there.
I can't quite remember if Baus's elo was high enough. I think it was GM about, right? So I guess it does lower overall slightly. But yeah, definitely Nemesis is carrying that. Nemesis' elo is crazy, by the way. So, like, it's not 870. It's well over 1,000, I think 100 or so. He's doing really well.
Hey, since we're talking about changes in the rosters, might as well visit the Snake itself. We were talking previously, Venom Crest. What are they cooking? Because they had really well-known names before. What do we have now? What do we talk about?
We are talking about a completely new roster, so 5 new people out of 5 players here. And what is the most interesting here is that most of these players, except Air on the mid lane, are pretty much rookies. So it's not just the fresh air in terms of, hey, those are new names that NLC hasn't seen before. Nobody in the ERLs hasn't seen these names really before. So we are not entirely sure what to expect, but this might be another one of those developmental rosters where the players are given the opportunity to grow a lot.
I think the only name I actually somewhat recognized was a Bust, because I believe it was Bust who played in the Four Nations, which is like the UK league, and he came first. This is like all from memory, and I don't really remember too well, but that's what I recall. Outside of that, Air's the only mainstay name, like we were saying, in terms of ERLs, and he always does decently well. I remember Air having a really good Azir, for example, and being a solid player overall.
It's rough because on NLC you don't have a long time to build up the team or even try out new things, because at the end of the seeding stage we go into playoffs. If you end up on the lower bracket, it's you lose, you're gone for the split. So let's hope this team is able to provide what they built it up with. And you were talking about Ready as well, Aragon, and there was a change there, not only one but a 5-man squad change. Okay, Cook.
So yeah, let's start with the positives, I think is the best way. You've got Hyper, your highest elo player, fresh from solo queue. I don't believe he's done too much competitive play. A really insane Riven one trick. I believe Hyper consults with a lot of the best Rivens over in NA. Players like Adrian Riven, you know, they're peers. So if he ever gets his hands on Riven, expect him to cook a little bit, I think, in the top lane. And that's all I've got for positives.
Okay, I think it's like we have no idea. I think we have to go fresh with this team and also understand how Don Jake is going to play as well in the jungle. I know he has been practicing, and we'll talk about Don Jake a little bit more specifically as we move forward, because they're also the first team to play today versus Rich Gang as well, who also has a few changes. There you go, Rich Gang versus Ready are going to open up the appetite for today. And who is playing on the Rich Gang? That's what I want to see, and I want to show everybody back at home the new squad. There you go. What do we have?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting roster. We've got lots of staple names like Kevo, but also Matix in the top side. It's a huge, a man after my own heart. He's a big Renekton main, a big Renekton OTP, a big fan of that. You have Dehast in the mid lane, another staple name in the ERLs. It's a very solid roster overall.
Elric is a big one as well, and in the jungle is August. I'm sorry.
Come on, Archer. Do I need to teach you something again? Oh my god, is it really time? Chat, everybody, I think it's time for me to teach you a lesson. So you might be looking at the nickname of the jungler of Rich Gang, and you might be thinking, how do I pronounce that in order to sound respectful and in order to be correct? I'm going to teach you. You might think it's August Khan, and you would be entirely wrong, my darlings. Let me scrap that out, okay? Because the correct way to pronounce this name, repeat after me, Ozan. I need you to repeat that again. Yes, Ozan.
Ozan. Ozan?
Ozan.
Yes, you're doing wonderful.
That is
Good job, everybody.
I didn't fail school once. Good, finally. Mom!
Good job, everybody. Now remember that, because it might be the player that we'll be talking about a lot, so you better be sure to pronounce it correctly.
I mean, he's really good. I've casted him with Hit Brain already, and over in the Nexus Showdown cast, like last week, and he's a monster. Let me tell you, if he gets his hands on Xin Zhao, he's really good, and he's just going to dominate early game. I have so many highlights and clips of just watching him play and making plays early. Super micro heavy, really good jungler.
So from what I'm getting is that we need to prepare for Rich Gang. So Rich Gang could be a dangerous team within this split. Is that it?
it is it. It's early to say so, but honestly, looking at this roster, I believe it might be it. They have a couple of players that I think really require our attention throughout the first day today just to see how they're going to perform. To me, it's going to be, as you said, Oregon Maddox on the top lane, definitely, because it's somebody coming from Ultraliga. And actually, he started playing in Ultraliga when he was only 16 years old. He was on the roster of Alia Bank team. That's yet another top laner that you guys are importing from Poland, who is super young. But besides him, there is also Kefo, who is such an interesting case to look at. Thank you very much for bringing up that graphic production, because look at that. Yeah. This is not the first time that you're seeing him on the NLC. If you've been around here in 2021, 2022, you remember him because he played in a row on the Vanny roster, then on the Riddle roster, and then on the Verdant roster. So he is not new to our region at all.
I mean, he's such a staple name in the NLC now. And honestly, whenever I think of Kevo, I think of the champion Ezreal. I think he's just so solid mechanically, and he's always doing well in our league. I'm also on like the receiving end of being carried by him in solo queue all the time. He's super, super good. And honestly, I would love to be on a team with him as well. You know, just mad props.
Okay. I think he was on Riddle 2022, was it? I remember him from NLC 2022 back in the cities in Berlin. So watching him back, joining the league once again, we're really stacked. I'm just saying 2025 is a good year for the NLC. But on the other side, hey, they went to Copenhagen. They are ready. Ready Esports joining in with a Hyper, Don Jake, Congolus, Trax, and Hydra. I need help understanding these names as well, but also understanding this team overall. What can we expect? I know we don't have a lot of information jumping into the Rift, but what do you believe? What are you feeling?
So I have various bits of knowledge about the players in topside. Hyper I know very well because I played against him a lot in solo queue, and he's like a Camille Riven style player. And then in mid lane, I believe, for those who don't know, Congolese is actually a player on Twitter. His name is Manaflo Bando. So that's him in the mid lane, I believe, alongside Don Jake, who is a Nunu one trick. So I think it's a nice amalgamation of players.
It's not just one trick, excuse you.
True, yeah, excuse me. Sorry for underselling my goat. Yeah, Don Jake. My bad.
I mean, don't be fooled by that. Looking at the champions he has been playing recently in the solo queue, this is a very competitive champion pool that he's having.
Yeah.
And that Emerald 1 is a little bit naughty as well. He was higher, okay? He was higher than this. And, hey, correct me if I'm wrong, Aragon, but when you look into Nunu, Mundu, Wukong,
I think it was Diamond 3, right? Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
I just remembered, like, it was Diamond 3 and maybe decayed to Emerald 1. So, yeah, that does him dirty a little bit. But, yeah, he was a really good Nunu.
Because this idea is that for the RLs, you need a specific elo before, and he achieved it. So, don't stay with this in mind of Emerald 1. When you look into those champions, I believe like when you look into that, it shows a lot of different play styles because Nunu achieved something different than the Mundo and the Wukong Pantheon. So it can be, you know, flexible.
Yeah.
I just want to address one thing after all the talk about his champion pool and so on. Basically, what his mentality is. I asked him, I reached out to him and I said, let's address the elephant in the room, Jake. What can you bring to Ruddy in the jungle? And he replied with, I may suck compared to most pro players. Those guys are pretty good, but I don't suck compared to you, the viewer. Like you suck compared to me. I'm closer to Canyon than you are to me. Quite spicy. Quite spicy.
And it's fair, isn't it? I mean, it is fair in a way. He's playing, and he also was really high elo before.
He was a professional caster in the past, a color caster. I think, you know, there's potential here to cook, maybe.
And I don't think a lot of people, or at least within the league, a lot of players will expect a lot from him. And I think that's really fair, because he can pop off suddenly, because he's a jungler. So if out of a sudden Don Jake actually pops up, I think it's going to be good. I think the only downside to him today specifically is Jamad is casting his game. I think that's a big downside.
Is that an
for
anti-buff immediately?
You have no idea the banter of those two. And yesterday we were signing off for the broadcast, and I was saying, hey, join us tomorrow so we can have a lovely day. And Jamada goes, yeah, join us tomorrow. It's going to be good. So it was more like a threat of like, join us because I'm going to cook him even though he's playing. So,
how did you let him cast the games?
I had no idea this was about to happen. I'm apologizing even before we're about to start. Rich Gang and Ready will play as soon as they are ready. I know they're about to jump into the lobby. Tell me, Eragon, since you were able to cast it yesterday, you got a feeling firsthand not only of the patch we're playing in, but also the things we saw yesterday. Is there anything you should highlight and we should be concerned or expectations for today?
There's a lot of differentiation from the MSI patch. I think, surprisingly, very high Wukong prio. That's something that was really, really high up. And other than that, we saw a lot of Syndra prio for Nemesis, which is pretty normal. I think in this draft, though, what we got to keep an eye on is the dynamic between Don Jake and the enemy team and how many target bans Hyper and Don Jake receive together. There's the Riven gone already. I told you Hyper is probably one of the best Rivens in Europe in terms of mechanics, so that's out of here. Do we get rid of the Nunu as well?
Yeah, I just wanted to say Nunu, Mundo, maybe.
No.
Yeah, because I think it's a real strategy that you could just ban. What was this pool? Nunu, Pantheon, Mundo, Zac, right? Or something. Wukong. There you go.
Well, yeah, Wukong.
And just completely gut Don Jake.
See, there's fear.
Respect,
this
ban.
portrays
Respect,
fear.
right?
Yes.
On Don Jake's name.
You know what? I've seen this in the past versus Baus, and Baus always popped off. I don't know if it's the same. Zac is on the other side for Ready, taking away a little bit of power.
Yeah.
What else can they focus? Are they going for the most stable bans? Or are they going overall for target bans?
So what I would look at right now is if Ready did their homework and looked at Ozhan's pool, they would know that he's probably going to B1 Xin Zhao. That's what he did in Nexus Showdown. If he's adapted since then, he might have changed. I would look at that pick. Talia is also open. And because there's so many target bans, every meta pick is open, from Varus to Talia to Pantheon to Vi to Rumble. And it's going to be impossible to predict what they value outside of that Xin for Oz.
There is an interesting Janna ban, as the last ban from the side of Rich Gang, which we saw one Janna yesterday. Wasn't maybe the best of the games there, but it's an interesting target ban when you want to be going with so much engage onto the enemy team that you don't want pretty much the best anti-engage champion to be against you, especially on this bot lane. With Pantheon opening up already for Rich Gang, you might assume that there is going to be some follow-up for Alaric on the support, for Maddox on the top lane as well, just to have additional engage onto Ready.
Yeah, and Don Jake's pool is wide open. He can actually pick a champion here. I'm really surprised by this, but the big question when you see Pantheon on the enemy team is, do you break up the Talia duo and pick that away? I don't know if Congolese has the potential to pick away the Talia, and the answer to that is no. That's, again, very different from MSI. Locking in the Jinx B1, it's not something I've seen in a Game 1 scenario. Yeah, it is.
It's opening up a lot already to the enemy. You're pretty much picking up a hyper carry that the team want to be playing around. Plus, it's not the one that has an easy escape. So for the enemy team, which just changed the name, I think, before my eyes. Sorry, am I tripping?
Yeah, I was about to say this. There's some fixing going on. It is still Rich Gang versus Ready.
Oh, God.
That's Roddy who banned out Riven and...
No, I think
No.
it's... I think they're... There you... Wait.
There you go. That's... Oh! So, is this...
This doesn't
Okay,
make
now
sense.
I was so confused, because now it makes sense.
You're
That
playing
makes
games
more
with
sense.
us.
Because you would ban Riven against Hyper, and so
Yes.
this would be correct
Yes,
right now.
yes.
So there's the Talia Pantheon duo and the Varus to follow up, because everything got left open. These champions are so unbelievably OP, absolute S+ god tier
Exodia.
troll.
Yeah.
And you could see the Jinx was already set up, and the Orianna with the Jarvan ban, which punishes immobile carries. The same with Zac. So there is some thinking behind Ready's draft, actually, some considerable, good setup bans towards their mobile carries.
I would still be very worried about the carries on the side of Ready because, as you said, yes, you get rid of the J4, but still both Talia and Pantheon are pretty capable of punishing them should they find themselves mispositioned in a fight.
I think a champion I'm looking out for, other champions to punish immobile carries are, for example, Bard. We just throw an ulti on their head and then they have to flash every single time. Consider that as a potential option. And then it's just going to be the engaged support dynamic, right? Do you ban Alistar and take something like a Rel or this whole dynamic towards the end? I think you have your pairings like Wukong with Orianna, which you could consider for Don Jake. I think that's probably an avenue that they could go.
And I believe that Riot are going to be skipping both of the bans here because from what I can see already, they skipped the first one in the second rotation.
Yeah. I think this is a stable one. On the other side, Rich Gang might want to take a shot at their Wukong. taking away one of not only the priorities in the jungle overall, but also good pair with the Orianna. It's actually the Nocturne.
For that
Nocturne.
pairing with the Orianna, yes.
Makes sense.
Not sure if Don Jake has had the chance to play a lot of Nocturne in the
haven't
jungle,
seen it.
but
I haven't
from
seen it.
the
Yeah.
overall sense, it makes sense. You don't want to allow for the Orianna plus Nocturne pairing because it's a really hard one to deal with.
Bringing the monkey.
Right. So yeah, let's see the monkey. I think that's the best pairing of his pool. I mean, the Mundo was the other champion, right? But that's gone. That's not pickable here, in my opinion. I think you need a more free scaling matchup with the enemy as a tank. I haven't seen Don Jake play Vi in his match history, so this has caught me off guard. That's a good pairing. Orianna plus Vi. You will struggle a little bit early. You know, the ability to attack Vi's level 1 is a really big angle you go for if you have a strong bot lane here for Rich Gang. So let's see if they build towards that with a strong early game composition level 1.
There is still some really good support options available and open for Ruddy. I'm thinking something like Rakan or Alistar just to try to help out on the bot a little bit, especially for the Jinx, because this already looks like a draft built very much around Jinx. She has a lot of front lane to be working from, so she needs to be allowed to grow into a hyper carry, mostly thanks to the Vi. So
Aatrox into Sion, a really, really typical answer. It's one of the strongest counters. And now the support counter pick. I think it's just going to be Alistar. Alistar's probably the best answer into Rel here, but again, it's limited by pool of Hydra, and we don't really know Hydra that well at the moment. So I suppose it's not going to be.
Okay. I was thinking maybe the Nico or even Leona, but yeah, it's a follow-up.
Nico.
So if I can go in as someone to follow through, Cyan joins in on the party, and Jinx has a lot of space. Name tags off, Eragon and Solari. Where do we land? Red side, blue side. Name tags off.
blue side. I would land on blue side. I really love Pantheon and Taliyah. I think it's a pretty strong one, and adding everything up into the combo, that's a team comp that feels strong from pretty early on and doesn't lose the strength throughout the game.
Yeah, I mean, Panth Taliyah Varus is hard to argue against. It's just, it's one of the most LPL comps, and in general, one of the best compositions you can draft. So I'm going to go with double global Rich Gang Panth Taliyah. I think it's pretty hard to beat. I'm not a big believer in the Jinx in a game one.
A lot of changes for both teams, and this is the first time they're going to be showing up with their roster. Let's see if Reddy can actually do it, or if Rich Gang are going to take this one. With that in mind, tossing it away to Costas, it's Initialize and Jamada. Be nice, Jamada!
Be nice.
Thank you very much, folks. All right, look, you know, before I let him out, folks, I have got to issue a bit of a content warning here. We are paired up today with probably the biggest hate watcher in all of esports, namely Adrian Jamada Thorn. He is known for his visceral hate watch and preying on the downfall of Ruddy for years now. So you just got to get prepared for the awful things and the joy in his heart as he potentially watches Ruddy crash and burn. Adrian, what do you have to say?
I mean, honestly, before I get to that, I've got to say, it's not the hardest draft in the world to pilot for Ruddy.
Okay, is that nice things about Ruddy?
That
Say
is a
it,
nice thing to say, but then you turn the nameplates on and then you start to get a little bit concerned, right? So we'll see how things obviously end up turning out. Like the desk highlighted, I really do love the fact that RG have, you know, what is effectively, to summarize, a very LPL competition, right? 2 globals, a lot of aggression, multiple ways to engage. On the flip side, though, it's a lot more about traditional front to back, scaling, waiting for 2 items, and just trying to kind of find picks and plays as and when they come. So macro is going to actually be a very, very important thing in this game for Ruddy if they are to be competitive. So keeping our eyes, obviously, think about macro. Jake, unfortunately, has to be the main driver there, alongside, you know, support, right? Those are the 2 main driving factors that have to be constantly tracked for Ruddy.
Big time. And we were both saying in draft, the moment we see the first pit Panther, you follow up with the Taliyah, you've got the Varus in mid control. Your ability to collapse faster, to collapse first, to respond to plays, it's just so much faster with those double globals in the mid game where you're spiking already. And you're asking your team who's coming together on very short notice. There's already been all those kind of rumors and drama and all the rest of it in the offseason about how is this roster going to function. You are testing them on an area where you're asked for synergy or asked for clean comms and clean plays. That's a big gauntlet to throw down there by the side of Rich Gang.
Yeah, no, it certainly is, right? And weirdly enough, I can actually provide insight because
Let's do it. All right, go on.
some of these guys are players that I've literally played with.
You know them. Yeah, these are your duo queue partners.
In many ways they are, and maybe Elo aside, Sonjake and Congolese obviously is the display name. You will hear me, and I'll probably throw down a couple of disclaimers. I will likely refer to him as M1 or Manaflow Bando, because those are the IDs that I've known him by. It's years of undoing in my brain, even as a professional, to try and make sure I get the name to match. So if it comes out like that, I'm sorry. But they are very cerebral guys when it comes to League of Legends. I can't speak for their hands, though, especially when you look at the other side for Rich Gang when it comes to DeHaste and Ozcon. These guys are monsters, right?
Yeah.
Mechanically, and they always have been. DeHaste in particular is a player that I've always been very, very impressed by. Even many, many years ago, many moons ago, when I was, in the spring of my youth, starting out as a coach in the UK League.
So 30 odd years ago, right?
About 30 odd years ago.
Yeah.
Trialed a little player named DeHaste. And in that trial, I very quickly realized that one, he's way too good to be trialing here, and two, definitely didn't have the money to afford to get him on the roster. And he's gone on to have a very, very successful career since in the last 5 years. Always finishing top 3, top 2, and on just a few occasions winning the title of the league that he's playing in. So I know that these expectations, whether it be for the organization, of course, of Rich Gang, or definitely individually, are very, very high.
Yeah, like again, I remember watching this guy turn up to EMEA Masters, coming in second, having had a banger series against the likes of Giyu's team out there, which was a big deal. He was on Nigma Galaxy, was the side of DeHaste at that time, and was one of those players that was really, really hyped up. Can have an opportunity here in the NLC to make right of Rich Gang, who didn't quite get things rolling in the last 2 splits. This roster, as far as we can tell, it's the best roster they've fielded, that's the word I'm looking for, all year. Looking to come in really strong. There's a lot of names on here that should be really exciting. The mid-jungle are newer names perhaps to us here in the NLC, but we've already talked about the bot lane being very strong as well. It could be very, very exciting. They've set themselves up with a draft as well that can really leverage that as well. The prowess of the mid-jungle and their ability to get all over the map with that Pantheon Tilea gets very, very strong. We are in the middle of the pause at the minute, guys. Why we're yapping a little bit longer. It's why we get this opportunity to chat a bit more about these players. Adrian, we've done the nice bit.
Yep.
Do you want to say mean things about Ruddy now? Because I know you want.
No, not yet.
You don't?
No,
okay, you're holding on it. I'm shocked.
I'm gonna
I
let...
put a content warning out. I was expecting the hate watch to begin.
Look, trust me, I'm hate watching. But we've got to let the gameplay and the results speak for themselves first and foremost, right? At the end of the day, it is still a clean slate. For now. Right? That is the operative words. For now. Because, hey, I've seen stranger things happen in this league, right? As much as I have plenty of faith in this Rich Gang roster, especially like you said, it is by far and away the strongest one that they have built all year long. Maybe some growing pains, right? There's a lot of innate synergy in this Ruddy roster just by nature of they've known each other for a long time, right? And how many times have we seen actually in this league with a Rich Gang or roster this year? The power of friendship is a very real and sometimes unquantifiable buff to a lineup.
Like if you were going to run the anime lineup, this or the anime storyline, that's a way to do it, right? And you've got the combos there. If you can get a Jinx ahead, if you can get that Orianna ahead, you've got the Vi combos there. You've got a good front to back. If you get ahead, or heaven forbid, the Pantheon Tilea overplay, waste the ultimates, come to team fights, and end up getting that messed up around those objectives, it can still be a tricky position to be in. You need to do your due diligence in the mid-game. You need to actually make those plays happen. We'll see exactly how that works out. Still waiting to get into game here, so we've still got a little bit of time. Once we get word for production, we'll let you know. But as for now, we are still waiting for the game to start properly.
Yeah.
Did you just get word for production?
Yeah, we got an ETA and also a just settings issue, right? Is what we're trying to currently remedy for one of the players. Once that is resolved, obviously we will crack on with the game. We don't like pauses any more than you do. So.
You have to improvise then. It's miserable. I don't have to do this,
Yeah. And of course, there does eventually come a point where, as casters, there's only so much that we have to talk about, before we start doing the nonsense. I am currently seeing ready checks fly in.
Fabulous.
So my assumption would be, in just a few moments' time, we can hopefully get
Fingers
onto
crossed.
Summoner's Rift. Fingers crossed.
Okay then, questions then, as we're about to head on to the Rift then, as well as I've got the okay, we are heading onto the Rift. Jamada, what are you expecting out the first 5 minutes? Where should we be keeping our eyes?
I'm really looking at Ozcon, right? The Pantheon and the level of aggression and the setup that he's got across the map is pretty much infinite, right? Whether it's Talia, whether it's Rel, whether it's Aatrox, he has, you know, effectively one strong winning lane up in the top side, a very volatile, potentially lane in the mid lane, and then one in the bottom side where you would actually expect Ruddy's overall 2v2 to be what gains priority, but then that potentially opens them up for a little bit of fire from that Pantheon. So keep your eyes on the Vi, as our observers are highlighting, and where exactly Don Jake is going to end up pathing, because I think his overall role in this early stages will be to
Not an
just
easy
track
one.
the Pantheon and match him wherever he goes.
Ozan gets rolling, things get tricky, keep your eyes on him, keep him down, and things get easier for Ruddy. If they can turn up to teamfights with 2 items, having not fallen apart to the double globals, things are good. Easier said than done, though. See how it goes. We were a little bit worried in draft to begin with about lane priority issues, but with the addition of the Nico, with the fight you can have in mid with the jungle mid 2v2, feels like Ruddy can at least compete mid and bot for some shove and some priority, which will make Jake's life a lot easier, hopefully. See where things go from there. But Hydra starting at the level 1 at half HP definitely sucks. And immediately we have a pause.
Yeah, Hydra, unfortunately, face checked on the bottom side. It's not something that the observers caught. We were looking up at that top side for that ward. So that's what's happened there. A crash down, face first from Alaric. And that will set the lane in a little bit of an awkward position. Now, granted, they are still double ranged versus, you know, ranged melee. So as long as they can keep Alaric at bay, you won't be seeing it happen too much in the opposite direction, right? Of Ruddy not getting his priority. As you can still see, securing it pretty heavy-handedly.
There you go, take a little bit of HP, but Alaric misses that second crash down. Of course, Alaric used to be Ruddy's support not so long ago, play against his former organization here. Was known for his Zac support and some wild picks like that, and his Rel back then was also pretty damn clean, but it does mean that, of course, Ruddy are well aware of exactly how he likes to play.
They are. One of the
early reset.
things, yeah, very early reset, but if it does go through, which he does cancel in the end. But the reason why I actually even mention it on top of you as well is that at MSI, and we're probably going to mention MSI a lot over the next week or potentially over the course of this day, we saw a lot of early swaps, right? Outside of you know, those first 2 or 3 waves, just to ensure that, you know, laners were getting out of bad lanes or maybe setups for dives. So definitely do keep your eyes on that. It's not something we saw a whole bunch yesterday of. I think LR were one of the few teams that really utilized that potential power of an early swap. Certainly something that's always going to be very prevalent, especially when you have a scaling composition like this, and Don Jake's looking on an angle.
Just trying to get in here, was a little slower on the clear, but does manage to get Flash for Flash there. Can't quite land what he was hoping to onto the Husk, but will at least take that Summoner spell down. Still got a Quadrant to clear all the while, of course. Ozan was already a little ahead of the curve in terms of the farm. Will now likely be able to get a hold of that Scuttle Crab on the bot side without too much contest. But Jake at least gets some value there with that early gank.
Yeah, he definitely does. And if Don Jake can end up, you know, hitting level 6 kind of early before that 8-ish minute mark, maybe there's an option for a regank, right? Whether it's for, you know, set up on a dragon or potentially even grubs. Now, they will see this Pantheon on the wall. Will Alaric be able to force the play in time?
Hydra backing away, can't quite land the crash down. Nice route, the Shattering Strike lands, but doesn't lead to all that. The problem is now, with the shove on in, look where Ozhan is going to head on in. Thank you, Solari, for the lesson on pronunciation there. Yep, the name is not August Khan, it is Ozhan. And Professor Solari with her linguistics course, keeping us all in the loop. Could look to steal this blue buff, though, observers. We can keep an eye on what's happening there, because I think Jake is potentially in a dangerous position here. Not going to overforce it, though, a Rich Gang. I thought they could potentially go harder for that than they did.
Yeah, I think the problem that they're running into is the lack of vision on Hydra, right? Unaware that he went back to base just means that there's obviously the potential for him to be hiding in fog and maybe waiting to make that a little bit awkward. Plus, the Orianna M1 in the mid lane did have the option of first move as he teleported out from base. It's not quite worth the flip, they feel like, as all's pretty much even. The only thing is that Pantheon, of course, can just walk up to that topside skull and secure it, so should be a double crab start for Rich Gang's jungler. Ozhan should feel pretty happy about that.
Question to you, Jamada. Obviously, you know Congolese as M1 from way back in the day. Is M1 a reference to the big road in the middle of the UK, or was it just there because of whatever? Well, why was he M1?
You know, it's actually a question I've never asked the fella. But from what I understand, long ideas, of course, Manaflow Bando, as he might have to get involved to try and help his jungler out here on this camp. Though I think it looks a little bit doomed.
Yeah, there's no way the Oriana's coming over. It's over. That's the camp gone. Jake probably needs to leave there.
And he does as well. Now the question is, does he do the like tilt rage jungle thing? He was thinking about it maybe.
I know,
just
I was
walking over to the
thinking
Raptor camp and immediately contesting it. He is on the Vi. He doesn't have bot camps coming up because he ganked, right? That level 3 gank means that his bot side timers are a little bit off, and Ozhan knows this, so he's on his own bot side because he now knows that Don Jake can't really contest. The only difference is now that he's got Smite and he's in there.
Does get the Smite away. There'll still be the ability to shield vault forwards. Still going to get his camps coming back on up and gets out there, especially because in the mid lane, Congolese does have that shockwave available, could potentially interrupt Dehast, who does not have the level 6 until now, so it would have been difficult to join on a good timer there. So gets away with at least some of a recoup there. Can't get the full camp, but at least there is something for Jake.
Yeah, exactly. And he's going to be able to go back over to his bottom side camps, take those, and at the very least stay kind of at parity outside of those early crabs with Ozhan. And again, I just want to highlight the amount of priority that G-Trax and Hydra have been able to have throughout this bottom side laning phase. I think is also bailing him out a whole bunch.
Big time.
In terms of that level 3 gank really did set him behind quite heavily on tempo. And it has certainly given him the freedom to answer back some of these invades. And there's a Dragon Star up here. I think the likelihood is that it's a little bit risky when you look at the mid lane state. Obviously, Talia can always cheat a wave, but bottom side Prio is going to continue to come through. And Jake sees this.
Off HP on Ozhan, who did pick up the honey fruit, but going back to the Drake now, leaving it alone would have been too risky. Heads away. They've got the double control wards there in the banana bush and in that mid lane side bush, so a little bit risky for Congolese /M1 /Manaflow Bando, the man of many names, to potentially go and contest that.
Always quite risky. I was wondering if maybe they would decide that it would be a good angle for a Dragon Star, but electing to just take the resets again and look towards a full clear and just maintaining what is pretty good lane states, right? When you really kind of take a zoom out, the only real kind of starting to emerge deficit is between the two top laners, where there's about 2 waves worth of CS up on the Aatrox, but honestly, staying within 10 CS is kind of the overall goal, I would say, in this Sion lane against the Aatrox. Very difficult to obviously, you know, out-trade him over an extended period of time. Now, granted, Aatrox has gone the grass, which is something that you see a fair bit in some of these more irritating matchups where you can actually step up maybe and get an all-in for the proc. But it means no Conqueror, you're not winning the overall all-in for a little while, right? Until you hit that one item. Because Sion, weirdly, does have pretty annoying trade patterns of his own.
Yeah, he does. I mean, particularly with the Soul Furnace, with the Q, you get like, you attack him, he's got a shield, so you don't do any meaningful damage. He hits you with the big Q, he throws a minion at you, he gets the Grasp block, runs away while you're all slowed. It's pretty miserable. At least with the Grasp, of course, you do get like it's Deathbringer's Stance, the name of the passive on Aatrox, isn't it? If you combo up the Grasp with the passive auto, it's pretty ridiculous. Bot side, though, Daha's going to flash away. Oh, Hydra, that's unfortunate. Might still be able to get the kill. Alaric now coming on down, they have to back away. Jake now potentially in danger. Flash away, Crashdown goes down, flash for flash. As Hydra doesn't quite get in range for that Pot Blossom.
Yeah, quite.
Hang on.
Surprised. Oh, hello.
I don't know about that one.
The world's shortest Pantheon ult. You know, funnily enough, I actually think that he almost, like, where he ulted and where he started, like, the actual impact of the R was almost that exact length. That was, that was quite something.
Or he just sort of pressed W and walked away.
The curious thing about that, though, Sam, is he came off of grubs to do that.
Yeah.
Rich Gang only took 2 grubs, so there is still 1 grub available. If Ruddy are able to kind of get some rotations in and maybe look for it. But for now, a really decent Dragon take, right? We spoke about how G-Trax and Hydra had a bunch of prio. They were able to leverage that into effectively leashing the Dragon for Vi. And then the play on that bottom side towards the haste. Kind of surprised Hydra didn't flash and just full-blown commit for that first blood. And that takedown once the Vi ultimate comes down. But it doesn't really matter.
You called it.
At the end of the day, you still have that Talia flash down. And now she's going to be very vulnerable on the side lane. But speaking of being vulnerable on the side lane, Orianna is alone down there. And as you can see, Ozhan, if you take a look at the minimap, is eyeing up a potential dive.
Yeah, they know that's happening. The Ori's coming, so the Vi is coming, the Jinx is coming, but it might be a little bit too little, a little bit too late. Congolese now in a dangerous position, has the Shockwave in a dream. No flash to work with. Alaric now coming. Flash available on Ozhan, but will not pull the trigger. And they get away, but it will still be a wave lost. And what we are starting to see here is the gold lead begin to creep up as the CS discrepancies are building in mid, in top, in jungle. And that is where that gold lead is currently coming from Rich Gang. Over the wall goes Jake, throws down the vault breaker. How far do they want to go? Weaver's wall now coming on down. Jake in danger, doesn't have the flash, and I think he is just dead to rights here. Nowhere really to go. The rocket, the bot blossom!
Oh!
First blood to the Ori! And Jake's alive! Kevo now in danger, needs to start running away, but hit by the tangle barbs. Kevo on the Varus. He's just got nothing to be done here. The Jinx is very excited to meet him, and a flash away from the Varus will mean that no autographs are signed.
A fantastic combo in response to the invade from Rich Gang. Leaves Ruddy 2-1 up in the exchange. I mean, honestly, it looked like it was just going to be Don Jake dead and the counter jungler out. But the response is fantastic. And those kills go onto M1, onto this Orianna, which can definitely be very impactful. But also, I think, kind of in an underrated manner, also the Nico, right? Getting her towards that rocket belt earlier is definitely something that's pretty important, right? We saw even earlier the attempted pick onto the Taliyah. The lack of flash could have probably been gap closed by a rocket belt. So we'll keep our eyes on Hydra's items and how quickly they make their way over to that rocket belt as things start to settle again. And it's a dragon.
Oh, Matix.
About 2 minutes. Matix, though, yeah, in a bit of trouble.
He's gone way too deep. Nice buffer there. Watch for the Q3 flash away, looking to get some more value. Q2 comes on down, looking to get the Dark Rings down. Over comes Alaric, trying to find some more value. On Jake now in danger as the sun Storeful comes on through. A 3v1 out of nowhere and no response available. They can't finish off the Aatrox through all the healing. And Jake's fight goes down.
Yeah, it's a massive amount of healing, and Max plays it about as well as he can to ensure that he can heal back up and buy time for his jungler to make it there with that global. Very well played from him. And Don Jake in the 1-to-1 in the jungle is starting to fall a considerable amount behind in the XP department. He is a full level down. Now, granted, we are in 2025. Season 15, jungle XP. Kind of doesn't matter that much. Generally, you can catch up quite quickly these days, just with a camp or two, once the rubber banding starts to kick in. So you will continue to track that. But if tempo can be held high, then Rich Gang, they can certainly leverage that individual lead alone as first items are starting to crest in, and this is where the power of this composition really starts to take to a front.
Yeah, double Sun Disguise in. You're at that mark now when the level 11s are going to start coming on through. The level 9s in the jungle, that ability to start making those global players on side lanes become really valuable. I think for the side of Ruddy, quietly, G-Trax having a very good start to this game. Was up about 20 CS. This wave's going to get cleared out to an extent by Kava, but if this Jinx gets ahead of the curve, if you can't keep bringing her down, there is a world where Ruddy can start carrying through that. Rich Gang, I think at this point, we do want to see them start pulling the trigger a little bit more regularly. You're the ones with the Taliyah Pantheon. You're the ones with the global pressure. Make it work. A roam here from Matix, who's gotten the shove and a potential attack here on Congolese.
Eyeing that angle up as Taliyah wall comes out here.
Ooh, shove onto G-Trax, cleanses, but it's a little early. Flashes over the wall. They don't quite have enough of a stun. No, never mind. There's the ignite. And down goes the Jinx.
Arrow from the back end is now Hyper's in trouble. He's dead.
Oh, dear.
Very dead to
Nowhere to go. That one kind of sucks. Came down to try and contest around the dragon. Can't do it. And they end up losing 2. And the dragon, rough moment there for Ruddy. They just take everyone down towards that bot side and get a hold of the Jinx.
Yeah, see, before that play, I was wanting to bring up the fact that this game state wasn't too bad for Ruddy in terms of the goal difference, right, between these two teams, between the individuals, and when you consider the scaling aspects of what Ruddy have and the general ease of execution of their composition, you'd be pretty happy to be piloting this comp from the position they're in, but it's all about this pick here onto G-Trax. I mean, it's a bit harsh. In fairness, it almost looks like that W really shouldn't hit, but it's that brief step back that allows for it to happen, and isn't able to cleanse and flash immediately, right? Just a little bit too greedy on the timing. It means that some extra damage comes down, and Kevo, a well-aimed arrow, ensures that Alaric's Ignite finishes off the kill.
Now the gold lead really has ballooned. 2,500 gold. They've got themselves that second dragon. Feeling pretty good about the game state. Not quite at the feat of strength as yet. We need another objective or a first turret to do that. But top side, 1,200 gold lead towards this Aatrox. Jungle, about 1,000 gold as well. Scary position for those two mid-game spikers to be in. On Ozhan, we already heard Aragon shouting about how insane he was not so long ago in that NLC clash, that showdown. The Shinzao in particular was pretty nightmarish. The Pantheon not in a dissimilar wheelhouse in terms of the spikes and item builds, at least.
Certainly not. As Rich Gang now with pretty consistent prio wherever they decide to put down this Aatrox or their Varus on the board. We'll use that to pick up the Herald, but there is a cross map in the offing here on Jake and Hydra.
They're on
looking
wards.
at the bottom side, but the problem is, one, they're on a ward, so there's the flick back, and two, Alaric's already here.
And nearly bye-bye as well, yeah.
He's already here with the ultimate. In fact, he's casting it now. He's on the way.
Where is he going? Hydra in danger. Flashes early. Gets the 3-man route. That means absolutely nothing. Ozan throws a Comet Spear through the skull. And the Nico is down for the count.
Off the count. And the Herald's going to be dropped here too. So this should be a full tower.
Oh, boy.
Here's the reset. I mean, Don Jake stopped his. G-Trax gets his interrupted. That tower's dead.
Gonna try and turn something around, but the shove onto the Jinx means there's nothing to be done. Now Don Jake in danger as well. About to fall down. Rich Gang begin to come alive in this mid-game. A double to Dehast. The Herald will come charging into the tier 2 and the gold lead balloons in front of our eyes.
Yep, almost 5,000 gold now. A consequence of that play. Things are starting to look very, very dire for this ruddy lineup. Rich Gang have the gold in all the right places, the kill in all the right places. That Herald as well. I think they're actually going to just about be able to crack open that tier 2 on the bottom side, so it's even more to continue to extend this lead. And Rich Gang on this pace, on this cadence, just keep on snowballing every single fight. Any place that they feel like Ruddy are overextending, globals will come down and they'll just continue to collapse on them.
It's what we said in draft, right? You're the ones with the double global spiking in the mid game. This is where you get the power of that Pantheon and Teleria. And what do you know? It's not just on the aggressive plays, also on the reactive plays, right? The retreat from Ruddy just couldn't get far enough away.
Yeah, that's the main thing. It's so difficult to really step away from much of this engage, from the perspective of the Jinx, from the perspective of the Orianna, just because of the immobility. It's a lot of weight is on the shoulders of the Nico and the Vi to really kind of assist in terms of that peel, and so far, because of the multiple angles of attack, it's not quite been possible to do so.
Been difficult, and the numbers keep going up for Rich Gang right now. 30 CSR top side, big gold leads in jungle, big gold leads in jungle. About to get another turret, then it'll be 3-0 in the map. Get smaller for Ruddy, the lanes get longer, and the threat of those teleports of the roaming Rel, the ults from the Pantheon and the Talia just get harder and harder to manage. It was going to be a macro pop quiz that Rich Gang were asking of Ruddy, and right now Ruddy unfortunately aren't answering correctly. Maybe they should just put C in all the multiple choice options.
Maybe, getting to that point. You've been on a test like that. You start to go, oh man, I don't know anything on this paper. Yeah, C looks good. You know, I've put C 2 times. I think this third one maybe deserves a B.
The paranoia, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I remember, I mean, as is the many famous cases of stories like this, though, I'm not going to have to hold the point. Alaric will just step away. I can't remember what lesson it was, what class it was. In school, one of our teachers set up an entire exam of multiple choice. It was like 20 questions.
No.
All of them were B.
I hate it.
It was four choices. Every single answer was B. And yeah, let's just say there was only 1 or 2 people that got like 100%
paranoia
on
gets
that
to you.
test.
The paranoia
Yeah.
gets to you.
Paranoia does get to you. Hysteria when the results went out for that test. Quite funny. But that feels like the position that Ruddy may be in, right? I think you might need to at some point, if the walls continue to close in, just kind of look at one play and see if you can make it happen over and over, right? You do have these options available. That said, turtling is never a bad thing either in League of Legends, right? The longer the game goes on, the more valuable the Jinx gets, the more valuable the Orianna gets. And it becomes a lot harder for champions like Talia and like Pantheon to be piloted into frontline options as
Uh-oh.
M1.
Flashing away, but there comes the around, and there comes the Nico!
Oh!
Massive turnaround! G-Track's now excited, they're gonna throw down a lot more autos, the Rockets keep firing off, look on the wall! Kevo flashing on in! And turns it all around! A triple for Rich Gang's AD carry, he's cashing in like the namesake!
Kevo might have been the one to get all the kill credits, but it's that flick back from the haste onto G-Trax and on to M1 that really makes the play all in Rich Gang's favor by the end. They lose their jungle and they lose their support, but again, it's 3 kills going onto this on-hit Varus. Now, crucially, what we have to track really is the summoner spells blown, right? Summoner spells on all of these immobile characters gone. That is going to be so critical for this Archon fight. That is almost certainly going to be coming in the few minutes time. Now it's M1 getting caught out, flashes away from a lot of the CC, but still clipped by a lot of it. But it's this shockwave into the double knockup and the rocket from G-Trax that's so important. But what we don't really get to see is the spreading of this ultimate from Kevo, and he's able to pop so many blight stacks whilst over the wall. Now Hydra in trouble. Is he dead? That's the question. It looks like the answer's no, but that should be a surefire sign to look to start this Archon up.
At this point as well, there's got to be a lot of petals up for the grabs, and if you can end up getting that kind of 20 or so petal discrepancies, it's worth about 2k in stats, something like 1,000 per 10 difference, something like that. So if you can start picking those up, can get very significant indeed. We'll keep our eyes on exactly where they're at, as we can see Hyper on about 12 for the whole of Ruddy. Not quite sure where Rich Gang are at, but once we spot it, I'll give you all a heads up. Now, though, that gold lead continues to extend. 8,000 or so now for Rich Gang. Pretty much an unlosable gold lead, you have to imagine.
One would like to think. But again, there's
It's
always
ERLs.
those magical moments, and it's ERLs. So I'm not gonna, you know, count out Ruddy until they're dead. Especially because we've seen on 2 occasions now the very, very strong-looking wombo combos that can happen. But, I mean, the reality is, you take a look at the bottom of your screen, 2k gold lead, 2.2, 2.2, 1.2. And of course, the XP is starting to really edge away from Ruddy now, especially with that Archon secured by Rich Gang.
Look, you've got a 3-level advantage in bot lane now, out of nowhere. Kevo getting all of those kills really catapulted him ahead of the Jinx, who early on was up a fair amount of CS, is now down 35, down a couple of those kills. It's a rough place to be in. It's the Hex Plate build on the Varus as well, so ults will be up in the blink of an eye. The pick option will nearly always be there for Rich Gang from pretty much anywhere you look, honestly.
Yeah, that's the big problem now. In fairness, if Ruddy can start to maybe look on for picks, especially these immobile carries in Kevo and the Haste. Big shutdowns on those guys, but it will be very difficult, especially when you have to remember there's always the threat of the Pantheon ult to respond, right? And Pantheon should always be close enough for Talia as well. So it will be very hard, but those are the angles that they likely have to look for at this moment, so keep our eyes as that
another
flick
shove!
back.
That's not fantastic from Alaric, but G-Track still dies nonetheless. Hydra lands a tangle bar. Donjik needs to back away. Potentially some turnaround here as Das goes under the turret. Can't quite get the flick back on Hydra, who does get out to safety. Slightly awkward pressings of the buttons there from various members, but now Donjik and Congolese caught into the turret. Ozan looking for an angle on in. They'll get a bit of damage back, but Donjik now stuck there too long, dies to the Comet Spear. And the snowball continues. Matix gets the tier 2 top side. And there's the 10,000 gold lead.
Yeah, this, the back of that plate, I think the game is likely going to be done. The flash timers are coming up now. If it wasn't done before, obviously. But with Rich Gang's carries having those flashes start to return, if those are there, I just feel like the gold deficit, the XP, everything is just a little too far gone. Barring some shenanigans, which is certainly
Still
possible.
got flash.
Tangle barbs? No.
Just behind.
There's a TP
TP
behind him.
Might be the angle. Grand Starfall comes on in, but that's going to keep people rooted away. Ozan, though, is now really far away. Pulled back by the shotgun. TP in response. Aegis not trying to time, but Matix is here. The Aatrox is the world ender. Ends the life of Ruddy. A triple already. More to come at this point. Dahas just keeps kiting away, laughing his way to helping his top laner get a quadra kill. Lights out, and Ruddy put to the giant sword of Aatrox.
That they are. Comes down on their head. And I mean, how far can they go? The death timers are only 20 seconds, so I think ending the game might be a little bit hard, but also, if it's not here, it will certainly be in a couple of minutes' time. It seems like that's what Rich Gang are giving us the option of on this fine Wednesday evening. Ozcan just securing that third Drake. Expect the resets to come through and then looking onto Baron as the next available objective. And I think you could call it maybe a valiant effort at times from Ruddy, but for the most part, this game has been all Rich Gang all the time.
We said that the mid game would be problematic, that they'd set up for it. Turns out it was, and then Ruddy tried to pull the trigger here, can't quite catch the Hast. We said, look, your time to kill is just so short into a comp like this, and everybody comes to collapse. It gets messy once Matix is here.
Aatrox is just so strong at this point in the game, and on a flank angle like that, where you don't even really need to do much to gain access to the backline. It's a pretty free quadra kill by the end of it, and hell, if I was there, I think we would have just seen our first penta of the split. Flash away here. I've currently lost Sam, so I'm going to take over. That's a big shockwave, and that's a big combo, actually, maybe. They can just turn this one around. Ruddy, they've got two off the rip, but here's Max with the World Ender active, and G-Trax just isn't hurting his health bar, and the haste has shown up on the backside to ensure that this is not going to be a weird upset team fight. It's going to be a clean ace here for Rich Gang, just taking a little bit of extra time to kill off this undead Juggernaut. And in the mid lane, the haste already on that mid lane wave, and this should just be Rich Gang's first win of the split. Sam, are you back? Are you with me? Do I have to do more play-by-play? It looks like I do. As Pantheon will ult in, will look to close out this game alongside his solo laners, and they were the two really doing the heavy lifting of this game. Kevo also doing his little bits here and there. Team effort all game long, as a few more kills looking like they're going to be donated over as a pause at the very end of the game. I'm not sure what the pause is for. Once I get confirmation, we'll let you know.
I'm back. Hello, mate.
Hello, Sam. You've just made me play-by-play for the last 30
I'm
seconds.
sorry. I had a VMix issue. It's a disaster. Yep. You did a good job by all accounts. I trust you, Jamada. And literally, I come back as the game is paused and the game is ending. So clearly, the world is looking out for me to all come back fine.
Yeah. Not sure what to say about this game. And as you can see, though, on our screens, the pause timer is coming to an end. And so will the game.
Lights out. Rich Gang put Ruddy to the sword in emphatic fashion in the mid-game. It was supposed to be a done deal with the rosters, with the off-season, with everything against them. And it was just that Rich Gang make sure that it is easy work for them in the end. The mid-jungle in the mid-game put absolutely every play on their back.
Yeah. Even with nameplates off, I feel like this was kind of the best case scenario for this blue side draft, right? Hit item spikes, already won a skirmish or two, really snowball it home. Don't let the Orianna and the Jinx come online, and once we turn the nameplates back on, we saw a few moments of maybes at best, but again, the responses were always just a little bit cleaner, right? The execution and the gold being thrown back at Ruddy's plays, just a little bit heavier, all in all, and they will lose their first game of the split. Rich Gang go 1-0 to start off their day and their summer seeding stage.
Yeah, it was close until it really, really wasn't in that mid-game. It was some pretty brutal stuff. I believe I just got word from production desk. Take it away from here.
Slow early game, but clean late game coming in for Rich Gang. They had everything in the bag, and just as Yamada was highlighting the composition, it was like the exodia of composition on this current patch. Eragon Solari, let's talk a little bit about what happened at the beginning and how it unfolded into this one-sided game in the end.
Can I just say that for the first 10 minutes, it looked very solid for both of the teams, and it did look very solid for Ruddy as well. But after 10 minutes, after some first encounters, everything started to change. And actually, this is one of those this is 11th minute, so this is one of those very first encounters that changed everything, with Don Jake and Hyper trying to go onto Maddox on the top lane, but Maddox popping in the ultimate survives, and honestly, we have to give a lot of props to Maddox here, and I'm going to do that myself, because he's one of those players you absolutely need to be watching. He's only 18 years old right now. He has spent 2 splits in Ultraliga, which I used to be casting with Devils One and with Alio Bank team, who historically has been one of the strongest teams we've had in Ultraliga in the last couple of years. And he has always been pinpointed as the player with a very, very high ceiling and a very versatile champion pool as well. And I feel like today in this game, he has proven to us that he is very good, and you should be watching him, because come on, a quadra kill of all things.
Yeah. I think also I just want to throw some criticism towards, and actually praise towards Matix as well, but the main point that I want to get across is that Sion versus Aatrox is actually Sion favored in the early game. Between Shield Bash, Grasp, and so on, Sion actually usually gets a lead. But moving on from that, giving props to Matix, the big part of this game that was the most important was the fact that there were globals on the side of Rich Gang that had to be played around. And you could see post 10 minutes, post 15 minutes, with the level 6s and the ultimates, they kept playing really well around their globals and ulting to side lane and finding picks and punishing Ruddy's ability to misposition.
Yeah, it's like every time they were trying to overextend or try to play through the silence, it was always these two coming in to punish them.
Yeah.
Though Talia wasn't there just for the global, to be honest, because those knockups from Dehast in every single team fight were on point.
Yeah, I mean, this was the team fight.
Yeah.
That was
Yes.
mental, right? It looks like there may be a comeback, because G-Trax gets a reset on the Jinx. The pop and the counter engage from the Nico ulti, which is something you want to highlight, Solari, looks really good. But then look at the AoE damage here from Dehast and Kevo.
Those health bots were just gone so quickly. Yes, the combined damage from these two, especially from Kevo, who had accumulated so many kills by that point, because pretty much being given to him throughout the game. But yes, looking through the other side of the team just for a second there, those Nico ultimates in every single fight you were looking at, especially in the very last ones, they look like as of that point maybe something is going to change and Red are going to take the lead, because it was always 2, 3, 4 people knock up from Nico, and especially in the beginning of the game, definitely there was some points where Ruddy members were being saved by those Nico ultis.
It's a big graphic in favor of Rich Gang when you look into the damage overall as well. Not even Sion could hold himself in the top side. Only Jinx got those resets, or at least they get excited a few times. Where you thought things were about to happen, it was never a click. I think Rich Gang was always capable of getting a step further, especially with the globals you were talking about. And it does come down to the beginning. I think you highlighted when we were talking about this, Edagon, that Don Jake wanted to be that sneaky at the beginning. And
Yeah.
he almost got something, but the timers were just gone by then.
I get the idea, right? You're Don Jake, you think, maybe the enemy jungler's going to outclass me, maybe the enemy team's going to outclass us, so I'm going to go throw some spicy ganks, right? Where I'm gonna 3-cap into flank around and actually gank mid, popping a flash and make things spicy. But this kind of backfired a bit when he got double grabbed and lost his respawn camps, which was really, really rough to see. But in the end, that largely didn't matter too much. And overall, the biggest thing I wanted to criticize with Ruddy, which I think they could improve very fast, is I wish they would put Hyper on a carry, because I know he has Sion in his match history, but he's their highest elo player, and putting him on Sion feels like it limits him a little bit more. He's the Camille player, he's the Nidalee jungle player, he's the Riven player, he has mechanics, so I think they should lean into that a little bit.
So maybe they were a little bit scared to explore all the options at the first game. They wanted to play safe. It didn't work out for them. For Rich Gang, though, highlighting what they brought, I think the entire team clicked. Although the early game was a little bit slow, wasn't it? I think there would be a little bit more options for them at the beginning of the game, which was kind of a resident sleeper at some times. Do you think they could have popped the trigger a little bit sooner?
They could have. They didn't necessarily have to, especially considering the fact that Ruddy were not really pushing them to do anything or too much in the early game, but there definitely were openings for them, especially around the top lane, which was doing pretty well throughout the beginning of the game. It was pretty much the only lane where we saw some sort of a lead happening for them pre-10th minute. On the bot lane, there definitely was a setup for them, but ultimately them not deciding to go too aggressively and early did work out in this game. It just makes you wonder whether every single opponent they're going to be facing further in this split is going to allow them to have a slower early game if they wish to.
But I like that. They didn't need to, and that's why they took that opportunity, and that's why at the end of the game it was not one-sided, but it was in control of them. As we stand, we're waiting for the interview as soon as possible to also get to know Rich Gang in this new roster. In your point of view, do you believe this roster has what it takes? Because when you look into the rest of the league, it's pretty much stacked, but I'm enjoying this Rich Gang.
I actually want to take a look at my elo thing again, and I wonder where they stack up. Because I think their average elo is actually fairly high, and because of that, I have quite a bit of belief. Yeah, from what I remember, let me take a look. So they are 5th in terms of elo on average, which could obviously change throughout the split, and their jungler, their top laner, I believe, carries it quite hard. So yeah, I think there's a lot of potential. I think solid mid-table to upper is where I expect them to land.
Yeah, they have really solid looking mid lane. They have really good AD carry on their side as well, who also popped off in this game quite a lot. And top lane, of course, as well. I feel like we're going to be talking about these individuals quite a lot throughout the split.
I believe I heard something. I don't know if it's the player who's ready to jump into the interview. If it is, bring him in. If not, I'm just listening to voices, but that's the usual for me. Don't worry about that. I'm a League of Legends player. I play top lane. I know you do as well, Aragon. And there you go. Let's jump into the interview with, I believe, Alaric with us for the first one. Hey!
Hello.
How are you doing, boss? Wait, it's your birthday? It's your birthday?
No. So this is just something my parents pulled up when my little brother had a birthday, and for some reason it's like been there for 6 months. So
It's not even close. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Touche. Boss, how do you feel about beating your old team?
I mean, I feel good. It feels nice to be back and playing again. So
Okay.
I'm
You
really
look
happy.
into this team, this Rich Gang. We were talking about this on the desk. There's a lot of promise. What do you have to say about your team? When you see it from the outside perspective, not as a player, imagine you're a viewer and you look into your team with the information you have. How would you describe Rich Gang?
If I'm a person outside from Rich Gang, it's difficult to describe because when you're in it, it's like completely different. But as a viewer, I feel like you should expect us to work hard and to really show dedication and discipline. And I hope what we show on the Rift is what we are practicing.
So, how has been the duo with the bot lane? I mean, he has a lot of experience on that specific play on the top side near the red buff. Varus just went crazy as well. How has been the synergy with you and your co-player on the bot side?
So Kevo is really chill, so it's working out really well. I'm a bit of a maniac. I play really aggressively, but he's just a great company to have.
Because I know he's really calm when he wants to, but he also can be explosive on the plays. And you're telling me that you want to be like the sort of engage tool? Are you an aggressive support? Is that it? So we can expect a lot of plays on the bot side from Rich Gang?
On the laning phase, maybe not as much, but later stages into the games, I definitely believe so, yes.
Okay, tell me something, Alaric, to wrap this up. How are you feeling about Group B, and where do you think you're gonna land at the end?
As of right now, it's difficult for me to tell. I believe we have a lot of potential. All individual players have really high ceilings, and we are definitely putting in the work that is needed. And whether that's going to be enough to beat a team like Nord, it's up to proof. So we will see next week and how practice goes. And I definitely believe that we have the capacity to take them down, but we will see.
Oh, okay, I'm enjoying this. Last one, this is a surprise, it just came up into my mind. Aragon is a strong believer that elo is extremely important for the competitive scene. Do you agree with that?
Yes, definitely.
I like it. Alaric, thank you so much for this one. I'll see you soon. Best of luck for the next game, and let's see what happens. Good
so
job
much
so
for
far.
having me.
Really clean.
Thank you.
Hey,
My goat.
1 out of 1.
He's a believer.
1 out of 1. I'm gonna do this the entire day, by the way. Aragon.
Okay.
I'm gonna do this entire day
Okay.
just to get
Try
a
to
feel
add
of it.
on the in terms of predicting the placements. I think that's a good place to go in particular. But yeah,
like
no,
this.
a believer. It's good.
I believe, but they feel comfortable as well. Even bringing the, we might even be able to face Nord, because Nord's team is stacked. Like it's extremely
scary.
scary.
Yeah, that's. I think that's reaching a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, you think so?
I think Nord is absolutely mental. I think Nord is gonna be crazy this split, and they are solidly second without a doubt.
Okay, let's see what happens. But as soon as we see them play, until then, we jump into a quick break. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you soon. It's starting off well. Day 2 of Summer Split. I'll see you soon. Game 2, no time to waste, no time to
back.
die. Let's see, it's gonna be Chaos versus Venom Crest. A lot of changes as well. Let's bring up the rosters as soon as possible, because this one is going to start really soon. I just heard a lot of things.
I'm
Don't worry
hearing stuff
about
as
it.
well. What's going on? There we go.
Hey! This is the team for Chaos. We do have a quote from Scuffed, if possible, before the champion select. And because we need to talk about Chaos. So if you can, while we're seeing this presentation, what do we have to say about this composition?
Can I just say, they changed 4 out of 5 players, so you will see Sniller, who was the support for them in the previous split. He's the only one remaining. All the other 4 players are new. And Sniller did recommend some of the players, according to Duckling, who was a lot of information about Chaos for us, by the way. Thank you, Duckling. Sniller was the one helping out the team to find the best roster for the split, because they do have really high expectations, but I'm not going to tell you just yet.
Yeah, I mean, Sniller, I remember, was on a team with my friend, actually, Chimera, and he won the 4 Nations tournament, which was the tier below, right? Also on a team with Scuffed, which gave his input on what his goals are.
This split is my chance to prove I can hold my own against some of the best. I'm not here to just show up. I'm here to win, make a name for myself, and prove this is only the beginning. When you look into this league with the stacked up players we have, making a statement like this, I don't know what
spooky.
Yeah, what did you say to him to get this quote, Eragon?
It was just like, what are your aspirations for joining now that you're in a tier 1 ERL? You know, what are your aspirations for this split specifically? Not even the entire year, just this split. And that was what he said. He wants to immediately off the bat, hit the ground running and do really, really well. So, you know, props to him. Setting a goal is important, and it's a lofty one, but I hope he can do it.
Yeah, and apparently the whole team agrees with him, because, again, according to Duckling, the whole team really aims to finish top 4 in this split.
Hey, that's not the easiest, especially with the way they started on the previous one. So let's see how they're going to hold up. Chaos versus Venom Crest on the other side as well. We talked about it. They have a lot of talent coming in. Air is more known on that department. So this is also their opportunity to shine and rise above. Camille is going to be the first ban, followed up by the GP. So far, we have all those priority picks open. Well, Gwen is gone. Let's see if Varus is going to be removed. Oh boy.
Yeah, that's a lot of top lane pinches. Is Vayu a Teemo player and a Gangplank player? Is he one of those in top lane? Top lane's getting really pinched here.
He might be. I can't tell for sure, but he might be one of those
Scout is
two-trick players.
OPGG, but
Yeah.
I would understand if they want to target that, because that's obnoxious to deal with. But I mean, your OP picks are still available, your Rumbles, and so on. if you want to go down that route. But yeah, a lot of top lane pinching.
Nothing in the jungle, I gotta say, so far, which feels a little bit... Okay, as I was saying, the Pantheon is going to be the one removed from Venom Crest, but pretty much every other pick, including the Wukong you are gonna have been talking about in the pre-show today, is still available for Chaos.
I think you've got some OP picks available. Varus, Rumble, there it is, the Varus. And typically what you do into Varus is you usually match it with Jhin to match the range and neutralize the lane. If you want to go down that route, you can also match the range with stuff like Ezreal, or pick Corki into it. That's alternatives. It looks like they're going to go for the Ezreal route for Baki. And we'll see how they match it. In terms of jungle, probably. Wukong's very popular in this league. At the very least, it was yesterday. You could also go down the Xin Zhao route. That's the other S tier jungle that's available.
Yeah, it might be the case with Wukong just being popular with Group 1. You know, we'll see how Group 2 decides to go with their picks. But yeah, so far we haven't seen him today, I believe. But Vi apparently is getting really popular in Group 2, and it's going to be paired up with Ezreal here for Venom Crest.
Yeah, it's interesting because Vi actually wasn't that high prio in MSI. It was decently prio, but because of the nerfs, it actually hasn't been as prio picked. But yeah, it looks like they're going to go for Vi. Typically with Vi, you want to pair it off with strong lanes. So if you're going to go Ez plus another range lane, that's fine too. Or you go Nautilus for the double lockdown. Stuff like Ezreal Calm is available as Leona if you want to go down that route.
I could also look into some mobile mid lane. Like in the previous game, we saw not a mobile mid laner paired up with Vi, it was Orianna, but there was the idea of the ball delivery from Vi. But in the previous split, we had a lot of priority for Vi plus Ahri combo for pretty much the majority of the teams.
Yeah, Talia's open as well, right? So alongside the ball delivery options, you also have Talia to go for Vi Talia if you want to. You probably want to deny that from the Talia-Viego duo as well. I think that'd be your best bet. Alternatively, you could just match top and pick the Aatrox into the Scion again. That is one of your options. You have a ton of options into the Scion if you want to match top, but you could just pick another role and pinch that role in terms of bans too.
Okay, this Viego is still not getting the
Talia
changes that we're gonna get on the next patch. So this is still the MSI patch. Talia follows up with the Vi. At least you have something to pair it up with the Vi with, so she's not alone. Yeah,
typically into Talia, your answers are control mages, stuff like the Orianna, stuff like the Victor, but those aren't the best pairings with Viego. So you're probably going to look for stuff like Annie as a good pairing with Viego that you could ban away if you want to pinch mid laners for the side of Venom Crest. Syndra, also a control mage that works really, really well into the Talia, so you're getting rid of that. And on the other side, you're probably going to be pinching top laners. Aatrox, again, is a great answer into the Scion.
I love the idea of Annie for Chaos there. Would love to see a bit more control brought into the composition if they want to throw that Annie, for Scuffed on the mid lane, so probably for Sneal something like Nautilus, Leona, something just to provide additional safety. Because we did saw an Annie yesterday on the mid lane, and unfortunately it was pretty hard for her to catch the enemies off guard with a T-Burst. But here, especially when you have stuff like Ezreal and Talia who can really easily get away from you, you either bring in a bit more control to your team or you look into other mid laners.
So we'll see what they round out their last ban with. Again, I said it was Annie. Again, you could do Orianna. Whatever mid laner that you don't want to play against as a Talia. Usually there's long-range control mages or pairings with the Viego. It's up to you if you're air. It looks like Ahri, also another good pairing with the Viego. Hasn't seen as much play recently, but that's what they're going to get rid of. So now a lot of options available for Scuffed as bans get rounded out with a rel engage support. Now, Nautilus is open, Leona is open. I expect these hard engage supports to be highly prioritized. Unless you want to go for a strong laner in terms of the 2v2 matchup with something like a Karma Ezreal. That's also a viable option.
You should probably go for the top lane here. You already know your opponent and you save the support for last. I'm expecting an engage support as well. And there you go. Because I was looking at the Vi, I'm like, she doesn't have a lot of support when she goes in the late game. The setup for mid lane ganks is there, but who's going to pair the Vi with the all-in engage? So there you go. Now on the support, you're a little bit more comfortable.
I quite like the Renata duo with Varus Renata and then Viego as well, because you keep the Viego alive long enough to get a reset sometimes. That's quite nice. Alternatively, you just lock in the Nautilus for the point-and-click CC onto the Ezreal mobility. That's great too, because you're in this composition, you're really bursting a first target to secure that reset for Viego. So that's probably the option. Alternatively, again, you could just go Nico, and Nico Varus is a very strong lane 2v2. So lots of options here. We'll see what Sniller goes for. From memory, I think he's an engage support player, but I guess we'll see that confirmed.
Really loves to engage.
Yeah, so there's Nautiluses and stuff like that, but we also have the Rise locked in for Scuffed in the end. Oh, okay, no, that was... no, of course it's going to be Nautilus in the end. So we are bringing in even more control from that mid lane. We're bringing in a lot of scaling for the mid lane as well, so looking into potentially longer games here for Chaos.
Yeah, I think your options here are Alistair and Braum if you want to concede having the synergy between Braum and Vi, but there's the Alistair for a good matchup into the Nautilus because you're super tanky, and also you have the disengage and the dive that works well with the Vi dive composition. So I like this composition for Venom Crest, but I also like the composition for Chaos. Both compositions make a lot of sense in terms of their identities, and it's not a one-sided draft on either side.
Who do you think is going to take the lead at the beginning of the game?
Oh, I hate Viego in general. But generally, what wants to happen with Vi compositions is she'll farm up early game, get to level 6, and then start making plays. You also have very slow scaling in terms of the Ezreal and the Cassante and side lanes. So I think that composition could be a little bit slower to ramp up, but in mid game they could hit hard.
Well, it's the first time these two teams are going to show up with these rosters, so let's see what they're capable of. First game was interesting in favor of Rich Gang, ready with one loss so far. Who's going to join the 1-0 of Group B? They can rate casters? Let me know.
I think we are both pretty on the same level as the desk there. Both drafts feel pretty playable to me, Adrian.
Yeah, I mean, I think for, this side on Chaos, it's a little bit more point A to point B, right? You have Nautilus, you have Viego, you want resets, right? You've got a bunch of CC, loads of lane prior across the board. In the case of the mid lane, you might have to expend a bit of HP for it, but that's really what you're looking for.
Yeah.
For Venom Crest, it's a little bit more nuanced. You're likely going to be playing for re-engage, is my best, guess here. And I think trying to catch people off on rotations and more along those lines, because my expectations here are that Chaos should have early lane priority, and a majority of these lanes here, it's going to be more about how Venom Crest, in the early stages at the very least, are going to be able to react, and hopefully, for their sake, catch some people out.
And you've got a Taliyah, you've got a Pantheon, that's very doable. You have got the tools to make that happen. You've got some very scary combos to work with there, so that can definitely be done. And again, you hit the mid-game, suddenly you've got Ezreal and Taliyah at 2 items, your range comes online a bit better. You've definitely got tools there, but I agree perhaps with your take there that, look, if you land that first bit of CC, Rune Prison comes on in, the Viego stun comes on in, the resets start rolling. If that first pick happens, things get very scary, and a lot of your key then for Venom Crest will be preventing that from happening or punishing people if they do overplay their hand in making it happen.
Yeah, definitely. And we are just in the loading screen. I can leak some information to you now. The Varus is going on hit, so that's also going to be something to kind of keep our eyes on once we do hit the Rift, which will hopefully be in a few moments' time. And I mentioned that because of how we've kind of seen a bit of a dichotomy of lethality against on hit. It's always sometimes a debate, but I think as time's gone on, people kind of just acknowledge Varus is just two different champions.
Yeah.
But I especially feel like here, in this game on hit, whilst you could match the range and arguably outrange basically everyone, or unarguably really outrange everyone on Venom Crest, I actually like the on-hit here a little bit more. I think it delivers a bit more on that promise of early lane domination potentially, but also I think crucially, if he's not the one soaking up the initial engage tools of Venom Crest, the amount of DPS that he gets to hand back out for free with what should be a very solid and beefy front line of bruisers and tanks, he's going to be chilling. So we'll see how this Varus gets on as the game progresses.
We'll keep our eyes on it. The decision's been made nonetheless, has gone towards that on-hit variety. Is the substitute for today as well, so we'll be stepping in for the regular AD carry. See whether Baki, on the other hand, can pull his anime namesake here and become the strongest monster in the world. What a weird anime that is.
Still haven't watched it. I'm not sure I ever will.
I've seen the memes.
The only thing I know is, of course, the one-handed push-up, which a lot of gym bros try to imitate, which is always very, very fun. Junglers starting up on the top side for the time being, so it seems like they will match each other in a couple of minutes, and we'll see how Shakal and Cobbs end up in terms of the pacing and the tempo.
Yeah, completely agree on that one. Scuff getting a bit of shove here in the mid lane. He said he might have to trade some HP. Not happening so much there early. Top side, it's tank v tank action. The most exciting thing in League of Legends of all time. Just grass proc for grass proc, as we'll be seeing a lot of that regularly.
Yep, Cassante seen a... Well, is it proper to say a resurgence? I'm unsure. I mean, but certainly throughout MSI, it felt like he became a more and more prominent option for top laners. Earlier and earlier in the draft, even though it was, of course, fearless. See how Bust gets on. very powerful champion. I think people were quickly reminded, right? I think we were seeing a lot more Renekton, a lot more Sion, kind of earlier on in these drafts. Cassante was kind of turning into a 4 for a game 5 pick at times. If it was still up and available. As MSI progressed, though, that tempo kind of changed. Junglers still matching each other in tempo for the time being. And, yeah.
I think also we start seeing things like, you know, the Gwens, the Rumbles are great, but you have actually got to be able to pilot them as teams. You've got to be able to actually get value out of them, and sometimes just playing something a bit more straightforward compositionally about, look, we need a frontliner. We know who's going to carry. I'm better at this style of play. Let's go towards it. Does make some sense. You know, you still got people like Flandre out there who do often prefer to take a Sion angle if they find that opportunity in there and about, and that clearly has been the case today. And of course, Vayu, known for having some weirder picks in his back pocket. We saw the Teemo ban for good reason. This guy who has pulled out Teemo in official matches and been a bit of a menace with it.
Still one of the, to date, weirdest games of League I've got. And I'm very glad that I had the, frankly, the honor to cover that one. I was in spring. I don't even remember when exactly it was in spring. I just know it was in spring. Someone finally let it through, and I want to say it actually ended up losing, but it was like not an easy win. As here we are, fight over the Skull Crab.
Oh, that's a lot of damage going straight on down to Cobbs, who flashes away, but the Ignite's already on in a dangerous position. The Snilla flashing on out, but now Ristrengen and Snilla in a potentially dangerous 3v2. Can they keep running away? Snilla should have a queue up soon enough, and the hail of arrows will dissuade any further chase. It's a kill for a kill here. Shackle's also fallen down. Not sure who ended up getting the Skull Crab. No one. It's still alive.
No one. It's still alive. It was blood for the Blood God.
Yeah, that's it. Corn is happy. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. We'll see. Both junglers are opening out onto the top side. So round two.
Yeah.
Potentially. Air is the one who seems to have first move right now, though, on this top side. So that should be Skull Crab secured. Right. Right. With surely.
Be. Scuffed is also coming around, potentially looking for a pinch. Does land the Rune Prison, now looking for the turnaround stun, but the flick back means it's probably a 1-for-1. Flash away from Scuffed, and then goes air and gets out alive.
Skull has flash.
Now. Shackle going to try and find his value, does step on forward with that flash and gets the kill back. Additional flash required, but it does end up being the 1-for-1.
1-for-1 again. This time it's both mid laners that pay the price for their junglers' thirst and desire for death. And it will be Shackle who does secure that topside Skull Crab and will be able to just keep his farming ways going. Keep that little bit of tempo up as, what's the replay? Is it the bot side play or the top side play? It's the top side one. And this is what I was talking about loading in, right? These early skirmishes are certainly ones that theoretically should go the way of Chaos, just because of the ease of execution. Rune Prison into the Spectral Maw, it's 2 bits of CC as, ooh, Dredgeline barely missed there.
Gets to rock surf away and gets out to safety. He has been a very, very clutch player for Venom Crest Serpents. Their academy team had an incredible run down in the Four Nations Cup, the Academy League, the Tier 2 league here towards the NLC. He and Bust moving up from their squad, just coming off a fantastic run down in spring and winter. In fact, some of the coaching staff coming up as well. In fact, one of their coaches was coaching for Chaos not so long ago as well. So big step ups here to the main team. And so far, so good for Air on one of his quintessential mages, doing a really good job here on the Talia, getting those early kills and early leads, and escaping there from a little look in towards the mid lane again.
Yep. All eyes on this mid matchup from both teams. No one wants a particularly large lead going one way or the other, but it will be Scuffed. Does tick over to level 6 just a little bit earlier than his lane opponent, and we'll see if this maybe turns into something, because as you can see, Cobbs is on Vision, on Dragon. Oh, play onto Air, and it's gonna work. And they still have,
beautiful.
And they can move over.
Wonderful, wonderful stuff. Cheat the Dragon take for Air from Venom Crest with a wonderful Realm Warp, and the kill onto the mid laner. Air can't survive third time of the charm, and will finally go down there in a wonderful pickup. There's the replay in the picture-in-picture. Despite the shove, just not enough to get away from the Rune Prison. Does not pick up 200 gold and goes straight to jail.
Yeah, for a moment I was a bit confused about why Scuffed was owing upwards instead of towards the Dragon. Turns out it's because they had that opportunity to very quickly snap onto Air. So fair play to Shackle, who was waiting in that bush, and obviously Scuff for the follow-up. And they effectively say, thank you for the leash, thank you for the kill. They'll get the feats of warfare, get their way onto boots, and it feels good because throughout, I think, the back half of spring, the feats weren't as strong, right? It wasn't really until I think maybe the playoffs patch where feats were actually a little bit buffed, and definitely something worth contesting, right? Worth fighting over. We've definitely seen it in pro play in Tier 1, where sometimes teams will kind of throw down a lot more maybe than they would have in previous patches at the start of the year to ensure that they can secure those boots, as Bust is doing his best to prevent this proxy from going down, and he does stop Value from getting this cannon minion for now, and he's not going to miss too much himself either.
Tries to interrupt it, and the Q doesn't
Still
pick up the
not got it.
cannon, so actually, you know what? Not bad as far as denial goes.
And I'll give you confirmation he didn't get that cannon.
Oh, wow.
So, you know, big
Job
mental
done.
win there. Yeah, big mental win there for Bust. There's actually Value now start to move over to these grubs, and he's just sitting in fog just to ensure that, you know, Venom Crest think twice about this rotation over. If he stays any longer, he will drop a wave bot, so does decide to move over, and now this is Venom Crest window to maybe sneak in and contest the third one, but they don't have vision. They don't really know what's going on fully, and they will just give it again. Value still sat in fog of war. They're just a little bit concerned, so Value will drop a plate and a couple of minions to secure all 3 grubs, and that's going to feel very, very good for Chaos.
Skipper now looking potentially at Shackle, who's at the level 7 mark, so potentially a scary target to hold up. But there's the double early objectives, partly, of course, off that really good Realm Walk play. They got the Dragon, nice reset and roam in there. So Venom Crest kind of waste their time just a little bit there. And Chaos, of course, Norwegian org, but have picked up a full Danish roster. Looking to be very scary, this split. We're hearing a lot of people say there's some very strong members on here. A lot of love there that Duckling's been telling us all about in the back room. About how good some of these members will be, see whether they can match up against the likes of Nord and Lost Returns, who are clearly sitting at the pinnacle, at least in pre-season's expectations. And again, we are coming in here to an NLC split where we've got back-to-back EMEA Masters champions in here. It is always going to be a mighty mountain to climb for any new roster, and Chaos looking to do it with some Nordic flair.
To get through Venom Crest first, though. Technically a British organisation. Gotta claim it somewhere when and where you can. And off to a good start in that regard. And they kind of just can chill out, farm for the next, you know, minute and a half or so. See if they can get any IM completions going. I think particularly for Shakal, right, on these components, he should be very, very close to that first item. Though actually, as I think about, what would those 3 items go into off the top of my head? Because it's got the half-bound axe and a recurve bow. Is there an item I'm just blatantly missing here that I haven't seen in a little while?
Yes, is that not Kraken Slayer?
Is that just Kraken, I guess? Yeah.
I think it is Kraken Slayer, isn't it?
I thought Kraken Slayer had another AD component
No, it
attached
doesn't.
to it,
They've
and
changed it
half-bound was
around,
the attack
'cause it
speed,
doesn't
so they
have
must
crit
changed it
anymore.
around again.
Doesn't have crit anymore, so that's the build. It's attack speed primarily. I'm pretty sure that's what it is, which makes sense as well for the Viego.
Yeah, I was wondering. I just thought that Kraken Slayer had a slightly different build path, that's all, but that should be the IM completion at this point, and it is. So he is particularly powerful right now. Level 8, and Cobbs has come back out onto the map without that Divine Sunderer. Divine Sunderer, tells you where my mind is. Sundered Sky.
I still miss the Aunt upgrade names for all of those, because like Deicide is the name for the...
yeah.
Where it's just went so hard. What an upgrade name.
Yeah, very, I mean, a lot of the names are very cool, right? There was,
Oh, hang
the
on.
name, Dredge Line's not going to connect. What was the name for Eclipse? I mean, obviously the upgrade is still
Syzygy.
there.
Syzygy was
Syzygy,
what
which is
upgrade,
like,
yeah.
is it like 3 planets in a line instead or
It's
something?
the whole,
Oh,
basically the
Scuff is
whole
in trouble.
solar system. Hang on, they're going to go over the wall there with the ultimate. Does lead it into a bit of a 1v1. Ristengen coming on over here. Takes away the blast cone. In comes the Chains of Corruption. And now in danger. Flash headbutt pulverize over the wall. Baki now looking to try and turn his one. Still flashes away. Gets the reset. The Shackle looking to find some value. The Talia dead as well. Mid jungle down for the count. And that means, unfortunately, you can make your will unbreakable as you like. Your body, definitely less so. Baki looking like a backer at this point. The idiot will fall. Perhaps a little harsh. He was the one who went least deep. But there we go. The pun was made. And Chaos come away with 4 members to the good.
It's just a brief moment of overcommitment as Value's forced to flash here, but it's also an unwilling forceful commitment because Cobbs is dragged over the wall to the red buff pit by Scuffed's flash, and at that point, so deep into the enemy jungle, the collapse is very, very easy, and once Shakal gets that first, or Shackle rather, gets that first reset, fight felt pretty over, and Chaos will secure their second dragon of the game. It will be another Cloud Soul on offering. So we're 2 for 2 today. We'll keep an eye on the souls. I always like to.
Who's got the better move speed buffs here? I feel like Rise with it is pretty nutty. I feel like Sion with it can be pretty nice.
I think it's
Alistair's pretty good.
pretty night and day. I think
Yeah.
that Chaos's comp works significantly better with
I can see it. I
with
mean, like,
that
but
soul.
Cassante, Vi, Talia, all pretty good with it.
Yeah, but like also think about Arise, who's come out of a Realm Warp, who
Yeah.
already has a lot of innate movement speed anyway,
Yeah.
right? Through the
On hit Varus.
Yeah,
Yeah,
on hit
that's
like
it.
press R. Oh, and now I get to glide even harder. You know, like I just think the use cases are a little
good.
bit more oppressive
Sion
as
after pressing
one
R, I see it.
side.
Yeah, okay, well, we're moving about Cloud Soul. When you're right, Scuff was potentially in danger, but they run out of a wave and Air takes a turret shot, so not as much there as perhaps there could have been. Didn't want to overplay their hand.
Just a bit apprehensive. You could tell by the way that they kind of approached that bottom side turret and the jiggling, right? You know, the moving back and forth. It does mean that Shackle maybe has an opportunity to actually sneak into this top side jungle, take away a camp. It's being marked by Baki here. Will it stop it? More apprehension from Shackle here. As remember, I don't actually think he's based in a little while since that dragon. So he's
Can they
got a
catch
lot
him?
of gold.
Hang on. Oh, they
Yeah.
stopped him. He's got to be a bit worried. He's got a blast gun, but where does he go? He's got to ult. That's a difficult position. On the W, not quite well timed enough. Could potentially go all out here. Value
All
now
out
coming
isn't
on
there.
over, looking to get the decimating smash. Just get a different angle in. Air
Uh-oh.
is now coming on over, and that's just way too deep from Shackle. Ends up dying as a result of his mistimed reset. Now the fight can continue. Vayu in danger. Does land a decent decimating smash. The Chains of Corruption land, but will it keep people safe? Little late there on a Skipper's ult there. Ends up getting caught out by the Chains of Corruption regardless. Can't cleanse the CC. There ends up only being the one kill, despite Venom Crest pulling quite a lot of triggers.
Early, actually, on the ultimate from Alistar, because it's very difficult visually. Hold on, Snilla.
Now potentially turning this
But
one around.
back.
Still, it's gone a bit deep. He is going to be headbatted right back across the unraveled earth. And that means that Nautilus is going to go for a little bit of a journey into the drink. Throws out his depth charge, but it's really just a 21 gun salute to his own demise.
Yeah, I mean, actually, the reason why this might be so important is that Chaos and their early skirmishing power is not wholly reliant on their ultimates, but there are quite a few that are pretty important. And with the Herald coming up in 30 seconds' time, it does mean that for Venom Crest, whilst those ultimates are down, things might be on a slightly more even keel until then. We'll see how things transpire over the contest for this Herald, though, of course, important to note, with Chaos and Shakar getting that second dragon, as well as the grubs earlier, they do have the feats already unlocked, so we'll be able to purchase those upgrades when and where they see fit in a couple
The strongest
of minutes
shoes of all time.
Yep, the strongest shoes of all time.
Gold, though, has largely now evened up to an extent. They did get a lot back, of course, as we kind of reset after that. The gold swings back to about 1,000, but it's now largely in the jungle. Shackle, of course, coming back to the NLC, was around for a long, long time, was on teams like Absolved back in the day. Here has been playing for a little while, but has got a significant lead on this Viego's, going towards the Titanic Hydra second as well for a really heavy burst with like that auto Q, auto Titanic prop kind of madness you can pull off. A little bit of a route there onto Hobbs. I think Venom Crest might want to fight this Jamada.
Yeah, there's definitely an angle for it. They're almost coming back up in a few minutes' time, but the problem is Chaos have their ults now. The Herald is at 2k. If the eye opens up,
Headbutt away.
Oh,
Skipper's just
they got
taking
it.
it up, but they take it away. He's going to flash out. But where does he go? Going to try and find a bit more damage. Can't quite hurt him till right now. The Chilling Smite comes on through. This
Chains
Alice
Corruption.
still dashing away, but it's a stolen body, which means the headbutt pulverize after. Venom Crest tried to keep the Alistair alive and ended up giving up 2 kills. Realm Warp in. Back, he might be at the wrong end of this turnaround. Going to try and get the reset in, and I don't think they're going to be able to quite interrupt this back. And out gets the Ezreal, but rather than losing one, they try to play greedy and ended up losing the extra member.
yeah, I'm quite surprised that Chaos didn't attempt to maybe just dive Baki there, get the summoner spells out. Snilla did have his ultimate come back up, but they're not willing to overcommit on this exchange, right? Take the finger, not the whole hand, as the old coaching saying used to go. They will get their first tower up in the top side too on this push, so Scuffed will have a fair bit of additional gold in his back pocket to reset on, and there you go, first tower secured. Dragon in 20 seconds time. He'll have teleport, so if he needs to be somewhere on the map immediately whilst this dragon spawns up, he can be, and Chaos is still definitely a foot in first to secure this dragon. Value on the bottom side still.
Titanic Hydra did just get completed for Shackle, who's now 6-2, has really taken off this game. If he lands a solid combo onto the Talia, I mean, pretty much anybody in this game at this point,
Anyone.
bluntly, it's gonna suck. No other way around it. Bust will attempt to ensure that the rest of his team doesn't follow his namesake. In fact, he's the only one with a gold lead, slightly ironically. Doing his very best to stay in the game. The step-ups from the Academy system doing their best. Lands a pretty good combo though, goes all out and overcomes the Vi. This could get very dicey. Flash away, does land another Q3, but can't quite secure the full all-in.
Yeah, he was aiming for the wall there to try and drag him into Cobbs. Now Snilla has flash if he needs it. Great! Oh my god! Fantastic buffer.
Turn around. Shackle now in danger. He's not very tanky at the minute. The Viego goes down. The Ruined King out and taken. Cobbs will trade out that kill alongside his skipper going down, but the jungle being down as the Drake spawns is not great news for the side of Chaos. Their support also at about a third HP, looking to jump on it. And the Rune Prison sent straight to jail. They've turned it around on the other side though. They picked up Snilla. Katrina drives some damage as Air stays alive on next to no HP. They keep finding more. Looking to try and get a little bit onto Scuff, who does manage to run away just enough there with the phase rush, but they've killed off the Scion as well. A remarkable sequence there from Venom Crest.
It's messy, and Venom Crest are the great beneficiaries of this play. They're going to be able to stop the dragon stacking, and I think that the Viego shutdown went onto someone useful. I could be wrong. If we get a replay, we'll get confirmation. Ooh, alright, well, still, nonetheless, this is a sequence that greatly hampers Chaos' snowball in this game, and they are going to be on a little bit more of an even footing, but the initial engage here comes as they're actually making a play on the bottom side, remember, but the buffer is fantastic from Snilla, and then Shuckle just, he goes in unawares that the Vi is behind him after making that bottom side play, and he's able to get jumped onto very, very easily. Whilst the Alistar does drop, Air does a fantastic job of getting a lot of damage out, and he also dodges away from Vayu's Scion ultimate, but it's about the re-engage afterwards, right? The overcommitment kind of on the top side here from Vayu, and this Archangel shield is
massive.
Pretty much what keeps him alive. There's nothing else to say about it, as there's no amount of damage still left in the tank here from Chaos, because the flick back also prevented any more damage coming through.
Huge moment there. He's actually gone for the Ryalize here as well, because it is a relatively short-range comp from Chaos. If you get slowed as the Rise, as the Viego looking for kills can get a bit tricky now, trying to jump onto the Scion again. It's Air doing some of the damage here. Not the highest damage build, but they're still going to be able to potentially bring down this Scion anyway. Can't quite time it perfectly with the end of the Scion ult, but I don't think there's anywhere for Vayu to go. A Vault Breaker into the Relentless Force. Not quite enough to bring him down, but overcomes the Ezreal. Going to be donated this kill, and Baki on the killing spree. Traded out for that tier 1 bot side, but on the whole, not the end of the world, especially as Air going to keep shoving topside. Atacon is up, though. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, Atacon's up, and they used Fire Orb. I mean, Chaos could very happily just turn around, even for the potential of like an Air TP, but they see Air on vision right now, right? They know he's taking this top 1 tower.
He's got tier 1. He's got to teleport.
Yeah, but he's out of mana, so he has to base before he even makes this happen. So Chaos are on a bit of a timer, though again, the apprehension kind of sneaks into the mines, and maybe this just ends up turning into a leash because Vayu has no TP or no ult.
Here comes the Taliyah.
It's 5k.
The wall forces Shackle into a difficult position. Knocked into the wall is Snilla. Won't be pulled back quite yet. Burst doing his best to keep his health bar up and won't quite go down. The flash head, but Pulverize onto 3 is good. Skipper trying to back away here, but will skip into an early grave. Trying to buy some time.
Resets.
Finds the Q3. Doesn't mean all that much, and he goes like his namesake. His health bar goes bust. Wait, look at the turnaround. Cobbs into the backside, but will eventually go down. Shackle doing his best.
Shackle needs the body.
Dancing. Look at the backers, and they can't keep him down. It took a little while, but they turn out they will be the Ghostbusters. And then sure, the Wraith of Viego finally falls. Venom Crest come away with the win, and they got the Atacon as well.
Yeah, critically, Venom Crest are the ones who walk away with that buff, and things started to get dicey. If Shackle was able to get his hands on Cobbs' body there and take away the Vi Vessel, I mean, that could have gone real bad. Everyone might have ended up dying, and the gold trade might have been a little bit more favorable, but in the end, things, I would say, once the dust settles on this play, feel a lot better, and it's so many different members stepping up at different moments, right? This flash pulverized here from a skipper, fantastic. The attempt from Bust to try and keep his support alive, but the Heartbreaker buffer through comes in, but instead of 3-man Pathmaker backwards, but he doesn't get the all-out to come through. And then Shakal goes a little bit too far forward. If he Heartbreakers forward here, if he's got the confidence to do that, he can almost certainly take Cobbs' body. Then look for just a bit more, potentially. He'll get the... remember, he gets everything out of a champion's kit. If he's able to press a single ability onto anyone with Vi's body, he gets that shield. And he's probably able to stay alive with Vayu's massive meat shield and health bar eventually available on the back end of that fight. But now we're a minute and a half away from this dragon. And we'll see which way it goes, because these fights, ever since that mid play, right, where everyone kind of overextended on both sides, the game's been very volatile, Sam.
And both of these mid laners have stacked their Dark Seals up to nearly the maximum. We're one off 20 stacks between the two of them. At some point, you feel like there might be a call into the library at some point soon. Scuffed and Air been playing so well. Doing a very good job of staying alive critically, which is pretty important. At the moment I say that, Air was briefly in a potential 1v4, I suppose, with the Realm Warp available, but won't be jumped on. From chatting with a few of the Four Nations casters, shout out to the likes of Harold and Temporal, we're saying, look, Air, one of those really clutch late game players, always finds an angle. Bust also pretty good at the flanks, but, you know, we're into Chaos, who have pulled together a pretty nasty roster of their own. We said it was going to be close. It has been back and forth and back again. 20 seconds on that Cloud Dragon, and everyone's here to play, Jamada.
That they are. No one's catching a side wave. Mid lane Prio might be the next contested thing. Venom Crest doing well to stay pretty connected here as a unit. Air just off on the side, needs to be a little bit careful. As Chaos, they will yield a lot this mid wave, but they have position. And now Snilla may be in trouble.
Oh, he's just gone. There's no tanky to stall on the other side.
Oh.
Look at the back line. They're going to try and blow that one up. But what about this? Of course, the Viego isn't there and is still running after the Talia, who keeps going away. The rest of the fight goes so damn wrong. Check your bank accounts. You're going bust.
That they are. Oh, the flick back doesn't connect. If Shackle finds that, maybe he can make a bit of a hero play, because Air is so strong. He would have had the stats of Air there. Flick back almost certainly would have killed Cobbs, or at the very least, he would have come close. He's got the Sterak shield still available. That's how one-sided that forward movement was from Venom Crest. They'll secure the second dragon for themselves. Second Cloud Dragon. And dragon to dragon. We are even, and Baron's now up in 40 seconds. That will be the next point of contention, no doubt. 30 kills in 24 minutes. Something. Blood for the Blood God. Started off with Scuttles. Tempo stayed the same. As the replay here on this front line is Snilla just not able to press a single button, just CC'd 100 to 0. Cobbs goes forward onto Scuffton, forces that flash out, and from the second he doesn't have flash at this point here now, the fight just isn't really playable, right? Maybe you can reposition towards Vayu, allow Vayu to be your front line beefcake, but isn't able to happen. And speaking of Vayu,
here we go, lands the Q, the Sundered Sky proc comes on forward. Air doing a fair amount of damage, has got the Leandries in now, so a little bit more damage, but there's the ult from the side of Vayu, gets out to safety. They can't quite secure the pick. Third item now done for Baki, who is now 7, 1, and 7. He has been the team fight carry that Venom Crest have needed. He was in the 4-man fight. He got most of the value, while Shackle, who has pretty much the entirety of the gold advantage that Chaos had, was busy chasing after Air and took a long time to bring him down. Was realistically the difference maker in that last fight. Couldn't turn up with the body in good order. A necromancer he may be, but he wasn't there in time.
That's the critical part. And I think the other small part was just that Farsight alteration. Because maybe, I mean, at the end of the day, Chaos did step a bit too far forward. The flick back happens. There's resets, and I mean, if Viego this strong, right? Being able to get one rotation of spells out on, frankly, any character, any champion on Venom Crest is pretty high value. I mean, obviously, if you take Ezreal, then you also get to just, like, DPS from a fair distance, and I feel like Baki might have even had 3 items at that fight as well.
Yeah, it's a big deal. I mean, like, with this Shojin in now as well, that percentage HP damage is brutal. The thing I'm worrying now about Chaos is the range discrepancy is going to start hurting. You've got Rhyalice, you've got Alistair, you've got Cassandra, you've got Vi, you've got the slipperiness of this Talia and Ezreal, who can throw down Unraveled Earth or just hop away with the press of an E button. Actually getting your burst combo in a front-to-back team fight is not an easy deal anymore for Chaos. That Rhyalice in particular, I think, is a very clutch buy from Air.
You know, I actually quite like your analysis here. And under most circumstances, I'll just flatly agree. But these guys haven't given a monkeys about ranged, man. They are just getting up in each other's faces.
Yes, Sam, but if you looked at the screen, well done.
Like, your analysis is objectively correct, but, you know, have you seen the state of the plays going on?
Yeah, okay, yeah, I hear you. Yeah, okay, that's fair.
Like,
yeah, we are it.
Hello, smart take. I raise you blood. Like,
the skulls are piling up this game, and somewhere out there, Corn is very pleased. We've been over that once or twice. it does still come round to, I think, as we are kind of taking a brief pause. The blood has sort of ceased for a moment or two. We've got Baron up. We have got Dragon coming up in 2 minutes. It would only be soul point for either squad, which means overcommitting for that objective might get a little interesting, but you do kind of have to keep an eye on the two main carries. Look, if this Viego gets a big reset onto Talir, onto Ezreal, Chaos are feeling great. If he doesn't, if Baki gets to free fire again, I mean, Venom Crest should have this, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's really the difference maker. Can Shakal... I actually don't think it's about getting the bodies of these carries. I would argue it's about killing one of these front lines, because all these front lines have, like, forms of engage, right? Whether it's Pathmaker, whether it's Vault Breaker, obviously Alistar existing as a champion now. As I say that, Vision was cleared on the bottom side by Cobbs. This is just an opportunity from Chaos as 5 to start this Baron. Teleports are coming in, and they're going to turn on the T because they see it potentially.
Lost alone, but we know what he can do. He's going to be trying to be the Ghostbuster. They try to be secret, but look at that. Busted makes it feel good. Look at the backside, trying to get some value down. Vayu in danger, trying to get something down onto Baki, who does not give a damn. Arcade shift over the wall. And the rest of Chaos falls into their namesake. It's supposed to be Chaos Undivided, but Korn is having none of it. He favors the other side and the fangs of the serpents. Dig deep. They call up their solo lanes from the 4 nations. And right now, they're just looking like one nation, and it's under the flag of Venom Crest.
The collapse from Venom Crest was spectacular, and I have to call into question Chaos' decision, not just specifically to turn, but the actual target that they select, because they were so split, and you can't afford to split damage on a Viego comp. You need to get that first kill. And because of that sole decision, they lose the Baron. They get just about clean aced. In fact, it was a clean ace. And now I don't even think they're going to have first move to Dragon either. So not only do they lose the Baron, they lose, potentially at the very least, maybe a counterpunch to getting soul point. And the gold swing has ballooned up to 7,000 gold.
Oh, man. Here's the replay. We'll look at it again, because Bust TP's behind. It just takes up 4 people's time.
Yeah, I mean, Scuffed as well. He kind of room prisons out, or rather, warps out with that ultimate. And Vayu, whilst yes, he's buying a lot of time by having Baki dump all of his damage into him, there's just no damage retaliation really coming through from both carries of Chaos onto one target at the same time. And that's the real difference maker in this play. 3 Cloud Dragons now secured, an 8,000 gold lead almost in favor of Venom Crest. They will continue to extend this one out.
Little bit of a stutter there in the feed, but we are right back to the action. Tier 2 now under siege. Shackle, still scary. 3 items. If he can get a reset, life is good. But again, it's just not happening anytime soon. Look, Air has been to the library and come away with some light reading. Love Chaos to have a look at it as well. Maybe sign an autograph or 2. This game has just gotten harder and harder and harder. Another Cloud Dragon. The move speed differential at this point for a range discrepancy we've already talked about. Weaver's Wall comes up down, but hang on! Back is the one hit by the Chains of Corruption! There's the body steal. Baron shove immediately denied by Chaos.
Great counterpunch. Fantastic counterpunch. And they're actually, well, realm warping. Not going to find Hobbs there. But very close, and breaking apart this Baron Siege is so important because the momentum was so heavily favored in Venom Crest's direction. The problem is, really, they're not going to gain much besides that, by the looks of things. Maybe they'll be able to push down this mid tier 1.
Hang on.
Has taken away the blue buff. I mean, Bust has all out. And he is Cassante, and he's going to find the angle out.
Oh boy, Vayu's now coming on over, but remember he's no longer got any resist. The CC is beginning to come flying on through. That will be surely a dead Cassante, and they pick up another member. Now they've got a wave with the man advantage for 50 seconds. Can look to get the tier 2 and the gold lead is shrinking away. Still there, roughly, for the side of Venom Crest, but it was 7,000. It's now looking more like 3. Can continue to shove it. They can get the tier 2 as well. That's another 700 gold. Double shove with that seismic shove. For the Weaver's Wall, they've got a wave. They can keep looking for more and more and more. Cobbs is going to the backside. Where is he going? Across the unraveled earth. Can't quite get the kill with Resurrection there with the G8. Gets the pop away with the Q, but another Baki respawns. Scuffed in danger. The Archangel staff is only enough to go 1 for 1 as Baki pulls up a triple kill to match Scuffed on the other side. It is madness. Madness, I tell you.
What's going on? I mean, the first game of the day was certainly chaotic, but this is taking it to 11. And Shakal, at the back end of that play, I think he stepped forward because once SKPR went in, I think he thought that he had the body of Alistar there to take, but he hadn't damaged him on top of that GA. So the flash forward here from Scuffed is incredible. Over the combo, Rune Prison comes in, and so does Dredgeline. They take the first possession. Cobbs comes in on a flank, and whilst he does burn down quickly, Escapia, he goes in, and I think Shakal thinks that he has a body. He's also maybe just trying to get, of course, the stun onto Cobbs, but he just doesn't find the timing, and the 1-for-1 comes through as Barky went effectively untouched on that play.
He's now 11-3 and 10. This Ezreal is such a problem. Deathcap just picked up for air. It's similarly there for Scuffed, who's also now picked up the Seeker's Arm Guard. He's got a Roa, a Seraph's, the Arm Guard. This is going to be a hard rise to bring down in short order. It should still be Venom Crest game, but that moment there with the Baron shove goes wrong and they give up so much. Jamada, we said, look, they shouldn't be able to find that much, but the additional pick onto Bust after the shove through the mid lane. Suddenly, Venom Crest starting to sweat a little bit. It's not as done a deal as they thought. That's a hand from Chaos grabbing onto their ankle.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, the gold lead. I'm going to love to see the gold graph after this one.
Oh my god.
I'm sure the PGB is going to be quite entertaining to look at. I almost wish, for anyone who watched MSI, they brought in that new functionality on those PGBs where you have, like, damage on kill.
Yeah.
It's going to be one of those games where if we had that functionality, a lot of the damage would be damage on kill. Like, the bars would be very full. Yeah, like, no one's getting out. Fights and damage isn't happening in trade. Like, there is no poke. This is just death, death, death. From
10
start
people
to
go
finish.
in. One person comes out. The League of Legends Thunderdome.
It's a very, very fun game. And we're going to get more of it likely in around 60 seconds time as Cloud Soul for Venom Crest is spawning up. Soul Point for Chaos on the horizon. And I mean, for the time being, they have first move. And actually,
hang on.
Viego on the side. Hey!
Gonna try and body block, but on the other side,
Bucky's dead!
is surely gone! No GA! Body taken! Shackle has it! Keep trying to turn it around. They take the kill back. Makes it the 1-for-1 AD carry for jungler. But now Value's in danger. There's a lot of extra damage and Bust goes all out. Continuing to find a little bit more work. Q3 interrupts the decimating smash. Backside comes onto Rasengan, but he's not taking that much damage either. The locket shield.
Oh!
Pulverizer! The seismic shove is a 10 on the Richter scale. Who needs a damn AD carry?
What are they going to do with this time, though? I mean, almost everyone's dead. They might be able to chase onto Vayu. You can see Escapia is going down there. They've got 2 minions only. I don't think they can end. They might have to just be satisfied with the Soul and potentially the Baron. Everyone's a little bit split off right now. Cobbs will take the Dragon. It's going to be a death, maybe. I mean, actually, Vayu's healed a lot of health. A lot of health, actually.
This might not be fun anymore.
Come from? Where did that come from? He had 500 health. Where did that? Okay,
Unending
and he's
despair?
out. Maybe.
Unending?
I guess. I mean,
Grasp
they were
block?
probably plants. There must have been plants somewhere, and obviously it scales off a missing health. Vayu.
Very fair. But Pulverize,
He's gonna
I think
die
he just died now.
eventually. Yeah.
He will do. And that's actually a big delayed timer. Baron is up, your top laner is gone. We'll have TP, but with that reset, I think you can try and turn over towards Baron. Here's the replay again, because it looks immediately amazing for Chaos. He died.
Keep your eyes on Shakal, though, because once he gets the possession on the Ezreal body, does he have a window? No, it's perfectly timed from Cobbs, so there's no possibility of even buffering out with an Arcane Shift. And once that lockdown comes through, yes, it's a 1-for-1, but it's the 2 heavy lifters of both of these lineups. But it all comes down to the flash re-engage and Pulverize in right here into the knockback. 3-3 in the combo. And it's all the members you need. And Venom Crest continue to hold fast, and they've got a pick onto the Varus. He's gone.
That's the AD carry down clean this time around. Still dead is Vayu. 10 seconds before you can even think to TP in. They're getting rid of the wards as well to prevent easy access. Doesn't look like they're even going to come on over. Scuffed on that bot lane, trying to get the tier 2 there, get something. And thank you very much, observers, for the picture-in-picture. Baron number 2 for Venom Crest. They need not to throw this one away.
Yes, they really need to make sure that they're able to break open the base this time around. Because if this Baron just ends up being one that extends the game, Elder Dragon is in 5 minutes time. And I mean, these fights have been so volatile, so back and forth, that it almost feels right for it to end with that potential Elder Dragon fight. But at the same time, from the Venom Crest perspective, you need to do as much damage as possible with this Nash. The wave clear is certainly present from Chaos, but it is relatively short ranged, and Venom Crest will have to use that to their advantage.
Oh, it's in the name, isn't it? Chaos is one of the orgs, and Chaos is what we get 2 of our Norwegian teams. absolutely throwing haymakers at each other. Weather warming is in effect. It is stormy out there, folks. 51 kills. Heading towards our 38th minute, 4 minutes on Elder. Second Baron currently on the heads of Venom Crest. Surely, at this point, with the leads they have in the right positions, it should be their advantage, their game to lose, but Chaos have been refusing to give that over. Hook onto the skipper, Alistair, but he's just so damn tanky, and Stiller throws out a depth charge, but will go down to the depths himself.
And he has air. Ooh.
So wall them off. They're all trapped into the tier 1 bot side.
Yeah, they're just going to push in here and get a freebie on this mid inhib. They've got a wave to rotate to bot as well immediately if they'd like. Air's going to catch that one. Everyone can hop over the wall. And that tower's junked too from the last siege.
Decimating smash interrupted. Over goes Cobbs. Gets an interrupter, and they're getting a lot of damage onto Rasengan. Where the hell did he go? Headbutted away. Damage onto that AD carry and is gone down. Cobbs gets that one. And they'll take the inhibitor afterwards, try and have Vayu clear out the wave. Stop them from ending the game right now. It's 50 seconds on the Varus.
They've got another one mid though. And they're going to use this to potentially get some chip damage. If not, try and end the game. Sniller's up in a few seconds, but it's not enough time.
The headbutt, the pulverize, the Alistair absolutely brutalizes them. Venom Crest hiss with their new roster and strike deep into the jugular of Chaos, who live by the sword, die by the sword, and the Chaos cleans them. 56 kills, 38 minutes. Venom Crest win it. Welcome to Rome. The Colosseum demanded blood, and we got it.
My goodness me, what a 38-minute slogfest of death from these two teams. Venom Crest were the ones that honestly seemed the more out of it earlier on in this game, obviously, but then there came the massive the turnaround, and Chaos, whilst there were consistently moments where it felt like, yeah, a fight would go well here, a fight would go well there was never consistency, and for Venom Crest, the fights that they won were just at more critical moments in the game, whether it be Baron being up, Ataclan, whatever the objective, they were able to turn those fights into objective takedowns, which kept the momentum going in their favor as this game came to its conclusion.
Look, the gold graph's going to be a heart attack. The rest of us are going to have to calm down from our near heart attacks. Desk, I do not envy you the clips you have to choose from this game. It was madness. Try and break it down.
He knows it. He knows it. We have some hard time on that job.
You know, I decided we're not going to pick clips. We're just going to show a bunch of team fights because I feel like that's the only thing that matters in this game.
That's what the game was about, though. It was a bunch of team fights.
It was a team fight, yes. It was arena, but in Summoner's Rift, and that's the most pleasant of League of Legends. Well, let's start breaking this down. Tell me, Solari.
Yes, I have to say something, that in the very beginning of the game, though things were getting pretty chaotic, very early on, there was a glimpse of Chaos having some sort of a control over the map, because you could see them getting the early objectives in, for example. You could see the two first dragons went into their pockets, the grubbies went into their pockets. Unfortunately, that's where the record ends for them, but in the early, they were in control of those neutral objectives.
Yeah, and I want to highlight some players, actually. I think the top gap this game was immense. In the team fights, Bust on this Cassandre just kept landing so many multi-man shoves that kept lining up the enemy team for combos and just teamfight wins in general. Bust was really, really, really good. So yeah, on top of that, the Ezreal from Baki, 717 at a point, didn't step a toe out of line until later on when there was like a million throws in the team fights. Just really solid games from these two players.
Yeah, there was also a third player that definitely had our eyes on, and it was Shackle. But it was for various reasons, I'm gonna say, because it felt like so many fights were being decided on whether he gets the first reset or he dies first in the fight. Because depending on that, the fights would either go in the direction of Chaos, with them getting the first reset and then bouncing one after another from Venom Crest, or Shackle dying first, like we saw in the majority of the fights, like even this one we're watching at right now, pretty much. And after that, it was Venom Crest dissecting them one after another.
Yeah, I want to highlight as well Baki as an Ezreal player. He got caught so many times, but at the same time, he was so good on other times.
Yeah.
Pick, either you're gonna be amazing,
Yeah.
Come on.
He was pumping out damage, wasn't he? I mean, he was doing
Yeah.
his spikes extremely well. I don't even know which fight this is. I feel like we had so many fights in this
He dies
position.
on this one.
I
This is
think
the beginning,
this is the
yeah.
one where Shackle gets an insane reset that then gets punted into tower, so he can't even use the reset. Watch this from Alistair. Knocks Shackle on the Ezreal into the tower, then it's lost. I thought this was where Chaos might actually win the game or get a Baron Soul after this.
Yeah, but they didn't because Venom Crest managed to turn this fight around. They managed to dissect them one after another. But honestly, this was so much about the top laners that you are gonna have already talked about this Xante being pretty much an
that was
unmovable
crazy.
force.
And then
But,
we're going to
yeah.
have the post-game graphic.
Look at the damage. That was all about mid laners, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The mid laning pairings in the Vi Talia and the Viego Rise, setting up with the globals and the chain CC. It was all about that first target, and they pumped out so much DPS. It was a crazy performance from both of them.
Yeah.
I would
They
like
d-
to see as well damage taken. I know we can't, but I know that Xante took a beating, but he stood tall. Tell me, Solari.
I just wanted to say, looking at those insane damage numbers from the Smeedlaners, I gotta remember that up until a very late point in the game, those Smeedlaners were having 100% kill participation in this kill-filled game.
Well, we learned something from Spring. When Chaos play, they are extremely chaotic, and even with the roster changes, I don't think that changed within the personality of the team. Venom Crest though takes the first win on this match, which means Eragon, your predictions.
Look, it was close. You know, props to them.
It
Props
was.
to Venom Crest. They deserved it.
But yeah, they just announced yet again. Solari, you know this. Venom Crest, whenever they show up, they usually bring a new roster where you're confused about what's gonna happen, and they deliver. Regardless of how they deliver it, there's a deliverance, and that's what we need to talk about. Yeah, but they're still not done. They're still not out of the bullseye, you know, of the crosshair, because they still have to fight Phoenix at the end of the day. That's gonna be my
that
question
might
for
be
the interview. I don't know if
I
Venom
mean-
Crest can pull it off like this,
I mean,
but
To be fair, you saw Air performance today. Air was really clean on that Talia, and it felt like in many fighters looked desperate for Venom Crest. He was the one finding all those knockups and angles for the team to manage to bounce back in those. So I have a lot of hopes for Air in the upcoming fight, but everybody else, I have hopes, but maybe a little bit smaller ones, you know?
okay. So I'll raise you this, Eragon. Since we're talking about the last one, which is gonna be Nord versus Venom Crest, to you, I'm gonna present the team. You bet, which is Chaos versus Rich Gang.
Rich Gang clear. I think Rich Gang absolutely do clear. I don't think it's going to be close either.
Suspense.
I-
Give me
I-
the suspense.
I just think Rich Gang's a solider team. I'm sorry I have to say it.
Take him out, take him out. Hey, bring it into you. It is Hayes with us, the coach from Venom Crest. I want to know your heartbeat as it stands. How you
my
feeling?
heartbeat?
Because that was so chaotic, man.
Oh man, I'm gonna be honest, I'm glad to be back, but that game was something. Like, honestly, all the respect to Chaos, I mean, they were the org that brought me into the NLC. Now I'm back home, now I'm back where it matters. I'm back with the Crest. UKL, I mean, I have Bust, I have Air. My boys, 2 splits, 2-time UK champions, and now we are here, and we want to mix it up again.
Hayes, talking about mixing it up and trying something different, what is this roster of Venom Crest supposed to achieve, and the identity behind the roster currently? Because this is like the first presentation we have from the team, so I want to get your idea and pitch of how the team should work.
Well, our idea in the off-season was promote academy players up and build a roster around them. As Bust and Air, of course, we pulled them up. Then we got Cops in. We felt like he was almost like perfectly mixing with Air. Then we pulled in Bucky, of course, experience with him in Chaos. And Skipper, I'm gonna be honest, he filled in for one tryout at one point. We liked him, and then we decided, yeah, okay, send it. He deserves a shot, and I think, given his engages, especially the Alistair triple knock up into Air's shove, I think honestly, he deserves his shot, and he showed that he can pull his weight.
Hey, that's good to know. That's good to hear. That's a funny way to get into the team and prove yourself. So as you're going by, this is day one, obviously, but you have a little bit of a challenge at the end of the day. You know what I'm talking about. Nord and you. What can we expect Okay, lay it out for me. Because I know it's not easy. Just be honest. Tell me.
Honestly, I wanna. Funny to say that, but we wanna bring chaos to them. We wanna dismantle the entire team. We want. Efficiently, we wanna tilt Jankos to get out of his game. And then just do our best. I mean, if we get a good showing, if we force them to a 50-minute game, I'm happy with that. But of course we want to win. And Air is ready for, I don't know how you say his name correctly, so their mid laner. And I think Bust also wants to show that he can punch around the 32-year-old. So I think it's time to put the Grandpas into a wheelchair and send them back.
What is wrong? Everybody's like, this is a retirement house, but these guys are really good. Hey, Hayes, final question. If you had to describe your team as a person, what sort of person is Venom Crest? Identify, like, give me. You know your friend, Venom Crest? What's he like?
I would say Kobe Bryant in his prime. First to practice, last to leave. Pure dedication. And just ready to make a statement. Run through someone.
Okay, you put the bar extremely high. I'm just gonna let you know that, Hayes. Thank you so much for this interview. I'm gonna bring this back eventually, okay? I'm gonna bring this back eventually. Love you. I'll see you soon, boss.
See you soon, man.
Man, that's a statement. That's a statement, okay? But I like it. Hey, you have to present the team like this. You have to believe in your team, right?
Yeah. But apparently I would need to
completely
give them. I would need to give them some lessons on pronouncing some more nicknames in this league.
Kobe Bryant in his prime is a choice.
Right?
I gotta
a
respect
good one,
that.
yeah.
A good example.
What do we say about putting people in a wheelchair and sending them home? Like,
Yeah. It's a rough.
They're not that
I'm
old.
not sure how to take that.
okay, Hipran is like 33 or something. I don't know. We love you, Hipran, even though you're old.
How about you,
With that in
Archon?
mind, we don't know. And that means we're tossing it to a break. I'll see you soon. Welcome back. This is going to be the third match of the day. We already saw Ruddy at the beginning of the day. But what about the Phoenix? The Phoenix so far were capable of going to 2 finals on the NLC. Never got a game versus Los Ratones. But this team might be different. We don't know. Just setting up the stakes. Let's meet the team. Let's see the roster for Nord. I know you know it. But this is a really good team. I know they kind of old, as we just heard from Ace. Vizitachi, Yankas, Vairu, Ido, and Treats.
Ooh, they're cooking, aren't they? They are cooking. I mean, Chachi is probably one of my favorite top laners of all time. Treats is the GOAT in terms of, in my eyes. I'm good friends with him, and I think he's amazing. So I'm really excited to see it.
Yeah, and honestly,
let's talk about him. Say, Salad.
Yeah, just quickly, they also kept Just John as the coach for the team from previous splits, so we have 3 constant ones.
Zweidu was part of this team before.
Yeah.
Now he's back. Tell me, Edgar.
Yeah. So basically what you're seeing right now on screen is champions. This is what I saw in Zweiru as his best champions when he was in the LEC subbing into Team Heretics. Not subbing, actually joining Team Heretics, and what he was good at in terms of the meta. Now, notice that some of these champions are actually part of the meta right now, and I think he serves the team's best as a facilitator style kind of setup player in my eyes. Annie, Talia, Nico, Karma, these kinds of champions are best for him. And I'm hoping what he brings as potentially, you could view him as the answer into Nemesis. I hope he can bring these champions out well and match, the performance that Nemesis brings.
Yeah, especially since we already saw some of those champions on him was talking about subbing, when he was subbing for Nord in the previous split. And you gotta remember, Nord started on a really low note, but then Zviro came in for 3 games in a row, including a tiebreaker. He showed us some Talia games, some Ari games, and that was some of the best performing Nord that we had seen throughout this year. So I'm really happy to see him making it to the roster itself.
You know what's also interesting? When you look into the past Nord and the current one, we had No Name as the mid laner for Nord, and he was the sniper. He provided the artillery for the team. And sometimes they needed someone to be with them, someone to be a little bit more closer, like a shotgun. You look into what the champions he has right now, Zvairu, it's a little bit different. He can be there. The Talia, the Annie, all those complement that play style.
It was extremely different, right? It's like setup champions compared to champions like Xerath, where you have to draft specifically with frontline so that Xerath can poke, and it's just much harder to play fearless best of 5s or just in general to draft. And I think patching that up is going to help them a lot in the long run. I think it's much easier to play with a player like Zweiru.
We already know the top lane. It's Chachi. I agree with you, Aragon. It's one of my favorite players of all time. Yankas is Yankas, not only one of the nicest players I've ever met, but also extremely good within the Rift. Don't let him know that, or else he's never going to shut up. But what about the bot lane? You need to highlight this as well.
So on the bot lane, we have 2 faces who shouldn't really be unfamiliar to anybody watching, because this is, thank you very much, this is Treats and Hido, respectively, on the bot lane. And I want to maybe start with Hido, because this is the person who has already played, not just in NLC, but more specifically with Nord. And if you look back to year 2023, when he was playing with a team, it wasn't just the second place that the team managed to get in 2023 summer playoffs. It's also the fact that he was the rookie of the split in that split, and that he managed to get 3 pentakills throughout the summer playing as an AD carry. He was absolutely insane for Nord, and I'm so happy to see him back.
And on the other side, you got Treats, and I feel like we're just highlighting how long he's played for and how much experience he has in every single role that you could think of. He's been a jungler, he's been a support, he's been a coach, all at LEC and LCS level, and he's been on teams like TSM, SK, Dig, all the ones that you can see on the screen for so long, almost like actually just a decade of doing this. So a ton of experience, and I'm hoping what we get from this is that the Treats-Hido pairing, Treats facilitates Hido's growth and unlocks his potential, because we all know how good Hido can be. I think he was Rookie of the Split last time he played, and I'm really hoping Treats helps him evolve.
Yeah, and another thing that's...
Yeah, tell me, Saladi.
Yeah, because I feel like it's important, because Treats, as far as we know it about him, he's a very vocal team player for the team. He's a very big shot caller. And for the team that had to use Yankas for so long to be their shot caller, now maybe they can transition this obligation all the way to their support and let Yankas fully shine as just a big jungler for the team that he is.
That's exactly the point. That was exactly what I was about to bring. That makes so much sense. Leaving Yankas with carrying, which we know like the first split Demon King, and now allowing Treats to be the shot caller, and knowing that this bot line, it's not like calling reinforcements out of nowhere. they played with Nord before. So they know the roster already. They know how to...
Yeah. I think we lost our host.
I think our host is being silenced right
He
now.
was making such a good point.
It was such
I'm
a
so
nice
sorry.
point to listen
Yes.
to.
He was
We
being so
couldn't hear
nice
any
to
of it.
treat. Oh, I'm so sorry for everybody. Archie, you'll have to repeat that because
Just
it was
know,
very
everyone, that Archeron was glazing the hell out of treats.
Yes.
So, if you're concerned about what Archeron was saying to Thin Air, it was the fact that he thinks Treats is phenomenal, and the shot calling and the voice that he brings is going to be really impactful.
That was it. No, I'm
But it was a little bit
kidding.
better.
Now, Nord brings this completely stacked roster. If you look into this composition, Eragon, and Solari
go
as
on.
well. But Eragon, hear me out. You were at the LEC for a while. You know your way around the players. You look into this roster. You take away the name of the team. You look at this in the past and you're like, oh, this is an LEC team, 100%.
It's, no, you definitely have enough names to be, and
Right.
you bring on your rookie like Hiddo, it's actually really, really stacked. And I think
It's not
also
a
the
bottom
pieces-
LEC. This is like...
Yeah, this is a good roster, and I think the pieces complement each other really well. I think just one thing that I want to highlight as well is that bringing Zwyro on, these kind of setup champions that he plays, could set up Jankos to play more carries as well effectively. We might see some of him, like on the last split he played in the LEC, he also whipped out a bunch of Lee Sin, right? Like, so that will be set up, and I think just Jankos on carries could be unlocked as well.
We're back. You thought we were
we
gone,
go.
but we're back. Yeah, I remember. He was talking about Lee Sin.
you?
Oh, there you go. Ruddy versus Nord. Ruddy started on the left foot, so this is going to be complicated. There's some beef, healthy beef, obviously, between Jake and Jankos. They talk about each other like Jankos played with Don Jake before. And I remember today I was watching Jankos, and Don Jake was like, "Will you say our name correctly if we win?" And Jankos was like, I promise. From now on, I'll say ready correctly if you win this game. So there's a lot on the line for this one. Not only on the seeding stage, but for finally getting ready spelled correctly.
I just want to highlight something immediately in draft. Riven ban, when you are the best Poppy in the world, is a lot of respect, by the way, towards
Ooh.
Hyper, because Poppy's good generally into Riven in lane. So banning that away, not even just trying to counter it, is Visitachi saying, yeah, I'm not messing around. I'm going to make sure to target that.
To be fair, if you remember all the last games of Nord in the previous split of NLC, Poppy was pretty much a constant ban into Nord, so
Yeah.
maybe they were expecting that, we wouldn't have a Poppy to play into that Raven.
Nunu ban as well.
Another Nunu. Can we let Don
So-
Jake play Nunu, please?
Please, okay, listen. Please, Ruddy, I am begging you. Please put Hyper on a carry. He is your highest elo player.
Yeah.
He is a carry player. No more Scion duty. He just tweeted at me
you
that
saw it.
he told his team he is not going to be on Scion duty anymore because he has Don Jake on his team. Now,
Yeah.
please stick to your word and lock in Camille or something. I beg you, Hyper.
I saw the tweet. I
promise
was
you
like,
you'll do
yeah, we
better.
need this. We need this. Either on the bot lane with the Lucian, do you pet it already? Or do you risk it? Because the Gwen is available. And there you go. The first time Gwen is available today. And it's on Chachi. Of all people.
Of all people, you can't really predict what Chachi is going to play. I mean, if there is Poppy available, you can assume. But I love Gwen here, but more importantly, I think I like Lucian here quite a lot because we already see this second time Jinx popping up for G-Tracks, and we were briefly talking about what you bring into Jinx on the bot lane previously. Lucian has so much
There it is.
early game potential to kill her, but Irelia, where's she going?
Into top lane. I think this is Hyper saying, he's the mechanics guy. He's locking in the Aurelia. He's taking her right into the Gwen matchup, and he's going to challenge Visitachi where he stands. It's pretty impressive stuff.
Courageous.
This could go terribly. I will say, that's an all-in champion. This could go really badly. I wonder if they go something like Sejuani or... Okay, Lee Sin. Sure.
Or Lee Sin.
I was wondering if they were going to do something like Sejuani and
Versus
facilitate the melees,
Jankos?
but... yeah, Lee Sin is a skill champion. That's a way you can define him, and he just locked in Lee Sin versus Jankos. There's
There
the
you
pop.
go.
Okay.
Oh.
I remember
Also
Jankos
good.
talking about this like a week ago, because Lee Sin is extremely good, but countered by almost everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can lock in Lee Sin later on in draft. Poppy's going to be a great answer to the Aurelia dashes and the Lee Sin dashes and any kind of hard engage support that you're going to take. Not actually going to lock it in, but lock in the Braum instead, and they're going to secure up the Braum Lucian duo. Now, if you want to play Braum, you could ban away Lulu, Rakan. These are all solid bans to take away. Anything ranged and enchanters are great as well.
Yeah, and banning out Nico, that was the pairing last time for Jinx, and Hydra had a pretty good performance on that Nico as well, so it makes sense to get rid of her here. Lulu ban would make sense as well. I believe last time into Radis Jinx there was also a ban, and you just really don't want to be playing into that because she facilitates Jinx a lot. Lulu or Milio, either of the two.
Yeah, very solid shouts for bans. In terms of mid lane for Ruddy, you're going to look for some mid lane pairings champions, stuff like the Annie, stuff that facilitates with a stun so that Lee Sin can land his Q. Ari, Annie, Talia's not bad as well. These champions are great. There's the Rakan ban to facilitate the Braum because it's a good matchup for the Rakan. Can't pin down the Rakan. They don't want to play against it, and they get rid of it. And now I'm really looking at the Lulu. I think that's going to be your best bet. Usually you want to pair off Lee Sin with champions like Nautilus, any hard engage, but for ease of execution, I think you just lock it in, to be honest.
We lost him again.
I think we've lost our host again. Our beautiful host has been silenced again.
He wasn't glazing anybody, but you know what? Those missed bans might be biting Ruddy quite a lot right now because we were seeing that Poppy, being hovered by Noah a couple of times already, and now finally she's being locked in. Do you reckon this is going to be Gwen going into Yanka's hands in the end and Poppy going to Chachi?
It's a really good shout because it could be Poppy going to Chachi. Poppy going to Chachi.
It has to be Poppy Chachi,
but Poppy jungle is also like really strong, and Gwen's best role is top, so we don't really know. They could go Gwen jungle and take an AD mid to facilitate the AP jungler. So until we get to R5, we won't really know that. But I think Poppy jungle just makes the most sense. Yankas is also a really good Poppy.
I am a Janna fan in general, but I gotta say here, I'm not sure how much I'm liking this one, because usually you want to be picking Janna into very all-in compositions. Here, the only person who is going to be going all-in into you that you need to be really wary of is going to be Gwen, but Gwen is going to be immune to the no-cap unless she's already very close to Janna, and if she's that close to Janna to not be immune, Janna is most likely already dead because of the damage.
Yeah, very true. Blind Big Mel, by the way. So now you're going to take a champion that doesn't have too much value in the Reflect. And we'll see what Zwairo wants to go towards. A typical pairing champion would work well with Poppy, anything with immediate CC or burst, and it looks like they're going to go towards the Aurora. I honestly thought that the Mel would be better into the Aurora than what justifies picking the Aurora anyway, but we'll see. I haven't seen Blind pick Aurora before. We're getting such funky picks. This is the second Jan I've seen in 2 days, which is more than I've seen in a year. So yeah, range lane into the Braum. It's going to be interesting. You should have lane dominance here for the Ruddy bot lane.
Okay, we're ready to go into the Summon's Rift. I hope everybody is listening to me right now. Nord's first opportunity to shine on this summer split. Ruddy or Nords. Take the name tags of the players out. What do you feel in terms of champion select?
I think Ruddy's comp is terrible.
Okay, hey, you're being honest, and I love that, Solari.
I'm gonna be a bit nicer, but I think Nord's composition is a bit more well-rounded and easier to execute overall.
Before I get muted again, let's toss it to the cast. Take it away. Aha!
Nah, I'm messing with you. Archie just ruined my joke. I was going to do the same thing, and he just did me in that way. But yes, here we are. Aragon said it how it is. Jamada, Ruddy's comp in 3 words. That's all you get.
Me, better, Lee Sin.
I better say, I've seen Aragon's Lee Sin montage. I think he's the better Lee Sin as well. That's all we're saying. Of course, as it stands, Nord definitely got the easier composition to play. Ruddy had a player who was late, so they lost a ban in Phase 1 because of some issues with the roster building as well. They lost their Phase 2 bans for this week, so they were down to 2 bans and built that composition anyway.
Guys, as a professional, I'm not sure how I want to present this game. What I will say is, expect blood. I'm not going to say whether or not to expect it in the same way that we got in Game 2, where it was very back and forth. And I don't I don't want to overpromise on entertainment. That said, I think Nord have placed themselves in a position to start off their split with a win. Is my very soft guesstimation. As here we are for Game 3 of the day. Nord versus ReadySac.
On to the rift we go, and I've already gotten some messages from production who were very stressed by my fake mic muting. I can only apologise, guys. It amused me, and that's all that really matters. Nord, here with the level 1 start, and Deployer in the background. It is my fault. You know how it is. Hyper on the Aurelia might end up in a very interesting scenario very shortly. There's Braun coming with his kebab. He's going to try and sell Hyper a bit of a meal here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Lands the wonderful E there, and we'll get out to safety, but Hyper forced to start with it. Flawless Duet will be used at the level 1.
Oh, and it's a big chunk out here. Onto Lee Sin. On Jake will have to take a reset. We'll see where he decides to go. Oh, no, actually, just electing to stay on the map. I mean, Lee Sin does have a lot of additional
Press
self-healing.
W a couple times.
Yeah, so he's definitely going to be fine going through that initial first clear. Ward onto the Raptors, so Zvero and Nord will have a pretty good understanding of where the Ruddy jungler gets off to. Jankos dying on his wolves. We'll see if he gets up to any shenanigans as well of this start, or if it's just going to be clear pathing up towards that top side where we have an Irelia versus Gwen. And immediately I want to draw your eyes to the fact that Hyper has brought Ignite. This is full-blown Q, you know, we're...
Oh, Jake. Hang on, no,
fine.
Not
He's
the level
fine.
1. Just smite, thank you. It's fine.
Very LCK zoom in from our observers there.
They know what they're about.
Yeah, that they do. So he starts on the red. It seems like for the time being, he's going to just avoid his bot side camps, or very specifically the Raptors, obviously, to not give up any information to that ward. Going over to the blue, expectation is Grump, and then maybe he can wrap all the way back around. Jankos, though, has done 2 bot side camps, ignored blue buff, and is on his Raptors right now. So we'll see if there's... Yeah, we'll see.
Has he just read the pathing? Because he might want to come defend this Gwen Aurelia side, especially if he starts having the level 3-4 spike, but I don't know.
I guess. I mean, it does obviously get him level 3, these Raptors, he's incorporated the Gromp into his clear. The problem is Don Jake is so low that even if he wanted to, it's just not going to happen. So, Poppy's up top. And Lee Sin isn't.
The Ignite's down. Oh, good W.
Oh!
Flash for the auto! Hyper's just better. He's got some minions to jump around.
Hold on!
Flawless Duet.
Hold on!
Can start dancing around this. He's got his passive stacked, but he's just on the hammer shock. Jankos gets the kill, but my god, was that close.
Not only that, I think actually the crucial thing was the fact that his bone plating came up mid, like, trade there on Jankos. So that first initial Q and the auto of the buckler really didn't do much damage. Zvero, gonna be forced to flash away. Don Jake. Yep, we've seen that in a montage or two, but that one's not going to be going in to the compilation. We'll just take his bot side camps, no doubt.
Compilation it is.
Yeah, well, yeah. If it's Aragon one, perhaps. Maybe some,
For those who've not seen it, go scroll down Aragon's Twitter. You'll see one of the greatest Lee Sin montages of all time.
It's on
I hear
YouTube.
He'll be playing Lee Sin to masses
as well. Yeah, you might.
Oh, is it? That's great. That's great. You know, wonderful.
Well, and actually, whilst you're there, feel free to take a detour. Ooh, Hyper.
To initialize casts, yeah, I agree. He's got a great YouTube, that guy.
Well, yeah, feel free to take a detour towards, you know, a little video called "I Lost a Bet." Just got to remind our viewers that video exists.
Yeah, thank you, by the way.
Thank you.
Have anyone seen that amount?
Man, Hyper could be in trouble again. He doesn't have flash this time. He's gonna have passive stacked, but it's still a 2v1. Half a wave here. How does he play it out?
Gets the passive up, gets hit by the Q. That's unfortunate. Good Flawless Duet, trying to buy time because there comes the W. He uses his own to find Dance, buys some time. The conqueror stack. He doesn't quite have enough, but my god, was it close.
Okay.
Jake now looking bot side because the Lucian Braum is very shoved up. Can Jake find an angle on in here? Does have the ward to work with. We need to go to the backside. There is the heal. Can look to get behind Treats here over the wave. Hops on in, gets the slow. Cripples now down, lands the Sonic Wave, and G-Trax gets the kill. Turnaround though onto Don Jake. They'll land the Zephyr for the slow, but does make it the 1-for-1 in the grand scheme of things across the map.
I mean, fair play to Jake on this Lee Sin here. Able to connect on everything, and Treats has no more defensive spells. I mean, once he gets hit by the Q, it's really difficult really to flash out and gets himself that pickup. Congolese, M1. Gonna be forced a little bit further back here. Mel, not a pick that we see too frequently in pro play, but I'm sure many of you at home have been terrorized at least once or twice by this champion.
W press, if nothing else.
Yeah, certainly the W press, if nothing else. We'll miss out on a little bit of this wave potentially if it does get the proper crash in. But here's Hydra, trying to assist this mid lane state, and it will keep it kind of soft frozen for the time being. Will allow M1 to get back to that mid wave and pick up some of those creeps that he would have otherwise missed.
We'll drop a melee creep or two here, which would be a little annoying, but could have been a lot worse. It already burned the teleport work on him. Of course, Vero here in a similar position, but does get that wave crash, and that's pretty good news. Jankos now taking the opportunity to start up the dragon. It is on vision. But is realistically not going to be contested here, and all the while we've kind of been seeing some back and forth in terms of the early moves, much like last game, but it is just these individual laning moments that are starting to give Nord a bit of an advantage here, up 500 or so gold, mostly off the CS at this point in the game.
Yep, mostly for the time being as, top side.
Oh dear.
It's that level
I think that's
discrepancy.
just a dead hooper.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good night, Hyper. And this is where, like, I imagine this laning phase gets a little bit frustrating, difficult to play out from the Irelia side once a lead like this starts to mount. Now, granted, Irelia is full build as soon as she picks up a Blade of the Ruin King. So, I would honestly anticipate, even if Chachi is, an item and some components, even with just that Blade in for the Irelia, the 1v1 then sways back into Hyper's favor. We'll see how the 1v1 actually unfolds. I think hits level 6 mid-trade there, and yeah, just like once you're in and you commit, it's very difficult for Hyper.
There's no way out.
Yeah, and if you've not been tracking the XP, super accurately with the way that his lane's been going, can't really fault him for it either. As we're going to come out of the replay into a dive for the bot side.
Going to be a lot of damage now coming down onto the Janna, who tries to flash away, but there's no way out for Hydra, not enough heads to work with. G-Trax now trying to turn around. Jake flashes for the Q, lands on the hero, but a flash on now keeps him alive. Now 20
resets.
Got the level 6 to work with. G-Trax does indeed get that reset. Excitement value very high. Jankos gets out with the flash. Judas not taken out this time around by the former organization. And the 12 pieces of silver, 20 pieces, I apologize, not going to be given back over to Ruddy.
Yeah, not for now. But it's a good counterpunch from Donjek. He was able to take away some topside camps as well whilst that dragon was going on, so he's feeling okay about his position in this game, most likely. Will hit over to level 6 and has a pretty clean path upwards towards these grubs. Now, most important thing to note is this reset timer coming out from Nord off the back of this, or rather the swap and the rotation that's coming out, because they're going to have their bot side up here for these grubs, whereas Hype, you can see, is still kind of trying to crash this wave in, and he's not going to be able to crash it in, but he's kind of fortunate. The fact that his cannons died is now going to kind of slow push back, so he's not necessarily going to be starved of XP. The issue then turns into if Jankos decides to move up there, and even in a 2v3, it's going to be pretty difficult to navigate. You can see on the minimap, actually, a little bit of hesitance from G-Trax on whether or not he needs to walk top alongside Hydra here, but they're just going to send Hydra to try and match some numbers whilst the Jinx tries to farm out against this Gwen in isolation.
Jake still on the Gromp there, not going to come on over quite yet. The Aurelia picking up the wave under the turret, understandably so. Doesn't want to give that up, but it does mean Grub's going to go over to Nord without really much option to contest. Jinx versus Chachi in the 1v1, but of course with the teleport, Chachi can join a lot more freely.
They have to cover this dive. I mean, it just feels a little bit too telegraphed. And they are going to do it.
It's not subtle.
3v3, there you go. They see Jankos on vision. As long as Hyper doesn't get stunned, and he's got Flash to work with.
Does have Flash, has got the Vanguard's Edge to work with as well. Flashes away from some of the CC. Jankos now in danger, but he doesn't have Flash to work with. Lands the Vanguard's Edge. Hido going to get caught by the edge of it, perhaps appropriately. Jankos just gets to walk away, and Ruddy don't get anything from that despite the overdive.
Yeah, quite surprising actually. And on the bottom side, Jinx is able to just kind of sit down here, catch some solo XP. Remember, G-Trax has 2 kills, right? He is very, very fine in this current game state. And the only real form of air quotes hard engage here is from Zvero on this Aurora. So generally speaking, there's no reliable engage, right? That's the key thing. There's no Nautilus, there's no Vi. This is a much easier game to play out. Yeah, it's a Poppy stun and a Gwen that's really... Oh, now that's
a flash,
annoying.
has a barrier, and I think he can keep going under the turret. There's a flash to work with, and Chachi just walks to them. Top side, Hyper tries to get to the backside. Hido now in danger, throws up the shield.
Ignite.
Will not get the kill back. Ignite comes on down, and the barrier is there to keep him alive. Now Hydra potentially in a spot of bother, but gets to back away. Nord survive the 2v2.
Yeah, they do, and I want to bring our eyes back down to G-Trax, because I feel quite bad for him. The way that interaction works with the Chompers, Jinx has to be inside Gwen's W for the Chompers to work. So even though Chachi is walking over what is effectively like stun terrain, right? You're like walking over Talia ease. It doesn't actually do anything to him because Jinx isn't inside of that shroud. So easy run down there, and Donjik wasn't quite in time to try and give that safeguard shield over. And even if he was, I don't think it would have made a difference in that exchange.
Well, eyes up the top of the screen. Early grubs, early dragon. 3 kills in the lead. About 1,500 gold right now is Nord's advantage. First turret and the like hasn't been taken yet. We've got 40 seconds on the next dragon. That would be feats of strength were they to secure that next dragon. At this point, I don't know whether Ruddy are really going to feel like they're in a position to fight it, as mostly first items are completed for Nord. It's very much not the case right now for Ruddy, and that is a big discrepancy in power.
That it is. We'll see how they decide to play this one out. Oh, G-Trax again.
Oh, boy.
Chunked out, and I mean, this might make things a little bit awkward. Donjake's here first. Treats is almost certainly
He's dead. There comes the
Or not.
Typhoon, trying to buy some time. Jake going to try and find a kick. It's not enough! The heal, the exhaust off the spellbook, trading out for the heal. Very clutch stuff there from Treats.
Oh man, and it
Hang on,
might
it's
go
not
from
done.
bad to worse. I mean, the monster's going to come out for the healing, but M1 has no teleport. He's basing on that mid-wave. Poppy ult, it will connect.
Keep his verdict. It's on to the damage. Goodbye, Jake. Now they're going to try and some damage. Knocked into the wall is Jake. Doesn't find any way out. Does the... Janna, I do apologize. It was Hydra who got stunned in there, but now they go between worlds. It's Vera looking for some more kills. Viru! All the damage in the world. 2 hops this time. And a double for the bunny.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a great overload from North, sending all 4 members down to the bottom side. They yield that top wave and very happily reap their rewards of all members of Ruddy trying to defend that dive. They will eventually make their way back onto that dragon, I assume, but Jankos is quite chunked out from that plate. So just electing to take some jungle camps for the time being. Maybe just keep this bot state the way it is, because as you can see, Hido and Treats basically just proxying this wave at this point. Not letting anyone try to step up, get the XP. They will deny a lot of minions off this play.
Oh, G-Trax was so ahead, Up was doing really well, gotten the early kills, at the cull stacking, and that's now twice. He's ended up dying for different reasons. One was the Hallowed Mist interaction with the Chompers, the other was just a straight-up overload. Did a lot of work there, and Jankos here on this Poppy, been all over the place, helped mitigate the early advantage for the Aurelia, and after that, it's just gotten tricky.
Yeah, and crucial thing now for that Aurelia, look at the inventory. It's a Blade of the Ruined King.
Oh, yes.
Aurelia is 2 levels down. Guess what? Once she's level 9,
Doesn't matter.
It probably won't matter. Like, Hyper just needs passive stacks, and that's kind of it. And Donjake's now here.
Makes it. Dodge away, but that does now mean no
Ooh.
option. The Vanguard's edge is flashed over. Clean stuff. In comes the Ignite. Hallowed Mist now comes on down, trying to get some damage.
But I mean,
Jake gets the shutdown.
You can see how much damage Hyper still had on offer with just the Blade of the Ruined King and the passive stacked up. So we'll see. It's a bit, yeah, like still probably got in more damage than Donjake did in that actually, and that's like not a slight on Donjake. That is just the way that Aurelia champion works. So we'll keep our eyes now on that, as it's not going to be a massive amount of swing, but talking of swings, down here on the bottom side, another play.
Good tornado. Flash away. Monto gets him alive. Oh, my days had to body block that culling. Needs to run away now. That tower is surely dead to rights. Jankos getting sped up. Has the flash to work with. Will not find anything more, but turret now guaranteed to be Nord's.
Yeah, but look at the top side, actually. Hyper was trying to clear out that next wave as it came in. Chachi's teleported in. Looks like Hyper will get the execute in the end. Does, of course, give Chachi a little bit of XP, but it's much more a consolation prize than anything else in that circumstance. And at the end of the day, Nord's still winning across the map, right? They got that bot tower. They're getting camps stolen away on this bottom side too. Things feel very, very nice for Nord at this moment in the game. They're up 4,000, and that lead is spread across the board.
Jankos slowed down by the Zephyr, looking potentially for a Cyclone as Congolese in the mid lane forced to flash between worlds. They went the 1v2. Jankos is still winning this. Safeguard to safety for a second. Lands the Sonic Wave. Will not follow the Lee Syndrome and press the Q again. Steadfast will make it very tricky. Looking to try and nab away the Raptor, and does with the Q. In the picture-in-picture, Hyper is again proxy farming. Looking to die to the turret again? Surely not.
No,
or is that
it's
just the replay? It is a replay. There we go. I think it's surely not. I feel like I've seen this before. And I had, in fact, seen it before.
It's alright. We've been there, and M1 actually is going to get his base reset again. So, Nord, I think, as many were expecting, taking a pretty firm lead, a lot of control across the board. I will, glass half full here for Ruddy. This is kind of the expectation of like nameplates off this composition, right? They do have winning mid jungle 2v2. They do have a, kind kind of a soft winning. I'll describe it as soft, but in skirmishes, obviously a very hard winning 2v2 Nord on the bottom side. As it seems like they were really trying to bully M1 all the way back to base. As Hido just doing his best to just get as much poking as possible onto that Jinx. Now Zvero getting his work done also here on the spot side tier 2.
Zvero doing a lot of work here in this game. Has managed to get himself a solid 1,000-odd gold lead here, 2-0-1. The Luden's Echo for a lot of bursts as Jankos jumps onto Hyper, does land the Floor's Duet, slowed down by the Chilling Smite. Over comes Chachi for the top side of the splash away from Hyper. But where do you go? In comes the Keeper's Verdict. Hyper presses a defiant dance, but where on earth do you dance to? Aside from into a 6-foot hole, a grave again for the 6th time this game on the Aurelia.
Yeah, 6 deaths. I mean, in fairness, at the start, he was getting camped, right? Jankos went up there 2 times. He made it very, very close, but those brief moments as...
Hang on.
Yeah, Zvero in between worlds. Dash away, but right into G-Track's hands? No.
Oh, boy. And where does Jake go? Gets over the wall, lands a Q. No, he misses the Q. That's unfortunate. In comes the reflected Glacial Fissure, but it doesn't matter. G-Trax comes on over and immediately dies. Jankos hunting for Don Jake. Would love some vengeance. Could find a little bit more traitorous fury in his heart. Won't quite find it this time around. Chachi, though, all the while shoving on to the tier 2 and Nord just running away with it at this point. 5,500 gold in the lead.
Yep, very far ahead. And aside from, obviously, the lane leads that Nord were able to accomplish early on, it's now starting to turn into just macro leads as well, right? The ability to rotate into these fights fast and first ahead of Ruddy has just started to break this game down even further than it already was. They will pick up this Herald as a result, and Hido, just on the side of your screen, none of that rapid fire cannon nonsense. It's Essence Reaver into Infinity Edge, so he is going to hit like a truck with those double tap autos, assuming they are going to end up as crits. And looking onto Zvero, Don Jake is definitely taking a pretty lengthy route around here, but he's going to find him. And there's no help. There is no TP for Chachi.
Well, Q's to close this, but now doesn't have the Q to keep going. Lands a smite, gets the slow, but the damage back from Zvero is very high at this point. Watch the potential execute. Solar Snare again flashed away from. Wait for the Q back behind. Can still be very dangerous for Jake. Doesn't quite down to the passive, but now treats down here. Zvero gets out alive. All the while, Chachi and Hyper trading on out. 2-level advantage. Got the passive attacking, but Jankos is here. Into the backline we go as the rocket comes on down. Hyper gets half of Chachi's HP bar, but where does he run as the needlework begins to fly? Steadfast presence rolling. Buying down, now no longer able to stop the dashes. A double somehow in the bot lane as Treats finds that on the Braum. Knocked up. Still got the flawless duet to potentially work with here. Doesn't land it. Still got a passive stab. Where on earth you go? Dashes on in. Thrives up the Defiant Dance.
Wow.
Flash away from Chachi and a shove away with a heroic charge. And the 2v1 eventually goes in Nord's favour.
This Irelia champ, man, is just like, obviously it can't team fight for Jack, right? That's the intention.
No.
As well, someone's getting out. Who? It will be Chachi. Wouldn't it be funny if he just went? Yo, no! Alright,
and he misses anyway!
Oh, might as well have just gone and hit the tier 2, mate. Get yourself 700 gold.
Who needs it? Just send a message.
Yeah, sending a message for sure. Herald will get
What is the message, Jamada? What did they say?
You know, if we could, or if we wanted to, we could. That's what the message is.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah. Just let them know. Alright, well, Chachi will TP back topside. This Gwen is now unreasonably fed. Nash's Tooth alongside the Riftmaker is a very scary customer. Hyper will probably clear up this Herald, which of course didn't get the charge because of a variety of reasons. I don't think it went into the mid-tier 1. Didn't see that on screen.
No,
I'm not going to lie to you. Thank you very much, Jamada. But 7k lead, 45 seconds until Soul Point. I mean, Nord, there's very little they can do this game that would make it something that Ruddy can win at this point. They've got leads everywhere you care to look.
Yeah, that's a kick away from Don Jake. Hyper?
Boy. That's a fair
damage. Oh my god!
And the healing back in the Mystic Glacial Fissure. Congolese now looking for a potential angle into the backside of this. Damage onto Hyper is still getting pretty good. Jankos right away. That one has Treat. Tries to jump forwards. Flash away from Hyper. Can't quite find the Searing Radiance kill, but the Rockets will finish it up. Keeper's Verdict comes on through. Reflect knocks Jankos away.
That's huge. Hold on.
Zvero and Chachi, the Stone Lane is coming on in. Don Jake goes to the backside with the ward hop in. Between root onto the bunny. Killer Bunny Rev is down. The hand grenade of Antioch comes comes out of Mel's hands. Chachi needs to dash away. Will skip and slash to safety over the wall. How much further will that? Everyone's flashing on in. And Nord are melted. Ruddy find a team fight.
Hold on a second. You asked me, what could Nord do? And I was about to say, I don't know, man. I've seen weirder things. I said it earlier in game 1. This is one of those moments. And I mean, Ruddy weren't, particularly obtuse to finding these kind of opportunities in game 1 either. Remember, it was the Orianna Shockwaves and the Deco ults, right? In game 1 of our day. Here in game 3, still kind of making miracles work here. Every now and again. And 2 item spike now in for this Mel. You'd like to imagine Hyper is very close to a second item as the initial engage looks real scuffed. Just look at the amount of damage on off. And this is what I was talking about with Irelia. I mean, it's so ridiculous how much damage is available to this champion once it has Blade of the Ruined King. It is one of the best users, if not the best user of that item in the game. And even though Hyper eventually goes down, he's bought so much time and space just by killing off Hido, and the rebuttal there, really well timed by Konglis. And at this point, it's effectively a very brief 4 versus 2. The in-between world sends Zvero right on top of those chompers, and they're able to kite out Chachi and then re-engage once he realizes he can't hit anything onto him. The chase down is great. Oh,
It
top
really side. is, and Hyper now looking for Zvero, but there is the massive chunk in from the Stormbringer. Nord, though, going to pick up the Atacana, and that's suddenly a load more petals going their way up to 32. Made that 55 petals, my god! Zvero suddenly not in a very fun point as Hyper is trapped into the turret and can't fight the 1v1. Loses that one all the while. Congolese in the bot side, going to try and throw it out. The reflection! The rebuttal comes on through, but Hido says, yeah, no, I don't care.
Yeah, and if you're wondering what happened, whilst we was in that replay, Don Jake tried to go for a steal on that 3rd dragon, which is why Nord were able to acquire this Archon with such ease. He did not, obviously, succeed in stealing away that dragon. As you can see at the top of your screen, there's a Chemtech soul today. All of the, considered unpopular souls being put on our plates for our opening day of summer.
Oh! Gonna come diving! In comes the Mega Blastco! Monsoon comes on down, but when it's raining, it's pouring onto Ruddy's heads. It's a terrible day for rain. And they lose another few members. 3 members down. Inhibitor turret under siege, and Nord will pile on through the mid lane.
I mean, look where they died. How far are they going to be willing to go is my question. They've got a cannon with half HP, another wave on the way, and 20 seconds, and they found their stun onto Congolese.
The Nexus turret out of the siege, Hyper's back alive, but everyone else is dead. The Aurelia tried her hardest, but it was never a 1v1, and Nord! Yankos strikes first in the matchup. Judas wins again. Nord 1-0 against Ruddy.
Man, very one-sided. Not too many surprises. But hey, if there's one thing I can say, just to be positive about this Ruddy situation for a moment, they have kind of kept up for the first 10 minutes of both of these games. And that's when it starts to go to, complete dog after the fact, right? Once you have to start using your brain for macro and, rotations and being
lane assignments, rotation timings,
That's obviously when it gets a little bit problematic. But yeah, clean easy game for Nord, right? They, again, much like game 1 actually, in terms of what Ruddy have had to deal with today, a lot of agency on the other end, a lot of spikes in the mid game, and they were able to just close it out off the back of that. And in this case, obviously, gold was inflated even more than it typically would be.
Yeah, and again, we're looking at a squad that nearly had some moments, right? Like we saw the Aurelia win a 1v2, got close in other ones, but once it started snowballing against, the Aurelia had a lot harder time. They find that one fight in mid-game, but don't get any turrets, don't get the objectives off it. It just felt like there was a couple extra steps that Ruddy didn't have, whereas Nord very much did. Really solid play across the board. But Jamada, last thoughts before we throw to the desk?
Judas won.
There it is. That's the statement. Desk, take it from there.
Play nice. No, I like it. I like it. Is my sound going through? Is this okay?
It was delayed for a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, we might have lost you.
Okay, it is.
Went through, though.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to make sure this is not happening again. I'm not pressing anything. This is, technology.
Okay.
So, Nord winning versus Ruddy. At this moment, it means Ruddy ends up first day 0-2. But it's also a really nice presentation coming in from Nord.
Yeah.
Before we go deep, I do believe Ruddy had something going on the early game.
Yeah.
Especially
That wasn't
if
a
we
thing.
can. If we can have a little spotlight on 2 players there, this is not what we're looking at, but very quickly, we have to look at the top part of the map here because we need to talk about Hyper and Don Jake. I believe Aragon will have much more to say about Hyper, but basically for Don Jake, this was not a bad game, especially considering he's the one picking Lee Sin into Jankos of all people. He had some really good ganks throughout the game here and there.
Yeah, I mean, not the best clip to showcase Don Jake being
Yeah.
decent at Lee Sin. That was probably the worst play he made. But generally,
Yeah, true.
the rest of the plays were actually pretty good. I mean, this was just where the game, I felt like, exploded. The reality is that Ruddy drafted, and the reason why I said this draft was hard was because they drafted just hard champs to play. Aurelia, one of the hardest champs of the game to pilot and win a game through, and the same with Lee Sin, right? These are just skill champions where, especially when you draft Aurelia, you really want to be playing on every single slow push, every single wave, and if it goes wrong, it goes terrible, because the only thing that you can do is keep fighting your way out of it, and that's what Hyper did. And I think he ended up like 210 or something. But respect, honestly, they did better than we thought, right?
Yeah,
Hyper,
100%,
especially with the solo
Yeah.
kills, pretty good.
Yeah! That solo kill early in the game, nobody expected that. He was the one getting ganked and he got the first blood in the end and almost killed Jankos on Poppy too.
Yeah, Jamada brought it
But,
up. The bone plating coming at the right moment. Tell me, Aragon. Yeah, continue.
But we have to give props to the winner, right? Like Nord, I think,
100%.
did the thing that better teams do when they're against a worse team where, yes, you're losing kills, you're dying in a team fight, maybe you mess one up, but on the other side, you have, Chachi cross-mapping, and then eventually you get every single neutral objective despite all the losses, and you just win anyway. I mean, look at this one try as well. Chachi with the Gwen and the AoE shred is crazy.
Chachi was honestly set up so early in the game, despite him getting being the recipient of the first blood. He ended the laning phase rather early with a 3-to-1 ratio of kills to deaths, and after that, if you set up your Gwen so early on in the game, you just guarantee her items starting to pour in very quickly, and you guarantee that she's going to be a menace both on the side lanes and in the team fights, which is exactly what Chachi was.
Comes down to what you said previously. The team that knows who has the lead doesn't need to expose anything. Just playing it slowly, and eventually you know your macro and micro will be better than the enemy. I think you also brought it up while we were on the green room, Aragon, that just give them time. Just give them time. They're gonna be able to bring it up. In terms of damage, yeah, Irelia is going to stack it up, but when you look into the entire team, there's a difference.
It's rough. I mean, I just want to highlight here with the damage at the very least. Most damage in the game, Zwyriri, I mean, you saw, I think, in every single fight, him starting out fights and getting chunks, and then off of that, resets on the W and continuing fights. I think Zwyriri played insanely well on the Aurora, and it's just showing what he brings over someone like No Way, who was on the team previously. In terms of champion pool, Aurora is a much different champion, and they can play these kind of skirmishy and scrappy fights over something like a Xerath. And I think that it's just a testament to his champion pool being much more useful.
That graphic also was a statement of Jankos. When you look into turrets, none for Ruddy, everything for Nord. Objectives, none. Feats of strength, none. It was a clean slate coming in for Jankos as well, which also symbolizes what we were talking about. The fact that right now he's not a shot caller. He can just focus on being Jankos, a little bit more aggressive and looking more for the kills. When we look into what they presented, is this the Nord you were expecting with those name tags?
Yeah. I don't know about you guys, but to me, definitely 100% that was the Nord I wanted to see. Having a mid laner who is able to join them up close in every single team fight, thus allowing them to look, for more of those potential skirmishes and team fights. Having a bot lane who are super, I don't even know, they feel so much understanding of what everybody's doing, both on the lane and later on in the team fight. Like, synergy is the word I'm looking for, and I saw a lot of it on the bot lane. And everybody else, well, they have already been there, and we knew what to expect from them.
Yeah. Aragon, your thoughts as well as we wait for the interview?
Just incredibly solid showing. Expected a stomp in maybe not in terms of getting solo killed here and there. That's something that could be cleaned up. But like in general, the macro game was there. I mean, you could see that there were better players overall, and you wouldn't expect anything less, to be honest, when you do look at the names on paper.
Yeah. We're waiting for this one. At the end of the day, they'll be facing Venom Crest. And after seeing Venom Crest play in Nord as well, does anybody want to change predictions? Aragon, I know you were high on your predictions, but I mean, come on.
Nah, not a chance. I think Nord is going to clap. Absolutely clap. I think they got cheesed a bit by the Ignite top lane after Hyper just slams the Aurelia, because who really plays Aurelia? I think Chachi got caught off guard. I don't think they'll give in to Venom Crest that easy.
Okay. Let's talk to the team as well, and I have the pleasure to bring in back Zviru. Welcome to the interview. Welcome back to the NLC. And there you go. How are you feeling after this one? Was it a clean one?
I mean, of course, it wasn't a clean one, but I kind of felt like it's solo queue in Diamond. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't feel that like this is official. So this was like something weird, but I guess that's what Don Jake wanted to achieve, so he did.
He's already dead. He's already dead. It's the meme, you know. Hey, tell me something. This is a stacked up team. When you look into Nord, this is top of the branch. What is your favorite part of this roster?
Favorite part of this roster?
Yeah.
Well, I think Chakalaka is my favorite part. You know Chakalaka?
What?
You don't know Chakalaka?
No, I'm lost. I'm lost. I need help.
Bro, like you'll okay, if anyone doesn't know this, like Vizichachi wants to rename to Chakalaka because it suits him better. And he will as well like start playing like carry champions like Gwen, Jax, and I was like, wait, really? And he's like, bro, this name, Chakalaka, means like warrior, you know? I'm like, okay, sorry Chakalaka, you know?
Okay, another question that I have for you, boss. Look into Nord's past this year, 2025 on the Winter Split. They went versus LR at the final, nothing. Spring Split, nothing. Is that a difference this time, with you around?
I mean, it's not only me, it's as well Hido, right? And it's like treats. So, I think so, but we still need to like time to like play good together, I would say.
Okay, who's the shot caller right now? Oh, is this? Can you hear? Can you hear Aragon?
No, I can't. I can only hear
No,
you.
Aragon, you're gone. You're gone.
Like
Yeah.
it feels like you're only in my brain. I saw
Oh.
you guys talking, and you were the one like voice in my head. So I'm not sure if I took too much pre-workout or something, or like did it just go into my head? Like I don't know.
Okay, Aragon wants to know who's the better player on the team right now. Who's the best one? Wait. Oh,
The
strongest physically, the gym guy, the best gym guy on the
Okay,
team.
then it's for sure me. The one reason is like Jankos is scared to like go on the high weights. Like if I would put on his like bench press 80 kilo, he would be like, bro, it might kill me and like end my career. And I'm like, bro, your career just ended before. You can try. And he's like, no. I'm like, okay. Bro, like.
Okay. I have a final question that was brought in by someone from Poland, okay? What is your thoughts on pasta with strawberries?
Pasta. Oh, I like it. It's like the grandma is doing this, or it's not grandma. Like I think in Poland, grandmas are doing this. No, it's not like some like Italian food. No, it's Polish food, right?
Yeah.
Because
So
when
is it
when I hear
good?
pasta, yeah, of course it's good. If my grandma does it, it's so good. If your grandma does it, I need to check. So maybe like you can call me later and we check it as well.
Oh, that's good. I never know that. So you prepare the pasta and then you put the strawberries, or it's like
Yeah. Yes, bro. I just the strawberry needs to be wet. I don't know how to explain it more, but it needs to be in the sauce, and then it's good.
boss.
Yeah, bro.
Thank you so much. I have no idea how I'm gonna do that, but I'm gonna test it. Thank you so much, Zainu. Best of luck for the final one.
Thank
I'll
you
see
so much,
soon.
and have a nice day, boys.
You too.
You know, I did one desk segment on the LEC with Zviru, and I really said we've got to have that guy again because he's completely schizo. By the way,
I love
he's
it.
completely schizo. You've got to bring him back. I love him so much.
This is what I live for, you know? This
Yeah.
is what I live for. Hey, Solari, thank you for the question, because I now have a different dinner than I had planned. Pasta with strawberry. And with that in mind, don't you go anywhere soon. I have to buy strawberries. Welcome back. It's going to be Chaos versus Rich Gang. This is match 4 of the day. We saw them before. Rich Gang looking clean. Is this enough? Chaos is going to bring the chaos because you know every single time they play, it's going to be a miss, and we live for that. Who's going to win? Question on top of the table.
Rich Gang.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's Rich Gang, and I'm going to one-up that. I'm going to say it's not going to be close. I think my belief in this roster is actually quite high, and I think top 4, top 5 is reasonable, and I got to say, I think the players are just better.
Which is an interesting point to take, because if you remember what Chaos' goal for this split is for them to reach top 4 at the end of the split, and I don't know. This match is going to be rough for them, because from what we saw, Diaz and Kehbo are going to pose a really big threat to them. And I'm not even starting on Maddox on the top lane, okay?
You know what? I love the quote of we want to be top 4. And Scuffed saying I want to prove myself and all that. I think this is where you start. If you actually have those expectations, this is the match. Right now. Day 1 for Group B. Yeah. Okay, so what brought you that idea that Rich Gang is going to take the lead, Eragon? You were so confident on that, just like your predictions at the beginning of the day.
Refresh me. It was Chaos versus Venom Crest, and it was the absolutely mental game, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And then
I
Rich
think
Gang
Rich Gang
versus
in their
Ready.
game looked a lot cleaner, I think, at the very least. Matix just looked much better. Well, I mean, to be fair, they were against Ruddy, who's considerably weaker than them, but I just think in general, because of that, Rich Gang, I have much more belief in their carry pieces, especially in their jungler Ozan, and their top laner, who is one of the highest dealer tops in the league. And because of that, that's why I believe in them.
Yeah.
Love
so,
it.
probably in this game, we could also look into the individual lane strength for Rich Gang, because yeah, their team fighting was good, but also they went through so much throughout their consistent laning phase as well.
Okay. Timo yet again being removed. Vaio is not allowed to play that one. GP, Zach, it's the same mold. So this leaves a lot of champions
Is this
open.
guy really a Teemo Gangplank two trick? Like, this is the weirdest thing I've
Pretty
never
sure he
seen.
is.
Oh, geez,
Respect the Tito.
Because there's a few Teemos that I know in High Elo, like there's Alan, there's Ramiora, but I've never heard of Vayu, so that's really, really cool. I'm quite a big fan of these champions, and I wonder, that eats up your bans, right? On blue side, you have the privilege of banning target bans, because you can always first pick your champion, and you can always leave up the OPs, like the Pantheon, like the Talia.
We know this guy. We had to talk about him once. He's rank 1
Okay.
even at Teemo only.
E with Teemo only. Rank 1.
Rank 1.
My God. That is the worst thing I've ever heard. Okay,
That's a red flag.
it is.
That's the rest. What do you
Okay.
mean? That's
Well-
consistency.
Yeah, I mean, that's heavy top lane targeting as well. And because of that, I
Yeah,
wonder if top
Varus-
laners go up in priority. Varus is up, Talia's up, Xin Zhao's up. We haven't seen any Xin Zhao yet in the tournament. Rich Gang do prioritize that, and last time they first picked the Pantheon. So we'll see what they first pick this time around. Those are the champs I'd be looking at.
Yeah, so with the Pantheon not available, Azure has been a pretty big talk for Diaz, if I recall correctly, one of those top champions in his pool, so prioritizing him would make sense for Rich Gang as well.
Okay.
Yeah,
So you
and,
leave the AD carry open. Tell me.
Into the Azir, you typically quite like answers like the Talia, rather. And you can just take the
Yeah.
pairing of Talia Xin Zhao. If you want to be optimal, I think that's probably the best rotation that you can do. You could also go down the route of anti-control mages like the Akali for Scuffed and stuff like this. Yone is also a great answer, but they've got a lot of different directions. An NLC Classic, though, with the Syndra locked in.
Oh, Syndra Poppy immediately, with Poppy
Yeah.
being a very big flex here. It can go into Shackle's hands, it can go to Vi, it can go to Snealer even if they decide to. And speak of that, Xin Zhao taking that away from Chaos, sorry.
Yeah, Jhin can have a hard time piloting into a Poppy because it just blocks the dash that he has, but really, really good for Ozan. It's one of his best champions. In my opinion, it is his best champion, and what they're building with this lock-in is a solid front-to-back team fight with the front line of the Xin Zhao and the Azir backline. Excellent lock into the Varus. I think it's just the strongest champion. If you want to match AD now, you probably lock in something like the Jhin, although that isn't the direction you have to go in for sure. You could also lock in full topside and ban away top laners.
We have also seen today Lucian being locked in as pretty much an answer to the longer range bot lane, but okay, Jhin will make more sense. You already have some front line to work with, already have some more control from Syndra to work from, but so far, okay, not Jhin yet. It's going to be Rel, so Jhin is still up and open. If Rich Gang decide to ban it out, it's going to be the opportunity for them. But so far, just from these 3 picks, Rich Gang already building up a pretty strong combo. And what is scary about it is that it's pretty strong in the early game, and it's not going to stop itself because it is going to scale very well later on as well. So how do you attack it?
Yeah, I mean, lots of bans now. They're going to ban away Braum, which is an excellent combination with the Xin Zhao and the Azir, considering you apply the passive stacks on these champions. And it's good into Rel, makes a lot of sense. I think you could also ban the Alistair if you want to keep pinching support, because you picked support away, and they haven't picked a support yet, right? Rich Gang haven't. On the other side, you're banning away compositional fits like the Ornn and maybe champions that would counter your blind pick. When I think of Ornn being banned, I think of champions like Renekton being slammed, or potentially the Rumble. That's what this could be setting up, but I also think that Ornn could have been just good for Rich Gang. So we'll have a look. We'll have a see. There's the Alistair ban to facilitate the Rel.
Renekton would make sense here because it's also a pretty big pick from Maddox as well. So I feel like that matches here. Unless Chaos want to try to take that away and then kind of break the flex for Poppy here. I mean, finally break the flex because we just know it's not a support anymore.
I think that's a Renekton setup ban right there.
Yeah.
These are a bit sus. Okay, so the question is now you leave. If they're picking Renekton, you're R5ing top lane. You should have an answer into that in champions like maybe the Aatrox. You're gonna pick away the AD character match, and here typically you go Ezreal, Jhin, or Corki, and it looks like they're going with Jhin option because you neutralize the lane pretty well and you outrange a lot. So it's a good matchup. It's a good pickup. And here is the fabled blind pick top laner. I'm going with Renekton. I think it's probably the best answer here.
It feels like it's not even a bet at this point.
What's the decision on the other side? What apply coming in?
I do think Rumble could be good.
That a little bit easier for the Poppy. Extremely happy with this one.
Archeron, mate, I have no idea what you're saying.
Yeah.
You're completely cutting out.
I was wondering if it's on my side.
Yeah. I'm just gonna assume that you said something about the Poppy.
Probably.
So here comes the blind pick top lane. Leona locked in for more CC and a very strong bot lane 3v3 with the Varus, Leona, and the Xin Zhao. And it's not. No, it's also a good setup ban for the Cassante.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
Matix Cassante.
But-
It's not bad.
However, both Xante and Leona actually are going to run into the same issues it would have been if it were Leona and Renekton. There is still Poppy on the side of Chaos, who is not going to let them move freely in the teamfight and more importantly engage in a teamfight into the backline.
Yeah, I think you can actually flex the Poppy up the top side here and then pick a different jungler because Poppy's good into the Cassante. So I quite like that move. They flexed the Poppy, like you said, Solari, all the way to R5. And they've locked in the Wukong, so a good draft adaptation from Chaos.
Yeah, actually now I like Chaos draft so much more because you have the tools to stop Rich Gang from what they want to be doing, but also with the engage from Wukong and with so much artillery from the backline with Syndra and with Jhin. This is a very scary teamfight comp that if you get caught by any control on their side, there is a chance you're not getting out of it alive anymore.
Still believe on the Rich train, or is there room? Okay.
I have no idea what Archerum's asking. I'm going to assume he's asking me which comp I like better. And that's the question I'm going to answer. So I think I prefer the slow and scaling side of Rich Gang with the front to back of the Azir and the Xin Zhao. I think Xin Zhao is Ozhan's best champion. And with the Cassante, you just get to team fights later on. That's typically where games are won. And I think that's where they're winning.
Well, take it away, Castus, I guess. I'll just cut it.
Oh, we can hear.
Take it to Castus.
Production, what are you telling me about my ventriloquism for Archerum's not working? But I was talking about climbing to the top of the mountain. Like, that's all he says, right? Like, he doesn't have anything else he says, right? Sorry, we're like, hi. Adrian, what do you think about those drafts?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with the sentiments of Aragon's analysis on the Rich Gang composition. Very simple to execute, easy ways of access to the backline via their engage. I will say, however, Chaos composition spiking on the timers that it does, right, around the mid-game, 1.5, 2 items. We've seen a lot of favor in that today, even in the very lengthy game, which did, of course, contain our red side team in Chaos. So we shall see as we make our way onto the Rift for our 4th game of the night.
Nothing here that looks super crazy here in terms of picks in a lot of ways. Shackle has always been a bit of a Wukong blip. He's been playing for a little while now as a jungler, and I think there are certain metas where it's pretty much obligatory that you would at least touch the Wukong once or twice if you can find yourself to those 2 item marks. Suddenly this Syndra Wukong pick combo with the Rel, with the Poppy as well, that first bit of CC, there will be follow-up from the rest of the squad in pretty short order. Rich Gang got a number of tools to keep themselves safe. The Cassante, the Xin Zhao, the Leona, all have ways to try and keep the on-hit Varus and the Azir alive, but they're going to have their work cut out for them, I have no doubt.
That they will. Yeah, are able to sweep away that early ward there from RG. So we'll see what use they can get out of a potential hidden jungle start from Shakal. Seems like he will be starting on that top side, so information gained, information lost. Rich Gang actually starting up in this first brush, so keep our eye out. I think we should just quickly stick down by that bot side just because of the potential opportunity of Raya or Snillo face checking that first brush. Potentially.
Not too much there. A little bit of a Q coming out from Scuffed. Not going to lead to all that much. And De Haast, again, player we shouted out the last time. You said he'd really impressed you in tryouts a few years back. And again, he's been all over the world. Was in the Arabian League not so long ago, doing very well out there. Couldn't quite win out in the finals. Of course, have Boda as his top laner, who was also a bit of a menace back then. But despite coming in as arguably favourites in that split, couldn't quite take it over the side of Giyu's squad at the time. I think it was Edward coaching for the roster. Couldn't quite get all the way. Rich Gang now. The lucky owners of De Haast. If that's the right way of putting it, I suppose it is. It's a very football term, but hey, here we are. Snella going to crash down away from Alaric. Not too much there as the Q comes on through, but largely hits the shield.
Exactly. And this bottom side will likely be very pivotal to a lot of control inside of this game, just because of the volatility of both of these champions when they're up against each other, but also because our junglers were pathing down out. Khan has actually taken a path off. He's done, he's wrapping around, so he's done his blue side camps, and now he's going to come from the top side here.
Awesome. Will down, Q down. Yeah, flash for the 3 talents, try calling forward from De Haast. They should get the last auto, and the soldier does the work of the Emperor. First blood to Rich Gang.
Easy stuff, and it's not a particularly simple thing to predict that Xin Zhao will come off that clear. We're seeing it more and more as of late, and it's not just Xin Zhao's doing it either. Just catching those mid laners off guard, thinking they're a little bit safer than they actually are in those circumstances. Very well played from the Rich Gang jungler, and donates that kill over to the Azir, which is exactly where you want that gold going if you intend to play a bit more of a traditional front to back. Both DPS
really
carries,
smart.
Of course. You want that gold there.
Ozan has gone straight towards his Krugs away. He could have been caught out on his red buff here. So clears that away. He's going to reset, probably just trading out his red buff, just saying, look, I've lost that one. But again, buffs in general have lost a little bit of their value over the years. There was a point where it would ruin your clear forever if someone stole your buff. These days, it's a hit, but it's not the end of the world in the way it used to be.
Yeah, I mean, you have to think about it like this. 1 jungle XP is... there's plenty of descriptor words I could use here, to be honest, Sam.
Ones that are safe for broadcast, Jamal. I know, I'm narrowing your selection.
I'll land on wonky, right? Just because of the way,
I get you.
just because of the way that the rubber banding works, you can fall quite far behind in XP and then have 1 or 2 jungle camps really catch you back up into relevancy. Because there does come a point where, as a jungler, once you start to get at a certain point, there are a lot of numbers working under the hood in League of Legends, and one of them is when you are kind of ahead and those jungle camps are below you or equal to you in XP, or level rather, you get less XP, so it kind of slows down that snowball. Now, Ozcan, speaking of slowing down a snowball, wants to keep this one going in the mid lane.
Oh, nice little stun there. The 3 talents try to knock up the soldiers coming forward, slide and glide, and divides Scuffed's health from the rest of the Rift. Another kill and a very nice gang from Ozcan, doing a great work there.
Yep, just such a simple path in, and again, there's no vision on that top side, right? It's, I believe a ward was originally placed on the bottom side from Squaff, which is why this gank ended up working. Not just the first time, but also now the second time, and Xin Zhao can return back to his clear, and he's going to be in the same tempo as Shkar because of the red buff take and the bot side Skull take. So whilst there would have otherwise been maybe a small individual lead for Shackle, it's now effectively one that's pretty much even, right? You'll see Shakal hit the that Raptor camp and turn level 5, just as Ozcan is also hitting level 5 rather, by taking the wolves himself on his end.
Yeah, still got a few camps to pick up, most of it clear. We'll be a little bit behind here, but I think, honestly, the value given over to De Haast, a player we've already been hyping up, saying, look, this guy is the real deal. A 2-0 Azir in a game where the Azir needs to be a threat, yeah, that'll do. Chaos, of course, not out of this or anything right now. And again, we've already talked about how really dangerous their pick CC chain is from literally any combination of champions you care to mention. But the early start has been good for Rich Gang.
Definitely has. Would have almost in some ways want to see that second kill maybe even go over to Xin, just to get him to a point where he can start being a very obnoxious champion to contest anywhere on the map. And really play that bridge role, but Azir can do that too. Just because the amount of gold he's gotten in this early stage, he's able to pick up an early null magic mantle alongside that blasting one. So not only can he kind of shove the wave as and when he pleases, he's going to take less damage in those trades. And now, top side, Vayu. Oh, it's buffered!
No, the Zed through the keeper's verdict, and it goes to a higher court, and the appeal comes on through in Rich Gang's favor.
Oh man, that's not ideal. Chaos will, at the very least, take this first dragon of the game. Hex Tech is the next one. Stopped both their recalls. Is it a Cloud or no, a Chemtech? So we could be on for a full day of
Clouds
gas.
and Chemtechs.
Yeah.
Just lots of gas everywhere, exactly.
Yeah, loads of wind, loads of
I feel like a combination of Chemtech and Cloud Soul together, some monstrous smog cloud sounds pretty miserable.
You know, I think it's about time that we evolve the dragons in the league. I mean, this conversation's kind of derived from my my criticism of Fearless, which I'm not going to get
yes.
onto here.
I know you're making the video at the minute. So we've got a little bit of downtime here. If you want to have that
Yeah.
chance, but it's only best of ones today, but it'll be important in about a week or so.
Yeah, so Fearless aside, what I actually think would be kind of interesting, and I've always been a bigger proponent of, is we just we go back to the crazy balance days, where we just have these huge system changes again.
Are you talking
which...
Season 5 switches before Worlds? Like, are we talking like Juggernaut
Well, I'm not.
patches again?
Well, funnily enough, I'm also making a video on the Juggernaut patch, but no,
I
I'm
knew
not
it.
talking
Okay.
about the Juggernaut patch.
Mordekaiser Dragons, let's go.
Specifically, yeah, Mordekaiser Dragons, Darius resets.
Oh.
I mean, that was actually when they made the Darius changes. Those are crazy for the time. Riot should be okay here.
The worrying trends in D2 balls angles, but Squeaking Up to your house needs to shifting sands away and does so. Shackle. Going to eat a little bit of damage. In goes Alarik. Gets a decent stun. Sniller at half HP, but gets to mount up with some Ferromancy and be just fine. Grubs, though, are now going to be Rich Gangs because the play from Chaos kind of fizzles out.
Yeah, and it does. But imagine, right? Because this should be Grubs here for Rich Gang. That doesn't look like the contest is going to be particularly hefty. Imagine if the soul that you got was dependent on the actual dragons that you got, and maybe we went back to kind of a soft. There used to be kind of a waiting on what dragons would spawn in the game, so it's maybe you would get 2 dragons of Infernal and then the rest would be Mountain for the rest of that game, or so on and so forth.
I'm with you.
And then off that, if we ended up getting, let's say you get, I don't know, 2 Infernals, 2 Clouds, right? Still 4 dragons for a soul. You get a mixed effect between the two, where it's I don't know, maybe if Infernal dragons have Prio on it, then the explosion effect is not quite a circle, but it's like a cone because it blows
so the more dragons you get, the more effective the soul is. I'm with you.
So it's not so much even effectiveness; it just changes the actual effects ever so slightly. It's not applicable to all of them because you'd have to change Chemtech resists and maybe Mountain or whatever. But I just it's a cool idea. We've been in a relatively similar version of League
for the last couple of years.
For a little, So
red buff.
This red buff is gone.
It's gone. They don't want to fight it. That's probably wise from Ozhan there. Would have been a risky moment to step on forward. And again, anyone who wasn't watching the tournament last week on NLC, Ozhan's Shinzao, I was going to say Cassante, it's very much not Cassante. His Shinzao was pretty meteorically nasty. Came crashing on down through the enemy lines and doing unspeakable things. In a good start this game already. The Feat of Warfare already secured by Rich Gang. Just needs some objectives or a turret to round that out into the full feats of strength. We're not quite there as yet, but still a great spot for it. I'll tell you what, since we're talking about potential hot balance takes, one I had as a potential game design option, I'm curious what your thoughts would be on it, is instead, this was back when stopwatch more a thing, obviously was a really big item, gone to arm guard, it's been nerfed a little bit in terms of this option.
If you didn't live through that,
that was a whole
period
thing.
of League of Stopwatch, goodness me, yeah, you're very
Well,
fortunate.
yeah, you could get it from runes, it was half the price, all those things. But my initial take was, I wonder whether you could balance it a bit more differently if you put it in as a summoner spell. So you have stopwatch as a summoner spell.
Perhaps summon a spell book. What if you could...
Well, you see, no, don't you start hyping that video again. You absolute cretin. He's a salesman, folks. He's always finding the angle. Don't go watch his channel. There's no content on there at all. Nothing useful.
Nah, nothing ever, actually, as a matter of fact. But yeah, no, I could see it. I mean, I think it would just be a little bit... because a summon spell like that, to me, would have to be... arguably an even longer cooldown than Flash. I don't think you could get away with,
Yeah.
stopwatch on a summoner spell.
You'd want
and
it on like
be 5
TP
minutes.
cool-
Like,
yeah, you'd want it on a long cooldown, absolutely.
you would want that on at least
Or
7
you'd
minutes,
have
I think,
have
to
it with
really keep it off
charges.
kilter.
It's like you can use it X amount of times in a game.
Like twice, yeah.
Yeah, all that kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. You could potentially do it that way as well. Little bit of a quick heads up. We did find out what's going on. It sounds like someone had a bit of an FPS issue, so it's just being resolved. Back straight into game, so it doesn't look like it was too big an issue, just a little bit of a spike. But pause came on through, very understandable. FPS, pretty significant at this level of play. That said, while we've been talking, there's been some plays happening.
great
Nice flash from Scuff required there, as the Emperor's Divide would have knocked the Syndra straight into the loving arms of Ozhan, which would have been a bad time. The mid jungle has been pretty ruthless from Rich Gang early on, and already up about 2,000 gold just over already in Rich Gang, just from these early plays and ganks in mid lane.
Yeah, and that's going to feel really, really good if, they can kind of stay at item parity. Just because, of course, Chaos's composition, whilst I'm not going to say it doesn't scale, I think you would be hard-pressed to find strong arguments to say that it scales at flat face value more than Rich Gangs, right? So you need to force the issue, and force they are.
Alaric misses the Zenith Blade, now in danger, can look to flash. Flashes in an awkward direction here. Stays alive, though. And actually, Chaos pull a lot of ults and don't follow over, so Alaric gets away with it. I was right there with you. That was a bit of a perplexing option for the flash, but hey, who am I?
It was, but I actually think from the Chaos POV, it's always hard to tell, obviously, when you have, like, God View, right? But I don't think they saw him flash in that direction. I think the vision was cut off completely.
They warded over the wall afterwards, but I don't think they spotted him and got a bit perplexed. I agree with you.
Yeah, so either way,
Civ
Dragon's
HD
actually being started. Yeah, Civ HD, I guess that they're starting Dragon over here. Let's see if they can make a turnaround play happen.
Snilla, flash for the Shattering Strike. Ozhan gets away with it. Now Rhea, now in danger. The Solar Flare comes on down, Scuffed in danger. The Zenith Blade lands. Oh my days, the damage onto the Syndra. There's no chance to unleash the power in any true fashion. A clone comes on down. Shackle gets out to save it, but already Dehas just keeps doing more work. And somewhere out there, Rammstein understand it. They will find a few more damage and a few more kills and a first dragon for themselves.
Just so slick. Dashing in, able to flash out at the correct time just to ensure that he doesn't go down. Like, he could die with that play, and it would be okay. Like, they would still be winning in that moment. Still able to just outhands them. And Scuffed, right, they just step a bit too far forward, and Alaric eventually comes back in from that bottom side, finds the Zenith Blade and the Ultima, but keep your eyes on the haste because he starts to get collapsed on a little bit, but he's able to just slide in, confirm a kill, flash back out. Fantastic stuff from the Rich Gang mid laner, and Chaos, unfortunately for themselves, not able to really find much in response at all.
And now you've got the Merc Treads done, the Nash's Tooth done already, you've got 3 grubs, and again, Azir is a deceptively great turret taker with the Nash's Tooth and grubs. He just gets to keep autoing, and he's really hard to lock down because he's got that ability to just slide 30 miles away with the addition of a taxi, courtesy of his sound soldiers. He can put up a turret behind him if he's lost that turret as well. He is a remarkably good side laner in the right scenarios, and right now, he's really set up to be a very obnoxious side laner.
He is. I'm almost certain that he is going to absolutely tear through these towers.
Yeah, I know. Well, we're going to wait until we see it. It's going to be like 2 seconds, it goes.
Yeah, which, I mean, it seems we're kind of on the topic, and maybe we can be a little bit lackadaisical whilst there's a very least 4,000 gold lead.
I'm leaning my chair back. The relaxing version's coming on. There we go. That's much better. Go on.
Do we remember release Azir when you can W towers?
Oh,
wasn't that bonkers?
That was really disgusting. I tell you what, do you remember the first week that Azir was released in the LEC, and Freddy122 was still playing top lane for Rogue, and he played Azir top. It was pretty wild. Dehast.
He's got the
shuffle away. Yeah. I think he just gets to slide on out. The Magnet Storm, the crash down, the scattering of the week comes on through, and Dehast finally shut down. Important there. Shackle picks that up, but all the while Kevo getting to crash away in mid, as is Matic, so it's going to come at fairly hefty cost here for Chaos.
Yeah, it certainly will. How are they going to get both of these towers, kind of is the question, right? It's like Max is quite heavily contesting. Poppy's wave clear is actually deceptively strong with a small bit of AD. Just, I can't remember what it is, because I play a little bit of Poppy top myself. I want to say it's like 25 AD in level 7, or maybe level 9, actually. You can just kill the backline with 1Q, so...
I don't actually know what the breakpoint... I don't play enough Poppy to have to know the breakpoint, I have to say.
Yeah, it's quite frustrating to play against, but certainly very, very fun to play with, as that jungle camp did go over,
Solar
but
flare.
hey...
He's used his clone as well, has no flash. Where on earth would you Nimbus Strike to? I think that's just a dead Wukong. Tries to mess with the S key, but just stands and delivers a kill over to Kevo.
Yeah, very easy pickup there from the side of Rich Gang, just picking up Shackle, trying to find some bits and pieces. And the cost of that is going to be the Herald.
Yeah.
So,
And that's feat of strength too, because that'll be the third objective required. So that's going on over to Haas trading up with the Poppy, who is doing just fine. Double amp tone in inventory. See exactly what he decides to build towards. Few options for the Azir. We've seen a lot of Leandries. Probably would make some sense to me, or it might be Riftmaker. I'm struggling to remember what comes after Nash's Tooth on Azir straight away off the top of my head. Colorcaster, please save me.
no.
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 Cast it into the
I'll be
fire.
honest.
Cast it into the microphone, Isidore.
I will be honest, my headset cut out in the middle of that because I got a phone call. My headphones were connected to my phone. Just being very honest with you and the audience today. So I threw you under the bus for my tech issue.
Oh, okay. This is revenge for game one when I had my headphones break, isn't it? This is what you.
Yeah,
this is what
exactly.
play-by-play I forced you to do.
know,
I see.
I will actually say I quite enjoy getting to play-by-play. Like the very
fun, isn't
few
it?
times, it's really enjoyable. You know, like it's like peeking into the other side of the window. Really, just because our crafts are like so different but so the same as all days. Flash and R.
He's gonna get interrupted mid-shuffle. Flashes away now. They've gone too far. Nah, that's illegal. Someone call the police.
Yeah, he had to die there on that play. There's no way that he's should be allowed to walk out there. The Herald is dropped, so where are they going to steer this? Are they going to just bring it to the mid lane? They're going to let it walk over. I mean, no one can actually get in the way here. Snitter and Shakal being forced all the way back. And teleport from the haste into this bottom side. They stick around for too long. The window for Rich Gang to actually just look for an engage grows wider and wider, and step back they finally will.
They do. It's the Hextech alternator in inventory for Dahas, so definitely not the Leandries I was musing about. Could well be something like a Shadow Flame. Vayu looking at Kevo, can't walk towards that wall. Oh, that's going to happen. Does manage to cleanse and walk away. Still has to flash. Knocked up with the Keeper's Verdict. Flashes away from that ultimate. The Curtain's Call comes on through. Knock up with the 3 Talon Strike. Flash away from Sniller to get the other side of the Solar Flare. Just enough Sunscreen on to not end up rooted in place. Unfortunately, Matix will go unstoppable with the W despite getting stunned into the wall. They're going to try and find a bit more pick CC. And the CC combo from Chaos still pretty dangerous. All the while that Dahast just does what we said he would do in a side lane and autos a turret. Keeping going here, as that's fine to give you the death of the Cassante. Bring that one down. Shackle gets to clone out to safety. Mid lane tier 1 still sized, but they will get at least the shutdown onto the Cassante.
Yeah, definitely do. Shutdown feels good, but at the end of the day, more gold onto the Azir's back. Okay, Oscar is going to have to commit that Crescent Guard, so that's going to be down for the Dragon. Just taking stock of ultimates. I mean, Azir ult up, Matix ult up, but no teleport and dead. Shakal has ult. Looks like they will just end up yielding this dragon. And we did end up getting Chemtech again, by the way. It's not like we revisited, but Chemtech is our soul for the second time today. So will there be a tiebreaker in Game 5?
Cloud or Chemtech Dragons, place your channel point bets in chat at your discretion. Mods, maybe you can set that up. Maybe we can get that going. I don't know whether we have that power.
I don't
have
know
moderate
if
powers
we,
anymore. I had it once. It was stripped from me. I think it was your fault, actually, Adrian.
It was my fault, yeah. We probably not shouldn't talk about that on air. That was my bad. Sometimes the hate watching goes a bit too far, okay? And that is what that is.
The Adrian comes out rather than Jamada. He's a very different person. It does look like it will be that Shadow Flame with the NLR coming on it.
Hey, be nice to me and my persons.
No. No, absolutely not. What are you asking for here? That's clearly unreasonable. A little bit of an invade happening onto the red buff, taken away, and Shackle trying to get over the wall will flash away to safety. They're attacking the clone. Keeper's Verdict goes entirely wide. Wind becomes lightning. No audacious charge, but unfortunately for Vayu, gonna try and heroic charge away. The Deadly Flourish comes on through. Flash out from the Poppy as well. Couple key summoners down, and the red buff secured by Ozhan. All the while, Shackle eats a lot of damage from Dehastu, eats a lot of turret shots for that interrupt, but will be able to attack this tier 2 with Kevo, and I think that just means this turret is dead to rights.
Yeah, and it's the gold in both the carries pockets, right? It's where you want all of it, pretty much. TP flank coming in, there's the curtain call. Oh, the haste got hit by the first one.
Oh. Gonna get the shield coming on down, but that's still not gonna be enough to keep him safe. The teleport behind is good, but the wind becomes lightning, and the knock up from the 3 Talon Strike comes on through. In comes the Pathmaker, and in the end, it is still a big old kill coming on forward for Kevo, who gets that one onto the Poppy. A 1-for-1 but it's not what Chaos needed.
Yeah, very fortunate Chaos that the Archon is not on the top side of the map. Otherwise, I think that would have been a bit of a latchkey moment for the game. Would have been broken wide open. Able to just shove in that bottom wave, scuffed, and reset. I wonder if he's got his Cosmic Drive locked in on this recall or not. It looks like it's just a Fiendish Codex, so still a little bit while away from that second item. And when you take a look at the other side, I think that's really the big issue, right? I talk a lot about gold differences in games and how impactful they actually are, right? Item completions are what really change your games, and there are very few components that really fundamentally change the function of a champion, right? Zonya's, or rather Arm Guard, right? The stopwatch function is one of the very few.
Yeah.
But right here, this is a 4K gold lead. That matters, right? 2 items and an item difference in the mid lane and AD. Jungle's getting there as well. Top side approaching that little brief lead too. So
the question is whether in the minute and a half or so that Chaos have, can they get to second items themselves? Because then that becomes a play. But the flash of Rhea, again, that's not items, but that's still a significant loss there on the Jhin. There's a lot of people who'd love to come for his head. Sundis comes up behind, stun onto Alaric, but he's got an Eclipse running, so not really the easiest pick right now on the Leona. Ozan goes on forwards, audacious charge into the wall himself. Scuffed out looking for an angle, can still pull out the Crescent Guard. Stun onto Dehart, who throws down the ultimate, buys some time. Solar Flona Jackal, who bring down the Cyclone, but the wind is unfortunately on the other side. It's blowing in the wrong direction of the Wukong. Ain't looking like a journey to the west, it's a journey to the east and into the setting sun. Perhaps ironic, considering the direction they were heading, but hey, there we go. Curtains are called. Throwing out a few more shots, tags Kevo, but the fourth shot without the missing HP means very little. Atakan is up. And Rich Gang looking to make themselves richer still.
Yeah, Chaos have Snilla's ultimate, and that's it. He has to find a big engage if they want to play for a fight, but it just seems so unlikely, and they stick around any longer. Yeah, they can get engaged on.
Snilla crashes down, should get out to safety. The Chains of Corruption and Automatics prevent the easiest follow-up, and they do manage to retreat, but again, Atakan down, minute till Dragon. Resets could come on through for Rich Gang, and looks like they managed to go all the way up to 26 petals. And that'll be a fairly significant difference in power. I didn't quite see what was on the other side. Only the 18 there, so actually not as big a discrepancy as I thought it might be. But there you are nonetheless.
See what they can get done with the Archon. Very momentum shifting buff in many, many games, as we saw at MSI. I mean, frankly, as we've seen all year, but especially at MSI at times. That dragon spawns up in 30 seconds time too, so I'd expect Rich Gang to be all over that. And a moment ago, spoke about the gold lead and how it actually impacts the game. Now, even though the carries are at, even items, you can see it's the jungle in the top lane where there's a pretty big disparity, and Max is not going to take any damage from Raya, but the rest of the team comp certainly could find himself being in a little bit of trouble with, as that's a Cassante with 2 items. That wave, I mean, honestly, if I was Max, I would maybe even just kind of ego it, stick around, but willing to yield it, just knowing his team's winning on the other side of the map.
Let's have a quick look at this one. They do get a hold of that turret. Matix now potentially in a dangerous position, backs away, Deadly Flourish comes on down. Should be okay, but still getting run out a little bit here. The Jhin only at 2 items. Not necessarily the most damage into a Cassante at this point. They're going to curl the curtains, and maybe that will be enough. The W comes on down to get behind that. Flash away, Deadly Flourish lands, and they will finally bring the Cassante down. Comes at the cost of a dragon on the other side. Alaric now coming on up, but it's a lone Leona versus 4 members. Not quite sure what's going to happen there.
Yeah, no, they will get a fair bit of gold traded back in. The only issue is, especially for that tier 2, like, it was very, very spread out, and if you lose that dragon, they lose tier 2 on the bottom side, and I think it was the haste in isolation that got a majority of that gold, if I'm not mistaken. So whilst the play is certainly good for Chaos, it's far from ideal. I mean, such is the game state, right? But Rich Gang feel really good. The haste in trouble. Oh, no way!
Turnaround! That's brutal stuff taken out. Dehast on the backside, though, in danger. Shackle gets the Cyclone on down. Wozan now in danger himself. All the while, Rhea goes down. Snilla also stunned on up with the Shield of Daybreak. Vayu tries to find Savani, throws down the Steadfast Presence, but I don't know how steadfast he'll be and for how long. Flashes on out of the Zenith Blade, and in the end, Rich Gang take 3 in trade for just Dehast.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of fortune, shall we say, just continuing to step forward there, not really stuttering back, and Scuff takes a swing and a miss on the Scat of the Week. Well, it's about the immediate reaction, right, of the swoop in, and that play is going to result likely in a Baron takedown. There is an opportunity for Shakal to be here and potentially make a steal happen, so it's not impossible.
Alaric now potentially in danger. Needs to run away. Got Matix coming on up. Baron down to half. Shouldn't
They don't wanna
need
flip
to
it.
all that much. They really don't. We're aware is that Wukong.
They're looking for the
potential
monkey.
angle on in. Flash available. Clone available. Looks to come on forward. Can now get into the backline. Try to turn onto Shackle. Who's
Oh, he's one shot.
eviscerated. And that means the Baron is surely Rich Gang's knock away. That's on the jungler.
Oh.
Taken nonetheless is the Baron. Over the wall goes Scuffed. Gets a scout of the week, but unfortunately I think Scuffed is weaker still. Alaric stepping on forwards will look for a little bit. The Force of Will comes on down, but there's still a Q available, and the Solar Flare is the one that finally tears the wax wings off of Scuffed. Sniller about to be brought low, throws out the locket to no avail, and the Azir picks up the kill on the Rel.
Very easy pickings for Rich Gang in the end, and a very valiant effort from Chaos, but Shakal is just not expecting that burst damage on the return, and once the jungle is dead, Rich Gang can very easily pick up that Baron, secured in the end by Kevo and the Blight Stacks because of Varyu's last-ditch attempt to boot Ozcan out of that pit, but here we are, Rich Gang, a very commanding lead. As we take a look at the top 1v1 in isolation on the side here, the Blast Cone actually spawns mid 1v1 in that little bit of ISO there. And Scuff tries to use it to his advantage, but unfortunately, eventually it becomes a 2 versus 1. Alaric brings down the power of the sun. Absolutely blind Scuffed. Straight back to the fountain. Hello, engage on the mid lane.
Oh, he's dead again. Shackle once again involved in source of the full power of the sun. Vayu gonna try and run away and does so. Stun onto the Wukong, goes on down. Flash now coming on out, but it will mean very little as Vayu is dead again. A wipe away, 3 members down. Scuffed and Rhea must do the unthinkable and hold the line against the full force of Rich Gang.
It's going to be very difficult with Baron and all 5 members. 3 grubs as well. And a huge wave. I mean, they might just look to end here. The haste has come off that bottom side push. And look to end. They exactly will. 2 stabs of an Azir soldier is half of Raya's health. This one's done.
Chaos got it close in the first game. They couldn't do it in their second. Rich Gang looking to go undefeated. A revamped roster. And they will show exactly what they were here to do. And make themselves hyper-competitive. 2-0 to them.
Very good stuff from this Rich Gang side. Not much to say by the end of it. It was a very dominant and very decisive game, whether it was around the objectives or just the individual decisions, and particularly the haste, I think, obviously, very standout game from him. I'm not sure what it was on the scoreboard, but it was just those small moments of outplaying engages on him, finding turnarounds, and of course that was all set up by his jungler on the Xin Zhao, so fair play to the mid-jungler Rich Gang.
There you go. The stocks are finally rising. The new roster comes on through, and do they manage to make it to the moon? Desk, what's your thoughts?
A 2-0 start for Rich Gang. That is stonks 100%. Finding off versus Chaos, I believe the statements you brought in, not only on champion composition, the draft itself, but also the way they played. I think everything went smooth for Rich Gang. But how did it start?
Yeah, it started with a lot of creativity, I think, from Ozcan. I mean, he's showcasing his proficiency on the Xin Zhao champion, finding kills and setting Scuffed behind. I really liked what he did with these early ganks. Ganked mid not once, but twice, and he starts off 0-2. I think by the end of it, Scuffed was 0-6, and he just had to play the entire game on this scaling Syndra from behind, and it became very, very difficult.
And it was also like the Syndra was also a reply towards the Cassandra. It was like the solution if she was able to get ahead, because as soon as Cassandra got that armor going on, like there's nothing you can do versus Cassandra. We all love that champion, don't we? It's just top laners love that. Yeah.
Isn't it fun to watch? Especially when he's like on 2 items and you have Jhin as your AD carry, and the question arises, how do you kill him? And the answer is you do not. Oh, that's another one from the early game. There were 2 ganks in like very short sequence for Ozcan so early on.
Yeah, it's really good.
However, after that, I gotta say, like, Rich Gang did manage to put themselves in the lead pretty early on, and the lead stayed with them throughout almost the whole game, I believe. But if we look at the fights that happened later on within the teams, it feels like it's slightly different Rich Gang, probably just because they're playing against Chaos, and we needed to bring a little bit more Chaos whenever we have Chaos playing, because there were two types of team fights that we saw from both teams going further in the game, and it's either the fights around the objectives, which were super well set by Rich Gang, gotta give props to them in that, and then the fights anywhere else in the game, which were very back and forth in every direction.
Yeah, and largely in the end, it looked like Rich Gang were just going to win them. Kevo kept clicking forward, he kept pushing forward and actually doing so much DPS onto the backline. I think the end of it, when you have so little DPS, I do wonder how the game could have looked if instead of the Wukong and that rotation where they flexed the Poppy to topside, right? At the back of my mind, I was always thinking, what would have happened if instead we picked Trundle, which is the better 1v1 isolated answer, into the Xin Zhao, and we could also press Trundle on the Cassante when we have a Jin composition. I think that might have been a better rotation, but still, it was a messy game, and eventually the front-to-back team fights of Rich Gang did win out.
Yeah, but another quick shout out honestly to Cahill, because to me he was the player to watch. For the second game in a row, we see from him a pretty similar playstyle, a very aggressive one, looking for those opportunities. But interestingly enough, he went with a build that pretty much allowed him to go all gas, no brakes in this game, because you could see that he was going with Terminus, but also he had an experiment, a Hexblade. It was all the time a lot of auto attacks, a lot of on hit, and then ultimates over and over. And it was so hard for Chaos to fight whenever those ultimates hit, especially around those objectives like this Baron here, but especially the Atacon that happened just a bit earlier. Those chains of corruptions decided everything in that fight.
Yeah, Kevo definitely played really, really well. And I think Kevo there on the Baron as well. Actually, that's more of a team call, but Rich Gang on that Nash, holding it and then instantly turning onto the Wukong, who was trying to steal in the pit, trying to steal the Nash, ulting the Wukong from Kevo. That was a really good heads-up play, playing around the Nash HP well, not DPing us to get too much, risk the steal. It was super good.
Yeah, but this also highlights that the team is clicking at the same time, and this is one of the things we really like to highlight. It's not about making the right decision, it's about making the decision everybody follows it on the same second, no time to waste. And even though it's a recent team, it's giving in some signs that it's clicking like that, doesn't it? Like you feel it, there's something in the mist for Rich Gang. This is turning out to be an interesting start of split for the team. For the other side, Chaos did the best, like to be chaotic, but it was not enough. Even on the interview, he was saying like, "Hey, we're going to bring in the Chaos." It was not there quite yet. I think Rich Gang is turning out to be, as you said, Aragon, one of the top teams, right?
Yeah. Again, I think top 4 to 5, maybe fifth, I think is probably going to be the placement for Rich Gang from everything that I've seen and the individual players.
Okay, Solari, where do you believe they're gonna be?
You know what? It's going to be getting a little bit rougher when we have both groups facing each other. But right now in Group B, we have Nord, of course. But then I feel like we have Rich Gang, who are a very solid second place in this group. And after that, I don't know yet.
That was my question. Like on Group B, who's standing out? It's Nord and Rich Gang so far, right?
Yeah,
But now, do we have the curse of Spring? Because Spring Split was the curse of Group B was a lie, remember?
Oh, you got to fill me in on this since I'm kind of new here. What was the curse? What happened?
It's like, was it Spring or was it Winter? I think it was Spring. That Group B had nothing. Everybody was talking about Group B so stacked up, and as soon as they went to playoffs, every single team from Group B got eliminated.
Oh no!
That's the curse.
Well,
so
I mean,
who
we'll
knows
see if that happens again.
if it's a lie? There you go. Look at Cam. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. It's an 80 carry. He's like, oh, I'm going to your face.
Yeah.
that Poppy damage is so interesting, though.
To be fair, it is kind of just grass tanks wailing away on each other, right? I mean, you're just gonna
Yeah, but look at
Fine,
Xante damage.
fine.
If you want to bring it
Yeah.
up, Xante did nothing. He was just tanking.
You're right. You're right. But that is like a
Yeah,
Poppy-sided
buddy.
matchup, right? Like, you flexed it into the lane, and it is Poppy. But that is still a very good, impressive performance from Bayou. I remember in some team fights, him getting wall stuns on the corner walls in mid lane were pretty good. So, yeah, definitely a better showing than I believe is Sion earlier in the day. Do a lot better here.
Yeah, 100%. We're still waiting for the interview to talk with the team. I do believe it's going to be the coach joining in for Rich Gang, and that's going to be beautiful. So we understand a little bit the work they're providing so far. And we do have one more game today. It's going to be Nord versus Venom Crest. Before we even go into the interview, I want to know your opinions and thoughts on Nord versus Venom Crest.
Nord, very Nord-sided, very Nord favorite, to be honest. I mean, we saw a lot from Venom Crest, and I'm really looking forward to see what they're going to bring against this opponent. But On this other hand, what we saw from Nord today, it feels like this team is the absolute titan of Group B.
Yeah,
You were
I
thinking,
don't
yeah.
think it's going to be close. I think Nord will roll, and it will be one of the faster games in the night. I think this team is very, very undisputedly, I already said this, right? Undisputedly the second best team in the league.
Okay, let's see what happens. But before that, we're jumping into the interview to talk with Gang. Bring it up. Boris, welcome. That's not the correct shirt, is it?
I think it's a scam. You know, it looks yellow like Rich Gang logo, so I wanted to have something similar. You know.
Fair. At least the brand of the car, it's there. You know.
Yeah.
So, Rich Gang. Okay, what is happening? You're just clicking. Tell me a little bit more about this team so far.
So the roster which we created, we have like some veterans, and we also have like some very, very experienced players like the Haste, Ogreschkan, which were kind of away for a bit. Now we brought them back to show them in their best light. The guys have been doing really, really well. Same for Kevo. Matix has been absolutely stomping. And Aleric has been improving significantly. Everybody has been hyping him, and that's for a reason. The guy's doing absolutely insane.
So how has it been the workflow of this team as a coach and working on that side of the equation? What has been your priority so far for the Rich Gang?
Well, there's me and Nias. Nias has been mostly doing regarding the macro and how to like approach the game and everything. I've been doing mainly the part on the communication because as a team, the players have everything. So the main part which we've been working on was getting them onto the same page and really just getting them into the team fights to work as a one, which we've seen today that they've been doing really, really well. So Nias has been also doing like a great job, and he's done absolute insane preparation and the scrim blocks. The guy, what he does is just amazing. So.
Yeah, we saw him back in the day in 2022 on X7. It's now the return of Nias and apparently still working the same way. Tell me something, Boris. You were talking about clicking at the same time, and this is something that is such a high priority and such a big value. There's no delay between the shot call and execution so far for Rich Gang.
Yeah, because the team has built some trust. And when somebody says something, they're discussing it really, really fast. They adapt very fast to the moment, and I think that's a very, very strong point from us. The players also have like really good mechanics, fast clicking and everything, so that gets them onto that as well.
Boris, so far 2-0. Everybody's looking at Nord as the team for Group B. That means next week we're gonna have the challenge between Rich Gang and Nord. What can I expect? And where should I put my prediction?
Well, you can definitely put it on Rich Gang because I think my boys and I have something to show. You know, I think the players are completely ready, and I think we're the team to see to go further. You know.
Okay, that's a statement. You know that. That's a big statement, Boris. So
I have players to stand behind me, so let them do the work.
Cinema. I'll be waiting for the result of that. Thank you so much for this interview. Congratulations on a good start. Let's see where Rich Gang is going to go. Have a lovely one, boss.
Thank you. See you. Goodbye.
Well, I know you're like the ELO thing and stuff like that. It's big, but saying Rich Gang winning versus Nord?
That's a big claim. That's a very big claim for a new team, I believe, being put together recently. I think they played in the Nexus Showdown. Sure, they had a little bit of a tournament there, but I think that's a very big claim to say that you could take down Nord already.
Salari, final words on this one. You're the one wrapping up.
I like big claims, and I'm looking forward to see them deliver it.
Stacked! We're gonna toss it to a break before we land on the last game of the week. Group B, it's gonna be Nord versus Venom Crest. We had high praises for both teams, but one can take this one. I'll see you soon. The Phoenix versus the Snake. Nord versus Venom Crest. Only one can take this. Nord looking for the 2-0 after the interview we had with Zviru as well. I mean, they're looking pretty confident, especially if Zviru is the one that benches the most on that team. So let's see if Venom Crest can bench as well.
From what I've seen,
yeah.
From what I've seen, he might bench more than the whole league. That's all I'm saying.
Wait. How much?
People in the league. I don't remember the exact. I think he's closing in on 100. It's like 90. I think I saw on Instagram. But I'm not sure if there are many people that beat that in the league. I mean, maybe I'd be open to it. Oh,
Am
Velia.
I part of the league?
What is Velia bench?
Velia is more than 100, by the way. I think it was
Velia's
110. Yeah, he's huge. He's
Yeah.
huge.
Okay.
Hey, benching contest. I would like to see that. You know, that's what I'm here. That's what I'm here. I'll spot. Okay, North versus Venom Crest. Where should I be looking? What's my attention?
Mid lane, it has to be mid lane and top lane, but I would say mid lane is going to be a very big one for this one, because on the side of the Snakes, we have Air there, who we've been hyping up quite a lot, and he showed up really a lot in game number 1 on that Talia, showing us that all this experience that he's bringing in, and he has the most experience in the team right now, it is really paying off for him, helping the team out in those very strange team fights. But at the same time, it's not going to be an easy one for him, because he is against Sviro on the mid lane, who also is coming in fresh with a very versatile champion pool. And I don't know, if this is not going to be the game decisive lane, then nothing is.
I'm
I think
sold.
definitely. Yeah, definitely. I also just want to pitch in that I don't think we've seen the limits of Nord at all. Their only matchup today has been Ruddy, right? So they haven't been pushed. Whereas Venom Crest, we've seen them get really, really bloody. So yet to see Nord's cap and Venom Crest. I think this will be a great challenge for Bust, who specifically had a really, really good Cassante game, and you can see that Nord immediately respecting that. This was the game where Cassante, Bust on Cassante played against, I can't remember whose it was, I think it was Vayu's Scion, and Vayu ended 0-3-0 and was completely irrelevant.
Yeah.
So yeah, excited to see how Bust matches into Vizicachi.
Okay, this is it. Nord versus Venom Crest. Only one can join. Rich Gang so far the only team on Group B with a 2-0 clean state. So far, top lane. This is no longer targeted pick, so we're getting a little bit more overall on the OP meta.
Come on. No targeted pick. Are you seeing that Ezreal? You saw Baki on Ezreal. I mean, he had his low lows, but he also had extremely high highs, and he had much more highs than lows.
Nord definitely watched the games, for sure. Nord definitely watched a Venom Crest play, and they're banning those really well-performing champions. I think a pick that Venom Crest have to be concerned about is the Gwen. I wouldn't be surprised to see a third pick Gwen here as a ban for Venom Crest, because Vizicachi just popped off on it after a while, and I think into Bust, if Bust's going to lock in tanks, then you've got to consider giving over Gwen to Vizicachi as a problem. If you then take it as Bust, you're a bit less sad. I think that'd be a good takeaway for Bust right here if you want to deny it. Into the Varus, as always, you could probably take away the Jhin, and that way you match the long range and neutralize the lane phase, and that's the typical answer that we see. But
yes,
Ash.
It's just an over. You don't know.
It's an uncommon pick.
I'm shut up.
I mean, traditionally it's a good matchup. It's just not that common. That's why it catches me off guard, right? I think maybe we saw 1 or 2 at MSI, so.
It's just pretty support dependent, I gotta say, because Ashe is very good on the lane into those longer range and early game prominent AD carries. She's good in shoving the lane and pushing the lane into them, but she needs a really good support by her side and a very good jungler to understand what's happening on the bot lane, because with the constant push, you're really open to the ganks if the enemy jungler understands what's going on, and it's Bianca's we're talking about.
Absolutely. It's a very different dynamic to having an Ezreal and playing the Ezreal on your team. No mobility at all and pure utility. Now I'm considering the Talia plus Xin Zhao combo again. I think you've got to break up the Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao Azir would be a fantastic front-to-back that we just saw last game with the Varus. It'd be an identical draft to last game, and I think that'd be the best way to round out the composition. And then on the flip side, into that, Trundle could be great. I mean, we'll see what direction the teams decide to go.
I think in terms of damage, Nord are stacked up. You just need to provide some protection right now. Do you go for the support of the jungle for Yank?
That makes sense.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Versus an Ashe? Yeah.
Yeah. An immobile carry on the enemy side makes total sense to just lock her down and make sure they get rid of her as soon as possible in a team fight. And have good follow-up with Azir and a lot of control and long-range damage from Varus as well.
Yeah, I'm going to just take a look at the pools and see the viable answers that we have. Typically, champions like Lee Sin are pretty good into Jarvan, which is also an okay pairing with the Talia. And I just wanted to check if the jungle plays Lee Sin, but it doesn't look like he does. So they're going to lock in Xin Zhao, which is a more meta-friendly pick, I think. It's also a good pairing with Talia. And now it's going to be pretty hard to engage over the Talia rocks and versus Xin Zhao R. I think they got a good front line and good peel for the Ashe right now.
Yeah, the question is how are they going to engage, because they have the tools, but they're going to be stopped. It's pretty much the opposite situation of the previous one, where we saw Nord playing, having Poppy on their side, and the question was how is the enemy team, which was Rally back then, going to engage into them. Here it's the same question. Even if they pick up more engaged, like Nautilus for trades, the question is still going to be the same. How do you get rid of Ashe quickly and effectively enough?
Yeah, I think in hindsight, actually, I think Venom Crest, if they locked in Poppy right there and they had Poppy Talia to peel for the Ashe, that would have been really, really good into the Jarvan. But they did miss out on that. I think typically immobile carries into Jarvan, like Jinx and Ashe here, can be okay if you have tools to peel. Stuff like the Tahm, stuff like the Thresh, but I don't see them going that direction. That's the challenge that Venom Crest have, is how can they peel for this Ashe? I wonder how they're going to navigate it going forward.
Could it be perhaps an Enchanter for Eskeeper for the bot lane there, just to pair up with Ashe, just to provide more survivability
Ashe
for
Renata
her. And
is a lane.
Xin Zhao also loves a good Enchanter as well.
Yeah, I think Ashe Renata in terms of enchanters is probably the best one that you could take. As far as what you're saying, I think Shen Gwen bans. I'm trying to think of what this sets up. It just looks to me like you're setting up a Scion. That's probably the biggest answer. And then on R4, you pick the Scion here and you save counter pick support. That would make a lot of sense to me, given the bans. But you could just take away engage support. Oh, they actually got rid of the Ashe Seraphine, I should highlight, on the bans. Ashe Seraphine is a really, really strong lane, and immediately Just John and Febiven, they see it coming, so they get rid of that, and there's the blind pick. Not Scion, but a Gnar. I'm a bit concerned for the front line of this team now, because Mini Gnar isn't exactly great front line, it's more pseudo. So the Scion, I think, would have done better.
Yeah, so now they would need to just be playing constantly around those timers for Gnar, and know they're pretty good at punishing the opponents who are in the wrong timing, so I would be really worried for how Venom Crest are going to navigate those team fights later on. And it's going to be Yorick for Visa Charger. Speaking of the front line, now Nord are going to have plenty of that in their pockets.
You know
Yeah,
how
an
hard
excellent
it is to play versus a
counter.
Gnar. Like, exactly, tell me, Aragon.
I actually think Yorick into Gnar is super unplayable for Gnar, because it takes, so like once you get a few levels on Yorick, it takes 3 auto attacks per mini ghoul as mini Gnar to kill a Yorick ghoul. So like if he spawns 4 mini ghouls and Gnar tries to kill them all, it will take 12 auto attacks. It is really bad. Yorick is an incredible answer into these range lanes, and Nico, Varus locked in. Now typically you don't want Renata into this. Typically Renata lanes struggle into Nico lanes, so I wonder how they're going to navigate the Giga range of Varus and Nico. How do you match the range, or do you go engage? Oh, that's going to be rough. If you lock that in, that's going to be really rough.
No, okay, that is going to be a bit more engaged. I'm happy that it didn't go into the Alistar, because that would have been an almost unplayable comp. I love the Nico on the side of Node, because I feel like it solves almost fully the question of how do we engage into Talia plus Xin Zhao plus Ashe, because if you have mind games in your pockets, you can find those ways around them pretty easily.
Aragon, I see pain in your face.
Yeah,
You're not even trying to hide it.
I see a bot lane matchup that's going to struggle because they're Rel, Ashe into a double range lane. They're going to get pushed in. I see top lane, that matchup is horrendous. And I just don't like these side lanes for Venom Crest. I think it's an incredibly difficult one to play and pilot, and I would have much preferred other picks here. There's a reason why you don't normally see champions like Ashe come out. I prefer Jhin as an answer into Varus personally. But yeah, we'll see if they pilot it. I'm not a believer though.
From your faces, I do believe both of you are on the side of Nord on this one. Yeah. Aragon, you couldn't even hide it. There was
I couldn't. I try my best.
Pain.
I don't like the rotations.
I was concerned. Hey, casters, are you feeling faces? Is this on Nord side or Venom Crest have a shot? That was my throwaway, yeah.
So it was, and here we are. I have to say, look, Ashe, whatever. My issue here, and this is my personal thing, Varus and Nico, that's about as lane dominant as it gets level 1, 2, 3. That sounds miserable to lane into.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the only thing on the same tier is like the Renata lanes, right? Like Renata Ashe, Renata Kalista, Lucian with Nami when there weren't really too many answers. So Nord are in a pretty good position down there in the bottom side to really slam things home from the get-go. I think there is a lot of emphasis on Cobbs to really try and keep the pieces together. Also, I think Air too, again, on the Talia. In an Azir matchup where I feel like, again, you can definitely trade a little bit of HP at times to try and get a little bit of lane prio, and I think that's going to be important, right? Between that, I think Venom Crest just need to try and track their jungle, try and keep Hito and Trees in check. It'll be difficult, but if they can do that, hit one-item spikes, constantly find Ashe arrow picks, they do have ways into this game.
Yeah.
It's just nowhere near as easy as it is for Nord.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Shin Talia in particular. You can get a lot of value in this skirmish. Those are two of the best skirmishing champions of the game, bar none. We've all seen what Xin Zhao's can do. We've all seen what Talia's can do. There was a point earlier in the year where at like tier 1 play, it was a 9-1 record for Talia into Azir. It was a miserable matchup in the early stages for the Azir at points. I think it's gotten a little better since then, but even so, you can definitely look to, I think, play around that as you're kind of highlighting there. We'll see what happens, even if I'm largely there with you. Nord's draft 6, that little bit easier to execute, particularly around some of that priority. Now on to the Rift we go. Adrian, how are you feeling about this one? Nord are looking to contest with the likes of Lost Ratones with a roster like this. Surely, are they delivering so far? We've only seen a game in 24 seconds.
They were contesting last split, right? And I think at the end of the day, the important thing to note is, as much as a lot of us here at the NLC did love No Way, as a player, he did have very distinct pros and cons, right? Particularly towards the champion pool. Zvero, the few days that we did get to see him, sub in at the beginning of the seeding stage, and I think it was playoffs, maybe one series.
Yeah.
He was incredible, and obviously he's got LEC experience. Him and Jankos together on Team Heretics, and is a mighty step up, right? The reality is there is a big upgrade in the mid lane, and of course there is the bottom lane, the return of Treats. Hito, they're here to make a statement, and getting off to a 2-0 start would certainly be doing that.
That would do it. I mean, everyone but Hito has played at LEC+.
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty nice. And people like Jankos have been at points considered the GOAT jungler in the West. You look at people like Chachi, one of the best top lanes ever touch it. It's a very talented roster.
Yeah, exactly. Very strong. I mean, it's only really in recency where people would maybe say that GOAT of the West mantra has kind of passed off to Inspired over the last couple of months. But before then, it was always Jankos. Isn't it? I think it's...
And then you're looking at people like Diamond Prox from a little ways before
that.
You kinda,
for those that were present, yeah.
And all those kinds. And you can go down the list, but Jankos right up there is one of the absolute best who have ever done it. And of course, on the other side, you've got people like Bust and Air, who last split were in UKEL, were in 4 Nations. And they did exceptionally well down there. They had a great first game, but the difference in experience, right, is very different. You've got people stepping up from Academy versus former MSI winners. Like, that's a very different level of experience. It just is.
No, it is. It is. And, I think we see this experience really pull through for Lost Ratones as well, where oftentimes, even if they're falling behind in early stages of games, their ability to recognize what they need to do in any given map state is super valuable to their games, and I'm sure we'll start to see that even more in this split version of Nord as well. But for the time being, nothing too particular has gone on in these first opening minutes. Both junglers pathing down to the bottom side. You saw Bust getting the worst end of some of these trades early on. He's already kind of falling a little bit behind in CS, but it is kind of the nature of the matchup for the first couple of levels. Then you gain a little bit of control. Eventually, though, however, it just feels like it's kind of a difficult lane to manage throughout the game as not. It's very touch and go.
I feel like Yorick tends to win quite a lot of matchups these days, as that is a fun little teleport freeze. I'm assuming Air will just turn up in mid lane in short order, and did. Ironically, teleports there on screen and off, but there we go. Still going to happen as bot side Treats understandably using the Varus to get those auto attacks off. It's just much nicer to auto attack as Varus than nearly any other champion in the game. It just is.
Yeah, I do definitely agree. I mean, it's a very interesting matchup. Might have to hold that point. Flag and Drag's already been used by Jankos.
Just sidestep the seismic shove now, turn around as Cobbs goes in. Overcomes Skipper though, looking for an engage, finds it somewhat, flashed away from Hito after the cleanse comes on down. Skipper could potentially look to crash down over the wall, but instead just crashes out. That's unfortunate. Sfaru now coming across as well. The hail of arrows, Treats coming on through. That's a blooming burst. Actually, as Cobbs goes in and goes down afterwards. A little bit overeager there from Venom Crest, and they are defanged in short order.
Yeah, not particularly sure there. I mean, flashes were blown on both sides as Bust misses out on the wallop. I mean, Chachi's out of mana. he's pretty much always going to have just about enough to press Q, and that's the problem. So I think he's just dead.
You
not quite as out of manner as you think.
Yeah, there you go. Can always give the last rites, and Bust is given a very swift and appropriate burial there in the top side. Missing that wallop, I think, might have been a little problematic there.
Yeah, and this is what I kind of wanted to get to before we saw that bottom side skirmish. Like, there are definitely and very likely windows. I'm not as intimately familiar with this matchup as I'm sure Aragon likely is, but my guesstimation would be, you know, 1 through 3. That's kind of like where Na maybe gets to take control of the lane, but we already saw Chachi, you know, really hammer his head in as Hobbs.
There's no flag up and available. Now Jankos doesn't have the combo to work with. He gets a Marshall Cadence. Probably going to interrupt him before he can flag and track properly. Just about gets out. But that will be the Gromp secured by Cobbs, but not the kill after.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to rep back in for Wolves as soon as he sees Chachi. Yeah, he has to, right? He knows he's chunked Jankos out completely. He's going to have Smite in a couple of seconds as well if he absolutely needs it. Really, really nice invade there from Cobbs, just utilizing the fact that Jankos got a little bit greedy, stayed on the map for double crab, and Jankos will pay for it by losing some of these camps. Now, the question really comes into effect of what Cobbs is going to do with this kind of, breadth of tempo gained. I think he should probably just do his Raptors, clear all the way back down, try and look to contest the Dragon. The bot side state's been not the best since that skirmish in the river.
He goes for a reverse invade himself and try and steal away the Raptors or the Gromp, especially because he's got shoved from the Nico and the Varus. Baki not having a very fun time down here or before. Did hear a little bit from Aragon and Alicia about, look, Ash saw a little bit of time at MSI, has been played into things like the Varus before, but Rel versus Nico, you were a double range matchup and Nico notoriously lane dominant. It's pretty miserable. Zvera roams over as well, and Jankos gets a hold of the Wolves and returns the favor from his own invade.
Yeah, he does need to get the Gromp as well, though. And this one will be a little bit harder to fully take away. He's dropped the flag. He's got no flash, remember?
They can look for this. Does manage to get far enough away. They don't want to overplay this. So Cobbs comes on down. It's now
now they've got to catch the wave.
Board.
This is the problem, though. So Venom Crest has to catch this wave. They're actually engaging forward here.
Doesn't have a cleanse or a flash. He's in so much danger. The exhaust comes on through, but back he has to flash on out. Eating the close. Skip it. Auto. Cobbs coming on over. The mount-up gets it. Jankos now in danger. About 20% HP. The shattering strike, and Cobbs gets it after.
The interrupt is huge, and the consequences immediately will be that the Dragon's going to go over to Venom Crest almost certainly. It did feel like Jankos was overplaying his hand with that invade, and the eventual answer is showed to us on the screen there. I mean,
yes,
it's just a bit too greedy, but it's just very well played to Venom Crest. Whoa, hold on, bot side. They managed to kill off Baki.
Yeah, he was trying to get that wave shoved, and Treats, I think, stuck around and managed to get that one.
Yeah, must have.
Pretty important here, and now another wave lost. Pretty rough for this Ash.
Yeah, it will feel quite bad. A bit of a small freeze can kind of be held here. It's not going to be like a full true one, just because of how chunked out the wave was. This is the look. I mean, he just sneaks through. Does he get greedy? No, it's actually just a flash forward Q auto. Yeah, Comet. Third auto passive. Yeah, a little bit unlucky. I mean, Baki, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Stay in the queue, you die. Try and walk around, you die like that anyway. Just a good play from Treats to get a little bit of kill trade back, and obviously it secures the wave state on the bottom side, which I lied about. It did end up kind of staying as a freeze for a couple of waves, and now it's going to start to slowly bounce back out.
I'm supposed to trust you. You mean you were wrong? Or
what I mean was,
what was it? Were you untruthful on air?
As that one statement goes, I'm either correct or I'm lying. I'm never wrong.
Oh, sorry. I should know. Of course, you're never wrong. So, right. Sorry, you're just a bad person.
It goes.
That's very different.
But Venom Crest. Yeah, here we are. I mean, the step up is going to be a little bit difficult for Nord. They can definitely get the fight going though with Jarvan. Trees in level 6.
Oh, he's got to be
That's
close,
a very big talking point.
Jankos does manage to buff for the flag and drag this time. Going to wrap around. Got a slight pause on my VMix. Not quite sure where we're at. Looks like there's a little bit of a contest happening, but I think we're all right. The Dark Procession comes on forward. Cobbs will crescent guard. Should be able to get out here, but Skipper now caught in a weird location. Crashes down. Kind of into the middle of nowhere. We'll buy some time for the squads. Sfaru goes looking, can't quite find it. Treats the one that picks it up. The Nico off to the races this game.
Yeah. Indeed, Nico is, and we spoke about in the game earlier where Nico showed up. I actually think it was the very first game of the day. Gold on Nico is not a bad thing. Like, legit. In the very early stages, as hello, Jankos has fouled his way onto Cobbs. Treats is going to be here as well.
Treat's going to look for it. Maybe more gold on the Nico. Looks like a flash over the wall. The Blooming Burst avoid, and Cobb stays alive. So not so bad. There could have been even more gold to the Nico. And Air actually quite in danger. I did have like follow-up on the Nico point. I had it last time as well, but I'm just not going to get a chance because Nord are looking to murder more people. And a Q comes on through, and Chachi says, thank you for the free kill.
Yeah. Thank you indeed. Not much else to really say. And he's going to pick up an additional plate. Nord didn't end up... Oh, Jankos will lose his flash. Will he lose
strike.
more? Oh, the Asharrow!
Tried to read the backstep, doesn't come on through, and Jankos holds his nerve and holds his line and just walks away to safety.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what there was to read, though, Sam. That's my big problem.
I tried to
From
be nice.
Baki's aiming. I know you're trying to be nice, but I'm just, you know...
We can't trust you anymore. You just submitted you lied like 5 minutes ago. How can I trust that?
Well, again, it's either I'm telling the truth or I'm just lying.
Okay.
You know, like, because I'm never wrong. So
what's happening with Air? Are you going to tell the truth or lie to me about what's going to happen here?
No, Air is dead in about 5 seconds.
Okay, 4, 3.
Wow, it was even quicker. To be fair, I didn't actually look at the inventory to see that Chachi already has a Triforce 10 minutes into the game. So I wasn't expecting the Q. Oh,
Bust in danger. Might be going boom rather than bust.
Oh, Boatplane came back up.
Nearly gets him. Good lord, that's Poke Varus for sure. Skipper now in danger, gets a Shattering Strike, but where earth you run? Flashes over the wall. Actually, did have more of an escape than I gave him credit for. Gets out to safety.
Yeah, back end of the day games here. Looking like we could be running into a couple of stomps.
What a team.
Venom Crest after a very, very hotly contested game 1 for themselves of the day. Nord have come in and have set in mind that they want to make a statement. And Chachi, I think, does he have Demolition? No, but I mean,
but he's got
I think he's still going to follow that mantra.
Ow. Throws out a little ghouls though. Bust is going to eat a fair amount from that, but I think Chachi looks like he wants to reset anyways.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not super sold on the Gnar answer here. I'm pretty sure it was the Gnar that was picked into the Uric here, if I recall correctly. So, just feels a little lackluster to...
we both cast a fair amount of this matchup via LPL, and it felt like the Gnar never had a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like generally it's, you know, you go Renekton, you go Cho'Gath. Obviously, Renekton was banned in this game. Or you try and find some other lane dominant pick that still has decent side lane scaling.
Eventually get into an okay place for it.
Yeah, like Jax does well.
Gwen's been done to get over the wall, but like you need you always have to commit to very heavy counters or be just risky enough on a Cho'Gath to get enough healing off the ghouls, or otherwise that's also quite miserable. But maybe a 2v1, make that a 3v1 is enough to bring down Yorick Mori. Alas, poor Yorick. We did know him well. Will we know him even better as Chachi will not get another Q on top of Cobbs. Getting a lot of healing there here. Good lord, finally goes down. Shutdown going the way of Air.
Yeah, I think one thing that a lot of people forget is that the healing scales off of his missing health. So the lower he is, the more that he does heal off of that Q. Which does make Last Rites quite powerful. There's a teleport coming in from Escapia to actually cover Bust here. So this is the usage of the spellbook to ensure that the cross map is not so...
Into the Pot Blossom. Goodbye there, Skipper. Nowhere to go. Skips quick and early into a grave. As Bust, again, about to go Bust, will instead go Mega. Should be okay for a second or two, but for how much longer can you run far enough away? Because Jankos would love to just come and Cataclysm. You can't quite flag and dragon range, and Bust will escape mid lane. Can't find the engage there. Hito will flash and cleanse away. Little note from Aragon, by the way, who did just call out it was indeed the Gnar blind. Yorick was picked into it, so it's not the counter, which does make a little bit more sense. Thank you very much, Aragon, for rescuing us poor casters.
Yeah, and I mean, even in saying that, it's funny because sometimes you'll still see it picked into the Uric,
right?
When other things are out. So either way, as we've clearly seen demonstrated by Chachi, matchup is not fun. Is the end result from the Gnar perspective. Zvero here is going to pick up this turret, first one of the game, and it will secure feats for Nord. Pick up this dragon as well. Cloud.
What were they working with before? Just ankles? Oh, it is. It's another Cloud.
It's Cloud. It's we've only had gas today.
It is. Just more gas. That's all we need. That's it. Well, at this point, we've clearly been blessed by the gas gods. Feels like that's a weird statement to say. I've not had beams today, but hey, who knows?
What's the...
Maybe it's something British.
Is there obviously you have I'm just thinking of mythologies, right? You have gods of thunder. Oh, Zephyr.
You do. So the winds all have different. So Borealis is one. Zephyr was one. I can't remember them all. They've all got various names. My Percy Jackson knowledge is failing me. That was how I remembered this all.
Tisk,
Hang on.
tisk, yeah.
Spyro
Hello.
will slide away across the unraveled.
Oh,
no! Doesn't matter.
okay.
Still goes down. I was very worried after that seismic shove went wide, but 3 people is still enough. Treats around, but can only look at his dead mid laner's corpse.
Yeah. Crucial thing, though, I think glass half full for Nord is that they didn't actually use the ultimate from the Azir. So fighting on this next objective is still going to be possible. Jankos may be very fine with the backup that he's got on the way, and Cobbs might be in trouble.
The clarification is like, he's very fine, is the exact answer. I had to think about it. Cobb is now less fine, as Jankos says, call an ambulance, but certainly not for me. Air now caught within the dark procession will seismic shove away, but the maiden is here alongside a lot of additional ghouls. It's not quite Halloween, but the last ride to Beaks anyway. The morning mist comes on down. Chachi will just tank up the turret, and the ghouls do their work. Murderous indeed.
Maiden and the ghouls. Chachi is just so damn strong on this side lane. That was through an Archangel shield too. It's not like that was just a raw health bar of air. That was additional bit of effective HP, and very happily take this tower as well to go with it. And
into this Yorick now. It's a 2k
No one.
please. I mean, it's going to get miserable. A reminder, guys, Chachi was our MVP for the split last year. Well, not last year, last split. There we
Last
go.
split,
He was... This year wasn't quite that long ago, however long it might feel. But, yeah, does kind of leave people with a reminder of exactly why we rated him so highly. He has been so damn good over the last few months. Spyro going to escape here, throws out a Chovy emote. And clearly know who he's trying to emulate himself after.
Not doing a bad job of that. And Nord will pick up their Herald. Now, like, going back to that interesting dragon point we made, I guess I made like a couple of games ago. Like, could you imagine, let's say the first 2 dragons were Chemtech, right? And then we get Cloud for the rest of the game. Let's say, it's a Cloud Soul, right? So let's say it's a Cloud Soul empowered by Chemtech.
Oh, I see. So like the combination,
Yes,
like almost
yes,
like
yes,
Elementalist Lux
yes.
type thing, where you kind of get like X plus Y equals.
Exactly. That's what I was going for.
I mean,
Because I feel like the
like
dragon
it.
system. Look, I'm not trying to create more, things to eventually change. But if the Balance team ever did want to change the elemental dragon system, which I feel like we're due for a dragon system change.
Just a bit of
Really?
a shake-up. Yeah, because I guess my question
Yeah.
then is, I see the point. I think it would be really cool. But with it kind of being like a sub-mechanic, and let's be real, League is already very complex as a game. Just inevitably, every champion is unique, the combinations are unique. We've got items to consider, matchups to consider, neutral objectives to consider, path. You're kind of going on down like heralds and grubs and all these other things. And speaking of which, there will be a tier 2 charge, and I think this is likely a dead tier 2, not a lot Bus can do about it. Adding in a kind of Elementalist Lux Dragon system would be cool for long-term League players. I worry a little about its readability, however dope it would be, and I think it'd be cool to theorycraft, but like the base level complexity might be hard to work with. So I might just be
Ash Arrow. Maybe. We'll get back to it in a
That's
second.
not complex.
Okay, Zvere's dead.
Okay, he's dead. That's fine.
Not much complexity there. The dragon does spawn in a minute's time.
That's true.
And Zvera, again, got picked, but he's not used his ultimate. So he's still going to be able to be a champion when that shows up, and Chachi is certainly being a champion. And I don't think Bust can do it. In fact, Bust is just...
Oh, dear.
He's
Hang
got
on.
Flash.
He gets caught in the cataclysm and flashes away from something aware too. They've TP'd in, but Air, what on earth are you going to do here? Trees just stands and delivers.
Oh.
But Nico's got Celestial opposition. But
Okay.
gets shut down. Valuable. Cobbs goes trying to find the winds, becomes like he can't quite do it. Hido throws out the arrow, can't land it onto Air. Ends up being a 2-for-1. Not bad, all things said and done there for Venom Crest.
Yeah, not bad at all. Very, very solid look in to that top side and the answer, because the rotation was very quick from Nord. So I feel like Venom Crest were likely very caught off by the fact that so many members were able to rotate over from the mid to the top side. But then, in subsequent to that, I think Nord were probably surprised by how quick the response was from Venom Crest as well. As they're now actually the first ones down here at this dragon. But again, with the gold lead and deficit the way it is, they're a little bit apprehensive about stepping forward. A little worried about trying to actually get a dragon started just because of the lead that Nord have in their pocket.
Right, and it would only be second dragon in fairness. And I think there is something to say for, look, let Air split push, let him get a turret, we need some structures. The dragon is only so valuable. We're 4 turrets down to 0. The map control is really problematic, and Bust actually needs to be very wary with that in mind. Nearly at the Mega. Misses the Emperor's Divide there. Desvaro dividing by 0, and Treat throws a thumbs up. I can only imagine the comms right now.
So can I. So can I. Okay.
What's all chat say?
Back to the dragon
Yeah.
dragon thing, right? So like I'm thinking like Naruto chakra like map.
Ooh, I'm
like,
with it.
Kind of direction, you know, because I think all of those elements are, you know, Chemtech are obviously present in that map. So it'd be like, I don't know, Wind and Rock is like, I guess in Naruto I think it's Magnet, right? So which is a very weird one, but that's what it ends up being. Treats.
Oh.
2-man engage.
Gets a decent knock-up as the follow-up from Yankos as well. Pop Blossom was good. Crescent Guard comes on down, but already Hito comes across and throws the piercing arrow through. Cobbs flashes on force, trying to escape, but Yankos could have an angle as Varu comes on in. Will find the additional auto. Will Hito getting that one? Yankos now hunting more for Baki. Bust at the Mega will delay and deny any further pickups, but that's 3 members down for Venom Crest. Atakan's about to spawn. You can head exactly there on spawn, Canord.
And that they will. They are taking it now, and just a great engage from Treats. Finds the angle onto the 2-man, and Air, whilst he does make it out for a little while, Hito eventually gets his damage out onto him, and yeah, Venom Crest are just a little bit too far committed on this side of the map, without no real good reason to be, and here we go. Get to see Nord finishing off the Archon, extend their lead even further, as they'll also get that top tier 2.
It's gone.
Continue to snowball this game far beyond Venom Crest's reach.
7,000 gold up. It ain't getting that much easier. A couple fumbles there, once or twice from Nord, where things were traded a bit more evenly than I think they would have liked, but that is a great play. And Treats, again, back in the league and immediately looking like one of the very best we have here. He was missed. I still remember his Heartsteel Leona game the last time we had him here. Was stacking that up as a carry Leona. It was very silly. Gone towards a Nico this time around and is building quite happily towards what I will suspect will be something like a Zonya's. If you want to see exactly how you feed a Nico, go look at some of the LPL squads who start driving the Nico around in Herald to pick up plate gold early on and that kind of thing. Really want to snowball them and call it out, get early gold. Feels pretty nice on a champion like the Nico, and Rocket Belt been valuable already, to say the least.
Yeah. There was also the Elise too. I can't recall what game or series.
It was on. It was BLG's
Was it on?
on was doing
Yeah, BLG
on does it on
Yeah,
the Nico and the Elise, yeah.
And then I think it was like BLG had like 3.5k gold lead, and 2,500 of that gold was on. Which is obviously not something you see super commonly, but he was putting it to very good use in that particular game. And speaking of putting gold to good use, I think Nord are doing just that. Yeah.
Well, that Nico's a legit additional threat, at least half a carry more. There comes the boulder tossers, really all that much, mean all that much. Sarah will throw down the Weaver's Wall, but you've trapped Yankos and Chachi in here, who throw down a dart, but just flash on inside, big shot, it's well wide. Air balls, in comes the Pop Blossom, additional start to Cobbs, who is on the Cobb, eaten up by Nord.
Should be very easy pickings to potentially even look to close out this game in a couple of minutes' time. That mid inhib is down, and it just feels like Venom Crest don't have an answer anywhere, unfortunately. But that's what a 10,000 gold lead is going to do to most games. You know, we only really saw maybe one moment today. I think it was actually in the very first game with Ruddy, where of course that combo looked real good for all of about 10 seconds before the gold lead became a reality again.
Yeah, I remember Kevo flashing over the wall and stuff. There was moments, wasn't there? Either way, here we are in a game state that is very tricky indeed for Venom Crest to deal with. Has felt very Nord controlled from very early on. Chachi got the early lead on the Yorick with that counter pick. Again, forgive us for the early misconstrual of the Gnar being the counter pick. That wasn't the case. Still in a very strong position. The bot lane got the shove. Varus and Nico is about as oppressive as bot lanes get. Air caught again. He's going to be bottled on up. They land the arrow, though, and maybe Yankos has gone a little deep. If there has been a member who's perhaps overstepped once or twice, it has been Yankos, but he gets away with it again. Gets to back away. Skipper has to back away himself. Flash on out to safety. But I don't know for how much longer, as now the siege can continue onto this tier 3.
Oh, Air. Oh, Air is dead.
Yeah, Cataclysm comes on though. Never been more aptly named. Another one's down. Bust. Nearly at the Mega, but he's lost half his HP bot. Another piercing arrow lands onto Baki. Nexus turrets between Nord and another game victory.
Super easy game, this one for Nord. Just needs to close out on Treats.
Ooh, finds
Swing
the
and a
Lord on
miss.
the backside, and they're going to try and get some more value. Treats goes golden. The Neeson mega Gnar for a second or two. They get the shot down, but it's only onto the Nico. They'll bring down the Gnar, Baki onto the fountain, try and survive, and does so all the while Jankos is doing the Lord's work by dealing with the Nexus Starts. The ghouls go hounding onto the fountain, and Nord, in 24 minutes and 22 kills deep, will ensure a convincing 2-0 day.
2 kills short of a kill a minute, but they very, very handedly dealt with Venom Crest there. And again, statement day, obviously, first game of the day. Feel like most people were expecting that one to be a complete given. Maybe this game was where they could have been tested a bit more, but Venom Crest just did not have the bite behind the fangs and completely dismantled from start to finish here. Very, very quick game.
Look, Nord built this roster in summer to really compete, really look for a first place finish, not a second. And today, it was very convincing. Of course, there are still Titans like Lost Returns who pulled off a 19-minute win over in the other group, but I cannot wait to see these teams face up against each other because it's 2 very convincing teams at the top of their groups right now. Jamada, last thoughts before we give it over to the desk to end the day out.
Very fun day. Nord look very scary, and you know what? Fair play to Ruddy. I think everyone expected them to get completely dumpstered from minute 1. At least they're only getting dumpstered from like minute 10.
That's
Yeah,
fair. Look,
you know?
Desk, is he right or is he lying? That's the question we've been asking all day. Yours to answer.
I could flame
He's a
you
savage.
both, but I can't say you're wrong, and that's the problem. And that's the problem. I can argue, but I have to agree. Nonetheless, Nord is looking like the head of the group for Group B. And yet again, Nord and LR are leading the charges. When you look into what Nord provided on this game, how do we even start? Because I know top lane should be the focus. I don't think it's only Yorick.
I mean,
Chachi.
I saw top lane matchup, I saw bot lane matchup, and then I saw Jarvan into 2 immobile champions, and I thought to myself, yeah, this is kind of done. I mean, this starts right here with a big teamfight win from Nord.
Yeah, so Nord had an interesting showcase in this game because they did bring in the individual lane strength that we were really looking forward to seeing from them because everybody felt super comfortable on their lanes. Like everybody from the top lane to the support were scoring the kills and the lead on their respective lanes. But also later on they started grouping up really early in the game throughout the whole map and forcing those team fights on the Venom Crest that they were not ready to take.
Yeah, and I think just to end the day, I wanted to do a Visit Chachi Glazer session. Where, you know what? It's a nice wrap because he is the highest elo player in the league, I believe. And he just had a performance that reflected it. And I've queued up like 5 different kills from the Yorick, 4 of which are solo kills. And it's just him absolutely pummeling Venom Crest. And we go one by one, where, yes, the matchup isn't great for the Gnar, but it's just outplay after outplay and solo kill after solo kill. And it's just a testament to how good this player is. I truly think Vizichachi is still an LEC caliber player and a strong LEC caliber player.
And this is the MVP of the previous split of the NLC as well, and he's here to show us that that title was given to him for a very good reason.
I agree 100%. We always glaze them on spring split, and we have to do it again on summer.
Yeah.
Really strong start, especially with Yorick. He was ganked multiple times, but even then he was keeping his cool. And just as you stated, I think he's still LEC material. I would say the same about Yankas. At the end of the day, you look at the bot lane, you look at the mid. This team is carrying me. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, Jankos in all these skirmishes, ducking and weaving in and out of fights, ulting and finding the engages, using the fact that he's a Jarvan into double immobiles. I feel like it was really hard to pin down Jarvan in any of those fights. Jankos right there. That was a bit of a Bluetooth cue. That's why
I was gonna say that is a Bluetooth connection.
That was a Bluetooth cue bonk right there. It was good.
And he was a bonk into Air of all the people. I had my high hopes for Air, and he had some really good fights in this game as well. Some really good shuffles onto that Talia, but it always felt, unfortunately, a little bit too little too late. He was also the only lane for the team that was having some sort of a gold lead throughout the game.
Yeah,
How many did we have, Aragon?
honestly,
Yeah.
I may have requested too many. There's one more after this, but I didn't realize. Yeah, there's one more after this. It's just solo kill after solo kill. I think I've made the point. He TPs
Yeah,
there
we
to
get
flank
it.
the Talia on the push, and he's just such a beast as
Because it's bullying right now. It's bullying at
Am
this
I a
point.
fanboy? I think I am.
I think we all are.
Probably.
I think we all are.
We all are there.
Yeah. He's the most stylish guy, and also, oh, there you go. We're going to jump into the
Oh
graph.
yeah,
No more
he
replays
wears a
for you.
scarf, doesn't he?
Yeah, the scarf is beautiful, and he's the highest
stylish.
damage champion on this one. Like, oof, too good.
And by far. Yes. I mean,
21K.
he left the lane with a Triforce completed and a 4-0, and from there on, it was a snowball way too big for one little snake to stop.
Yeah, I think that matchup is a little bit rough up in topside. I said it at the start, I wouldn't have wanted to blind pick the Gnar. I looked at that, I winced, and then they locked in the Yark, and I said, yeah, GG.
I have
GG,
information.
Vizich's
I have
gonna run away.
information. So remember when we did the Venom Crest interview with Hayes, the coach? He was talking about being prepared for Nord, all that. And I just received a DM by him stating, happens XD.
I mean, what
Like-
else can you say? It was a bit of a stump, right?
There you go.
Well,
That's
that's
the
it.
quote. That's the quote.
Wow. I
Well,
respect that.
With this in mind, we wrap up Group B, day 1 for them, day 2 for us overall. But what do we have for next week? Well, let's round it up. Playday 3, which is going to be Group A, is going to be DMG versus Los Ratones to open up the appetite. Then Verdant versus LLS, BDG versus DMG. Los Ratones will have to face Verdant. I think this will be the match of the day. LLS will wrap up the day versus Bulldog. Now on to Playday 4, and then we'll talk about the most exciting days, or at least games. Venom Crest versus Rich Gang, Nord versus Chaos, Rudy versus Venom Crest, and then Rich Gang versus Nord to wrap it up. Chaos versus Rudy.
Yep.
Okay, what are you guys watching? What is the case? What are the
I
games?
think
All?
I immediately, all of them they're all bangers, but like my eyes immediately drawn to the Bulldog games because Bulldog so far have only played against Verdant and Los Ratones, and it's like, okay, you're gonna get smashed, that's okay. The games were competitive, so now I want to see what they do against a more, even playing field. I think they have potential to do decent because of the games and what I saw, but their opponents were a bit too good, I think.
Okay,
I trust-
that's a fair point, but I
Yeah.
think I want to continue the topic that we started today. I want to see Rich Gang Nord. I think this
Yep.
second to last matchup on the next week is going to be so damn exciting because I don't think we expected the Rich Gang to step up so much in this split, yet they did, and Nord are kind of living and exceeding our expectations a little bit too. So these two strongest teams of the group, this match is going to be probably the best one for me.
I agree. Now, for everyone who's watching, it's your opportunity to join us and be part of the show as well when we go into Sweden. I like the highlight, which is reckless since we're going to Sweden. I'm just saying. Hovet Arena on August 30th. It's going to be your opportunity to actually join us and watch not only the finals, but all the show that's going to be happening on Leagues Disrupt in Stockholm. I hope both of you are going with us. What do you have to say?
I've never been to Stockholm, so I'm not sure yet. It looks lovely from that picture, but I'm
Yeah.
not sure.
Yeah. I grew up in a neighboring country, but somehow I've also never been to Sweden or to Stockholm, so...
What about you, Archer? Have you been? Is it nice?
No. But I've heard that
Come on.
by Duckling that Sweden is amazing and he would love to be there.
Ah, thank you, Duckling.
Yeah, Duckling really likes Sweden. I'm just saying that.
He's
Yeah.
a big
Sounds
fan, he's a
like
big
you're
fan.
putting words in his mouth, to be honest.
100%. I'm just letting you know that I offered them a duck while we were in Copenhagen with the Sweden flag underneath.
That was evil!
He was fuming. I've never seen Duckling fuming that hard. What's the sign off for today? Aragon and Salari. How can you describe this day in a word?
Sad. I got a prediction wrong.
Chaotic, but in a good way.
I like it. For you folks, I don't know how you feel about it, so head on to social media for the entirety of Leagues.gg on NLC and let us know what you felt like. Let us know as well in the comments on what you would like to see and what other segments would be actually fitting for you. Do you want to see more Elo from Eragon? Do you want to learn more by the teacher of Solari, or just the overall bullying on Duckling? Let us know. Until we see you again, we love you very much, and until then, keep climbing.
See you later.